reborn in Brazil as a financial tycoon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, Change of Plan. After hearing Fang Lang's request, Ludwig Folger fell into deep thought for a while. He knew the working principle of this weapon very well, but it was not easy to develop it. But of course he was willing to try such a challenging thing. So, he nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, no problem, then I will complete our product line as soon as possible according to your plan. Strive to let your army use our own weapons and equipment as soon as possible." Fang Lang heard this and laughed with satisfaction and said, "Okay, then I'll wait for your good news." While the two were talking, Kikingshan had already fired 2 magazines. The technicians from the factory were asking him about his experience. For Kikingshan, the firepower of this rifle that can fire continuously is too powerful. He was a little excited to see the prey and wanted to equip it immediately. As for what problems this weapon has, he really can't explain it for a while. The officers and soldiers waiting outside the training ground were all shining with their eyes, thinking that if they could be equipped with such advanced weapons in the future, they would be very excited. Even the instructors from the United States were envious. Kikingshan saw that Fang Lang and Ludwig Folger had finished their conversation and hurriedly asked, "Boss, is this the new gun we made ourselves?" Seeing his expectant expression, Fang Lang smiled and said, "It has not been officially finalized yet, and we need to continue testing and improving. What do you think? It's powerful, too powerful, and the firepower is too strong. My goodness, it's almost like a machine gun. If everyone takes such a rifle to the battlefield, they can beat the enemy so hard that they can't raise their heads. Should we equip a batch first to test the waters?" Kikingshan, with an excited face, was obviously conquered by it. Although he couldn't hit the target with many shots when firing continuously, he still wanted to equip it. Fang Lang rolled his eyes in annoyance after hearing his words. "It's easy for you to say that, but who will pay for a batch of equipment? Besides, this gun has not been finalized yet. What's the point of equipping it now?" Kikingshan said with a smile on his face. "Boss, aren't we going to take action soon? I think we can add more practical experience to this rifle. With such fierce firepower, we will definitely be able to beat the enemy down." He glared at him fiercely, pretending to kick him in the ass, and raised his foot while saying, "Using unfinalized weapons to participate in actual combat, what the hell are you thinking? If something goes wrong, it will ruin the lives of the brothers. Don't talk nonsense." Kikingshan was Fang Lang's childhood friend, so he was very brave and dared to directly suggest to experiment with new weapons. After following Fang Lang as an adjutant, he has always been considered stable, but today he made some unreliable suggestions. After listening to what the two said, Ludwig Folger on the side smiled confidently and said, "Boss, don't worry. Although you have made many suggestions for improving this gun, we have actually conducted many experiments and there will be no problems. If there is an actual combat opportunity, I suggest that we can bring a batch over and let the frontline soldiers try it out. See if we can help us find some problems that we didn't find in the test." Hearing Ludwig Folger confidently say that the weapon has been tested, he also hopes to be able to conduct actual combat tests. Fang Lang can't help but think about it seriously. As for what accidents might happen when equipped with this weapon, Fang Lang is not worried. After all, this is a good gun that has been tested by later generations. Who said that, because of the different calibers of the bullets, it may be a little different from the later G3 rifle? But Fang Lang knew that the caliber of the gun designed by Ludwig Folger at the beginning was not the 7.62 *51mm NATO bullet. The reason why this caliber was used later was to adapt to the unified standards set by the United States. Since Ludwig Folger, as the designer, was confident that this rifle could be put into actual combat, it was difficult for him to stop him. After a moment of silence, Fang Lang said, "If you are really sure, I will let them test it. However, time is tight. How many can you provide?" Before Ludwig Folger said anything, Kikingshan's face was already full of excitement. It seemed that he really liked this rifle. We have only trial produced more than 10 rifles now and are conducting various experiments. If you need, I can arrange for another batch to be produced urgently. Seeing that Fang Lang agreed to conduct the test, Ludwig Folger quickly answered. He said that the test was conducted under various conditions of use, such as blisters, silt, sand and gravel, high temperature, freezing, etc. This is the process that every weapon must go through before it is finalized. After hearing what he said, Fang Lang nodded and said, then prepare a squad's worth of weapons and send them over. Remember to check them carefully and then send someone to train them on how to use them. Time is tight, so send them over as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there is no time for adaptive training, I'm afraid there will be problems in actual combat. Ludwig Folger understood what Fang Lang meant. It was indeed very dangerous to let a soldier carry a completely unfamiliar weapon on the battlefield. Therefore, it is very necessary to conduct necessary adaptive training before using it. No problem, I'll have them send it over from Sao Paulo right away. You can have them send it to the airport. I'll send a military transport plane. Fang Lang was not at ease to let such a large batch of weapons go on civil aviation, so he quickly made arrangements. Kikingshan was very happy when he heard that Fang Lang agreed to send a batch of weapons for testing. Fang Lang didn't understand why he was so happy, because he was not the one who actually used them on the battlefield. At most, he could have tried during training. Fang Lang would certainly not go through any procurement procedures to send only a dozen rifles for testing. After all, this was to test weapons for his family's company, and it was not appropriate to ask the army to spend money to buy them. Moreover, the weapons after the experiment had to be recycled. It was unreasonable for him to ask the army to spend money to buy them. Since the weapons had been tested, it was impossible for everyone to stay here and affect other people's training. Therefore, Fang Lang asked the factory technicians to take away all the things and ordered the soldiers to continue training. Then he took everyone in the factory back to his office. As soon as he walked to the door of the office, Fang Lang noticed that Sirioraki from the second section of the logistics department was standing at the door of his office waiting for him. Seeing so many outsiders here, it was obviously not appropriate to report, so he winked at Fang Language. Fang Lang nodded and told Kikingshan to lead everyone to rest first, and he would handle other official business himself and invite everyone to have a big meal at noon. Kikingshan also saw Sirioraki standing at the door and nodded to him. He greeted everyone and said, "Boss, I have some other business to do now. Let's go downstairs and have a rest." At noon today, the boss will host a banquet for everyone at Dai building in Natal. Everyone nodded and followed Kikingshan to leave. Fang Lang apologized to everyone and pushed the door open first. Sirioraki nodded and followed. After the two of them went in, Sirioraki turned around and closed the door. Knowing that the other party had something to report, Fang Lang walked towards the tea table and asked without turning his head, "What's wrong?" Sirioraki, who followed in, opened a telegram with a serious face and turned around to hand it to Fang Language. Fang Lang didn't take it, waved his hand and said, "Just say it." "Yes, General. I just received a telegram. The Japanese flag was raised in the Japanese camp in Fernando de Noronha Islands." Sirioraki closed the telegram and spoke directly. "What? Raising the national flag?" This was quite unexpected for Fang Language. It was hard to understand the Japanese's train of thought. Didn't they know what this meant? This was an island in Brazil, where prisoners were exiled. There was no garrison on it, let alone any national flag. But this was Brazilian territory recognized by the international community. Brazil didn't even hang a national flag on it, but you Japanese hung a Japanese flag. Logically, as a Brazilian general, he should be very angry. But at this time, he just wanted to laugh. This was really true. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. Originally, it was thought that after they transported the munitions to the island, at most they would carry out a massacre and kill all the prisoners on the island. This was at most an organized criminal activity. But now they were fully armed and raised their national flag on the territory of another country. This meant that Japan had declared war on Brazil. No country could tolerate such an infringement of national sovereignty. It seemed that the original plan had to be changed. In this case, it was unnecessary to find a reporter to take pictures on the island and then attract the attention of the international community, because this would make Brazil lose face in front of the whole world. As a Brazilian general, he still had to do things to safeguard the dignity of the country, and this was originally within his scope of responsibility. Originally, if he wanted to land on the island, he had to find someone to go up and then use public opinion pressure to bypass the General Police Department. But now he doesn't need to do that. He can directly send troops to the island to encircle and suppress the enemy forces that invaded the country's territory. Hearing Fang Lang's questioning tone, Riki once again confirmed in a serious tone, "Yes, our intelligence officers observed on the island today that the Japanese camp raised the Japanese flag." Fang Lang, who had figured out the key points, stood up suddenly and suppressed the urge to laugh. His face was gloomy as he said, "Asshole, this is to represent the Japanese government to invade our Brazilian territory. This is a declaration of war on us." After saying that, he went directly to the desk, picked up the phone and dialed it, and said directly, "Delator, come to my office." Then he hung up the phone and came to Riki and asked, "What is the current situation of the prisoners on the island?" The two main forces have been completely dispersed, and the two camps have been looted. The wounded in the conflict were executed on the spot by the Japanese, and the remaining survivors hid in the jungle to escape. The Japanese are organizing a search. Riki's tone was cold and his expression was serious. Although they had expected this, when things really happened as they expected, he still felt extremely angry. Although the people on the island are not good people, they are also Brazilian citizens. Our Brazilian government can punish them however it wants. But you, a group of expelled Japanese, actually dared to start a massacre on the island without any scruples. This is not something that any Brazilian can accept. It turned out that the Japanese attacked the presidential palace, and they had not felt anything personally in Natal, but they just felt very angry. They also chose to seriously implement the government's choice to expel the Japanese, but they did not do anything to these ordinary Japanese civilians. But now the Japanese have committed such evil deeds under his nose and have invaded the country's territory. This made him feel that all Japanese have reached the point where he wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. The Eddy family, who provided the Japanese with arms, sent them to the island, and carried out the assassination of General Fang, has been included in his must-kill list. Now in his eyes, the Eddy family is no longer an opposition force to the assassination of Fang Lang, but a real traitor. Fang Lang said to Riki with some worry, "Hurry up and get our people out. The Japanese on the island now have weapons. It's dangerous for them to stay on the island. Since these Japanese want to die, let's help them." Riki understood Fang Lang's meaning. Since the Japanese have raised their flags, the only thing left is to send troops to the island to wipe them out. There is really no need to continue to explore anything. He stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, General. What about our plan?" He knew that the current situation of Fang Lang's plan had changed, so he asked quickly. "The original plan is cancelled. I will arrange for a reconnaissance plane to take off immediately and conduct reconnaissance of the Fernandina on her islands from high altitude. At that time, let the reconnaissance plane take a few photos of the Japanese flag on the island. The rest depends on us to perform our duties." Fang Lang's meaning is very clear. The current situation has become very favorable to them. They only need an upright army to fight for the country and recover the territory occupied by the Japanese invaders. Of course, this requires a normal way of discovery. It cannot be a telegram from the intelligence department that discovered the abnormality on the island. When others ask, "Why did your intelligence department arrange people to board an island where prisoners were exiled? Are these things happening on the island related to you?" If you must explain, it can be explained. After all, they caught 2 transport ships smuggling arms. According to the results of the interrogation, they arranged people to investigate on the island and found abnormalities, which can also be explained clearly. But in the final analysis, they are not police officers and have no right to investigate this case. Maybe they will be caught and held. They can send warships and aircraft to patrol in Brazil to maintain the territorial integrity of the country. These are their duties, and no one can say anything. It happened that an aircraft discovered the abnormality on the island during patrol, went to check, and found that the Japanese flag was hanging on the island, which made sense. For this point, Shiroriki was also very clear in his mind, and this was the best way. No one can say anything if it is done openly and in normal procedures. Chapter 352, No Way, No Death. As the two were talking, there was a knock at the door. Fang Lang knew that it must be the Chief of Staff de la Tour who had arrived. He casually said to the door, "Come in." Sure enough, he saw de la Tour hurried in. After entering the door, he stood at attention and saluted Fang Lang. "Hello, General." Fang Lang casually waved his hand, indicating that the other party should close the door. Shiroriki, who was standing next to him, also stood at attention and saluted de la Tour. After the two exchanged question marks, Fang Lang waved to the other party to come and sit down. "De la Tour, just now our intelligence officer in Fernandina on her island sent a telegram. The Japanese raised the Japanese flag on the island and are slaughtering exiled prisoners on the island. It seems that the island is going to become Japanese territory." All the people sitting there were his own people, and Fang Lang did not hide anything and reported the matter directly to de la Tour. De la Tour is now the steward of the naval base. Whether it is the Navy, the Air Force, or the Marines, they are now training and running in. All these tasks were handled by him. Fang Lang was a boss who was almost a hands-off boss, so de la Tour was very busy. However, he was happy with it, knowing that this was Fang Lang's trust in him. Now he had already brought his family to Natal and lived in the officer's villa at the base. It can be said that his life has changed drastically, and all this was due to his following a good boss. He knew very well in his heart that if there was no Fang Lang, he, a guy with no money and no power, might have been kicked out of the army and went out to make a living. The biggest possibility now was that he was a crew member on an ocean-going freighter. His family must still be struggling in the dilapidated house in Rio de Janeiro. Therefore, he was absolutely the most loyal to Fang Lang. Fang Lang was also very clear about this, and there were many things that he directly entrusted to him to execute with confidence. Fang Lang did not hide anything from him about the revenge plan for the Eddy family. De la Tour also actively participated in it, so he was very clear about the whole plan. Now, when he heard Fang Lang say that the Japanese had unexpectedly done something beyond everyone's expectations, he was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He smiled and said, "Haha. General, these Japanese are courting death. This will save us a lot of trouble. It's really that plans can't keep up with changes." Fang Lang saw his undisguised smile, coughed twice and said, "Ahem, we must resolutely strike back at this kind of behavior that doesn't know how to live or die and infringes on my Brazilian territorial sovereignty. When you go back, immediately arrange for reconnaissance planes to conduct a comprehensive and detailed reconnaissance of the Fernando de Noronha Islands. After confirming the true situation, we will immediately report to the Ministry of National Defense. This is a rare opportunity for a beach landing. We must go out in full force and launch a three-dimensional operation from 3 directions, sea, land and air. Let the Ministry of National Defense see the combat effectiveness of our Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier battle group, and our firm determination to safeguard national sovereignty and territorial integrity." Hearing Fang Lang's words, de la Tour and Shiroriki were a little stunned. It took a long time for de la Tour to come back to his senses, and whispered to Fang Lang, "Boss, there are only more than 300 armed minutes on the island. Do we have to use such a large force?" Unexpectedly, Fang Lang said with a serious face, "What are you talking about? How do you know how many enemies there are on the island? Any foreigner who appears on our territory without permission is our enemy. Their unauthorized entry into our territory is an invasion. A lion will fight a rabbit with all its might. This is an attitude. Our Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier battle group must let our enemies, the Ministry of National Defense, and the people see our determination to defend the integrity of our territory. Do you understand?" Everyone knew that there were only 300 armed enemies on the island, but Fang Lang's meaning was also very clear. That is, all the Japanese on the island were invaders, and they must be wiped out. De la Tour and Shiroriki knew what Fang Lang meant, so they stood up and saluted, saying, "Yes, we must let all invaders see our firm determination to safeguard the integrity of our territory. Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction when he saw the two of them, saying, well, very good. I will notify the TV station to film our righteous actions in full, and I hope everyone can show their best. This is a rare opportunity to promote the combat effectiveness of the army. Their original plan was to send a commando team to explore, then send a battalion to follow up, and finally occupy the island. Now, of course, these people are actually on the battlefield. However, the scene must be made grander, and the entire aircraft carrier battle group must be deployed. Create a strong pressure of a large army approaching, and by the way, conduct a rare actual combat training. Yes, boss. I will start to formulate a combat plan as soon as I go back. I will make good use of this actual combat opportunity to achieve the purpose of training the team. However, we promised the Marine Corps that we would select the class with the strongest infiltration ability to carry out the infiltration mission. Do we want to change it? Fang Lang smiled and said, no, let them form a commando team and land on the island as the spearhead force. Now we are no longer carrying out hostage rescue missions, and we don't need to carry out infiltration operations. This time we will push forward with the momentum of Mount Tay. When you formulate the combat plan, first arrange for aircraft bombing, then use naval guns to shoot, and finally send the Marines to land. In short, it is to take out the local tyrant temperament of Americans when they fight. First bomb with aerial bombs, then plow the land with artillery fire, and finally clean up with infantry. We must take out the momentum and make the scene bigger. Let us show our face in front of the people of the whole country. Delator swallowed hard and said, boss, wouldn't it be a waste to fight like this? I'm afraid that the few Japanese on the island are not enough for one aerial bomb to blow up. Fang Lang stepped forward and patted Delator on the shoulder and said with a smile, haha. Don't be so stingy, you kid. Now society has entered a peaceful period. Apart from this opportunity, we will have no chance to have such a big scene again in the future. Besides, we don't have to spend our own money. The military expenses of this war must be paid by the Ministry of National Defense. In addition, we can also strive for a war allowance for all the officers and soldiers who participated in the war. There is one thing Fang Lang didn't say. This munitions can only be bought again after it is consumed. His aircraft carrier battle group is a pure American equipped unit, and the munitions are all purchased from Shatter Company. This can also be regarded as using the military funds of the Ministry of National Defense to help clear the inventory. By the way, why not train your own team? Seeing Fang Lang's determination, Delator stopped hesitating and saluted. Yes, sir, I'll arrange it now. After Delator left, Sirioraki continued, General, there is one more thing. We have the list of all the members of the police club. What should we do next? Hearing this, Fang Lang pondered for a while before saying, no need to deal with it. The current situation is that the Eddy family provides arms and supports the invaders. After this matter is exposed, we will see how these people react. If there is still someone who dares to stand on the side of the Eddy family, I will give him a thumbs up. I guess by then, everyone will be eager to draw a clear line with them first. But the strength of this police club should not be underestimated, and it is best to be in our own hands. Let's do this. You work hard and investigate the situation of all the people here. For those real policemen who are really capable, we can use them if we can. If we find out that those people are bad apples, we will find a suitable candidate around him and recruit him for our use. When the time is right, we will select him and push our people up. The future police system must be under our control. It is best that all personnel are professional police trained by our own police academy. If we can recruit the power of the club, it will be convenient for us to implement the plan of the police academy. This time, Sirioraki understood Fang Lang's idea and nodded. Yes, General, I know what to do. I will go down and arrange it now. After that, he also withdrew. Fang Lang was alone in the office. After pondering for a while, he had to sigh that plans really couldn't keep up with changes. Who would have thought that these Japanese would be so ambitious? It can only be said that, if you don't commit suicide, you won't die. According to the original plan, Fang Lang could only land on the island in the name of saving foreign journalists. In the end, the most he could do was to arrest the Japanese on the island and send them to prison. but now it's good. He can openly mobilize the army and push forward. When the time comes, the Japanese who were killed by aerial bombs and naval guns can't blame him for being cruel. Unfortunately, the actual combat test plan for the new weapons that has just been determined may have to be shelved. But thinking back, even if the attack is launched, it can't start immediately. After all, it takes time to conduct aircraft reconnaissance, report to the Ministry of National Defense, wait for the Ministry of National Defense's approval, and then start the action. The new equipment can be delivered this afternoon, and there is still time. After changing the combat plan, the difficulty of the battle has been significantly reduced. After letting the assault team take out some soldiers to familiarize themselves with the new weapons, it is not a big problem to test them directly on the battlefield. It is also a good opportunity to let the bigwigs of the Ministry of National Defense know that there is such a new rifle, which will facilitate future sales. After all, General Moraes promised himself that, as long as his light weapons company can produce qualified weapons, the Brazilian military will be the first to purchase them. Thinking of this, Fang Lang sorted out his mood, walked out of the office, and arranged for Ludwig Folger and others to go to the Chinese restaurant De La in Natal to have a good Chinese meal. Soon, the reconnaissance plane on the reconnaissance mission had a clear survey of the situation on the Fernando de Noronha Islands, and took very clear photos, even 2 burned camps and a large pit full of corpses. Even the photos of the Japanese shooting at the reconnaissance plane were clear. Fang Lang was originally going to call the Ministry of National Defense to report directly, but after seeing these photos, he changed his mind. How can verbal statements be as clear as photos? Moreover, this time he also wanted to invite Defense Minister General Moraes to come to the scene in person to witness the combat effectiveness of the aircraft carrier battle group. So, he just called General Crook of the Navy Department to report that he had urgent military information and had to report to his superiors in person. After obtaining General Crook's consent, he directly ordered the airport to arrange a special plane to fly directly to Rio de Janeiro. When he arrived in Rio de Janeiro, it was almost midnight. He took a car directly to the Navy Department. General Crook, who received Fang Lang's call, did not leave work, but waited for Fang Lang's arrival in the office. General, look, this is what our reconnaissance plane accidentally discovered today while performing routine patrol missions. Fang Lang said as he spread out the photos in his briefcase one by one on General Crook's desk. Fang Lang did not explain the specific emergency military situation on the phone, but when he saw the photos, General Crook's face changed. He grabbed one of the photos with the Japanese flag flying and asked, "Where is this?" "Fernando de Noronha Islands." As the Minister of the Navy, General Crook was of course very familiar with the country's territory, and he stood up immediately when he heard the name. "When did this happen?" Fang Lang looked at General Crook in a serious tone and said, "This afternoon. Because the Fernando de Noronha Islands are far away from our natal, we do not arrange fleet patrols every day. Recently, in order to train the capabilities of our naval aviation, we arranged planes to cruise here. There was nothing unusual some time ago. But this afternoon, the reconnaissance plane discovered that the flags of other countries were raised on the island. Our fleet participated in the Pacific War, so we recognized at a glance that this was the Japanese flag. The reconnaissance plane immediately conducted close reconnaissance. After approaching the island, it was driven away and shot by the Japanese on the island. But the reconnaissance plane still took the risk and conducted a careful reconnaissance of the situation on the island. These photos were taken on the spot. Based on these photos, I preliminarily judged that the Fernando de Noronha Islands have been occupied by the Japanese, and a brutal massacre of prisoners on the island was carried out. As he said, he pulled out the photo of the large pit full of corpses and handed it to General Crook. After just one look, General Crook's face turned livid. He slammed his fist on the desk and shouted, "Damn Japanese. Do you know when they appeared here?" Fang Lang shook his head and said, "I don't know. I only know that this is an island for exiled prisoners. Our navy has no jurisdiction. However, my patrol ship has intercepted 2 arms smuggling ships in the vicinity. The arms on the first ship were not delivered because the ship came from Recife. Therefore, we handed the prisoners directly to the Recife Police Department, but unfortunately the police department has not had a clear investigation result. A few days ago, we intercepted another arms smuggling ship. The arms on the ship have been delivered, and the delivery object is the Japanese on the island. According to their account, they transported a battalion of equipment to the island. As for whether there are other arms on the island, we don't know. Hearing this, General Crook nodded and said, I know about this matter. The newspapers are following up on it these 2 days. The one who provided the arms is Raymond Eddy, the director of the Public Security Department of the General Police Department, right? Fang Lang nodded. Chapter 353 Obtaining Authorization. It seems that this Raymond Eddy has a big problem. Wait, didn't the newspaper say today that the woman was a Japanese? I see. This island originally belongs to the jurisdiction of the General Police Department. It seems that all this is related to this Raymond Eddy. Pack up and come with me to see General Morris. General Crook's brain turned quickly, and he understood the connection with just a simple thought. Fang Lang didn't find it strange to go to the Minister of Defense in the middle of the night. After all, this is an urgent military situation, and can't be delayed. General Morris lived not far from the Ministry of Defense. When Fang Lang and General Crook arrived at General Morris's house, the Minister of Defense had already fallen asleep. He heard from the adjutant that General Crook, the Minister of the Navy, and General Fang Lang of the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier battle group came to visit together and had urgent military information to report. General Morris's sleepiness, which was not much, was directly dispelled, and he put on a pajamas and walked out. When he came to the living room and saw Crook and Fang Lang with serious faces, he knew something must have happened, so he said to them directly, let's talk about it in the study. After all, they were at home, and urgent military information was definitely not suitable to be discussed in the living room, so General Morris took the two to the study. General Crook signaled Fang Lang to explain the situation. After Morris finished listening to Fang Lang's narration and saw the photos taken by the reconnaissance plane, General Morris punched the desk. He deserves to be killed. This guy named Raymond Eddy deserves to be killed. This is splitting the country. This is treason. Do you know where this person is? We must not let him get away. Fang Lang's eyes flashed coldly, and he shook his head calmly. General Crook, who was standing by, heard this and quickly said, I'm sorry, General. We rushed here to report to you as soon as we received the intelligence. This Raymond Eddy is the director of the Public Security Department of the police headquarters. Would it be inappropriate for our military to take action against him? Hearing what General Crook said, General Morris waved his hand nonchalantly and said, don't say that. He is just the director of the Public Security Department of the police headquarters. Even if he is the chief of police or the Minister of Justice, we will arrest him. After that, he didn't care that it was already midnight. He picked up the phone on the desk and made a call. Adnan Church, this is Morris. There is now evidence that Raymond Eddy, the director of the Public Security Department of the General Police, participated in and implemented acts of splitting the country. I order you to arrest him immediately. After hanging up the phone, he turned his head and looked at Fang Lang and asked, Fernando de Noronha Islands are near your natal naval base. What are you going to do? Fang Lang knew that it was his turn to express his position, so he stood at attention and saluted without hesitation. General, as soon as I received the intelligence, I ordered the fleet to enter the first level of combat readiness. I only need to obtain authorization from the Ministry of National Defense and the President to start action immediately. Resolutely strike against hostile forces that violate our territorial integrity and safeguard national sovereignty and territorial integrity. General Morris was very satisfied with Fang Lang's statement. In fact, he knew very well that this kind of island-grabbing battle must be carried out by the Marine Corps, and Fang Lang has a well-equipped Marine Corps under his command, and it is the closest to the enemy, which is originally his defense zone. Therefore, he must be the one to carry out this mission. He nodded and said to the two, then you will go with me to meet the President. After obtaining the President's authorization, we will start the action immediately. Yes, General. The two stood at attention and saluted. Then the three of them rushed to the presidential palace without stopping. When President Dutra heard the news, he asked in disbelief, Japanese? Haven't we expelled the Japanese from the whole country? How did these bastards run to Fernando de Noronha Islands? Mr. President, according to the current intelligence, It should be this guy named Raymond Eddy who took advantage of his position to send these Japanese to Fernando de Noronha Islands. General Maurice said in a serious tone, word by word. President Dutra frowned when he heard the name and obviously knew this person. I know who this guy is. He has been reported in the newspapers these days. A few days ago, the newspaper said that your Navy discovered an arms smuggling case. I also asked the Minister of Justice about this person. His father was the Deputy Minister of Justice in the previous term and was a powerful figure in the police system during the period of President Vargas. Now the Brazilian police system is full of his students and former officials. If I remember correctly, his father died in the Japanese mob's attack on the presidential palace. But he actually protected the Japanese and supported the Japanese in this act of splitting the country. It seems that their family has a complicated relationship with the Japanese. Do you think that the Japanese mob's attack on the presidential palace is related to their family? After hearing this, Generals Maurice and Crook looked at each other, obviously not knowing much about the situation in the police system. But Fang Lang's eyes lit up. He knew very well what the Japanese mob's attack on the presidential palace was like. For the president, it was because of the actions of the Japanese mob that the military coup he had originally prepared was covered with a coat of sweeping away the Japanese mob. But his subsequent act of placing the former president under house arrest still made him bear a lot of controversy. Even many supporters of Vargas claimed that the so-called Japanese mob was simply a farce directed and performed by President Dutra in order to overthrow President Vargas' rule. President Dutra's words now are obviously somewhat guiding. Obviously, he wants to use the connection between the Eddy family and the Japanese to put the blame for the Japanese mob's attack on the presidential palace on the Eddy family. This is an opportunity to completely defeat the Eddy family. Seeing that the two generals did not speak, he could not help but ask, Mr. President, do you suspect that Raymond Eddy's father, the Deputy Minister of Justice, is the mastermind behind the Japanese mob's attack on the presidential palace? Sure enough, after hearing Fang Lang's question, President Dutra's eyes lit up and gave Fang Lang an appreciative look. His eyes inadvertently swept across the faces of General Maurice and General Crook. But seeing that the two still looked confused, he couldn't help but cursed in his heart. Two old foxes. He continued with a smile. I just suddenly thought of this possibility. After all, through this incident, it can be seen that their family has a close relationship with the Japanese. Both the father and the son have an improper relationship with this woman named Mizuno Xiaoling. If they didn't have a close relationship with the Japanese, how could they be with this Japanese woman? Why did this guy send so many expelled Japanese to Fernando de Noronha Islands? When everyone heard about the improper relationship, they all coughed twice. But Fang Lang gave President Dutra a big thumbs up in his heart and immediately nodded and said, Mr. President, what you said makes a lot of sense. It seems that this family is not a good person. Should we check whether other people in their family are also involved in this matter? How could Fang Lang let go of this opportunity to push the entire Eddy family into the whirlpool by taking advantage of the situation? Therefore, he did not hesitate to pull the entire Eddy family into the scope of the investigation. General Maurice and General Crook, who were standing by, watched the two men sing the same tune and send the entire Eddy family into this vortex. They curled their lips in their hearts with a look of disdain on their faces, but nodded with full approval on their faces. To them, this Raymond Eddy absolutely deserved to die. As for what role his family played in this incident, it was irrelevant. The two generals had nothing to do with this family, and the president wanted this family to take the blame for the Japanese mob's attack on the presidential palace. Of course, they would not obstruct it. After all, everyone was in the government, so why would they go against the president for an insignificant family? After hearing what Fang Lang said, President Dutra was overjoyed. He smiled unconsciously and said, well, we can't wrongly accuse a good person, but we can't let a bad person go. Since everyone in the Eddy family is suspected, we must investigate seriously. If the others are indeed innocent, we have proved their innocence. Since this is a major case involving the secession of the country, it should not be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for investigation. My opinion is that the Ministry of Defense should directly set up an investigation team to investigate all members of this family. Try to give an explanation to the people of the country as soon as possible. When the three heard the president's instructions, they all understood and stood up to salute. Yes, Mr. President. Regardless of whether other people in the Eddy family were involved in this matter, as long as their family was investigated for the crime of splitting the country, it would definitely mean that the political life of this family was completely over. As for whether they were innocent or really involved, it was no longer important. The words of the president have made it clear that he is asking the investigation team to give an explanation to the people of the country, not to give the Eddy family an innocence. This means that it doesn't matter whether the family is innocent or not. The key is to let the Brazilian people know that the family is being investigated by the government because of this incident. Seeing that the three had clearly received the order, President Dutra nodded with satisfaction and continued, "We must respond quickly to the Japanese invasion of our territorial integrity. I hope that your Ministry of National Defense can immediately send troops to completely eliminate the enemies who have entered our territory." After hearing what President Dutra said, General Moores said in a serious tone and firm eyes, "Please rest assured, Mr. President, our Brazilian National Defense Force has the ability and confidence to eliminate all invading enemies. General Fang Lang's aircraft carrier battle group is ready to attack at any time. We will start the action immediately after Mr. President's authorization. With the most powerful military force, let our enemies feel the despair of being our enemy." Following General Moores' words, President Dutra looked at Fang Lang, nodded with a serious expression, and said, "Very good. I will make a speech in Congress tomorrow morning. Officially authorize the Ministry of National Defense to launch an operation against the enemy on the Fernando de Noronha Islands. General Fang's aircraft carrier battle group is our most powerful maritime force in Brazil. I believe you will not let me down." Looking into the president's eyes, Fang Lang looked at him firmly and then said seriously, "Please rest assured, Mr. President, I will complete the task." The matter was urgent and everyone did not stay for long. They quickly left the presidential palace and began to prepare according to their respective divisions of labor. The next day, early in the morning, it was still the Brazilian Times that announced the news to the outside world at the first time. For a moment, the whole of Brazil was in an uproar. Especially the huge corpse pit in the photo on the front page and the plaster flag fluttering in the wind. It instantly ignited the anger of all Brazilians. When the newspaper mentioned that the weapons used by the Japanese on the island came from the support of the Eddy family, the entire Eddy family was completely pushed to the forefront and fell into a situation where everyone wanted to kill them. Even Brizzo Eddy's home was implicated. The door of the house was surrounded by demonstrators who kept throwing various stones and discarded bottles into their house. There was no way to keep a complete door or window. Unfortunately, the family was captured by the Brazilian intelligence agency early in the morning. Otherwise, the people of Eddy's family would definitely not be able to escape, and they might be torn apart by the angry people. In the morning, the president and the Minister of Defense gave a speech in Congress, formally ordering the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier battle group to go to the Fernando de Noronha Islands to recover the lost territory. At the meeting, it was proposed to officially list Japan as a permanent hostile country. This proposal was passed unanimously at the meeting. Brazilian TV seized the opportunity at the first time and conducted the first full live broadcast, allowing Brazilian news dissemination to enter the audiovisual era in advance. For the first time, the people saw the president give a speech in Congress with their own eyes. For a time, the streets were empty, and all public places where TV sets were placed by TV sets were surrounded by crowds. Many rich people said on the spot without hesitation that they would buy TV sets to watch at home, and the promotion of TV sets was officially launched. It can be said that the opening is a king bomb. Instantly, the new thing of TV sets entered people's field of vision. Fang Lang had already flown back to his naval base on a special plane at dawn. When the plane landed at the base had entered a state of war. The warships on the dock have been started, and truckloads of military supplies are being transported to the warships. The fully armed soldiers are lining up in full gear, and from time to time, teams that have been fully lined up are marching towards the dock in neat steps. Because there are no landing ships, the 2 tank landing ships managed by Colonel Waldo Grandma are used instead. According to the combat plan, all landing troops will directly board the tank landing ships and rush to the island. At this time, Fang Lang realized that perhaps his troops really lacked an amphibious armored force. I always thought that as a Brazilian army, I might never have the opportunity to conduct island landing operations. I didn't expect the reality to slap my face so quickly. It seems that the steps really can't be too big. Isn't it that I accidentally pulled the eggs? Fortunately, there are 2 tank landing craft donated by the Americans, which can directly send people to the coast. Otherwise fishing boats may have to be requisitioned. Chapter 354 The attack begins. Because the Fernandina on her islands are far from the coastline, when the aircraft carrier fleet led by Fang Lang officially arrived at the sea off the island, it was already the next morning. As the first ray of sunlight rose from the sea in the morning, the Fernandina on her islands, which had been quiet for a day, regained their vitality again. In recent days, the Japanese on the island have been very happy. As the prisoners on the island were cleared one by one, the entire island has been completely in the hands of the Japanese. The Japanese youth Matsuya Ryota, who was awakened by the morning urination, stretched his waist and staggered with a Mosin 98K rifle that was almost as long as his height. He came to the cliff by the sea and untied his belt skillfully, revealing a loincloth that had already turned a little yellow. After a while of groping, he released the overpass inventory directly to the sea. As the inventory was released, the whole person let out a comfortable groan. The orange-red sunlight on the sea level made Matsuya Ryota, who had half squinted his eyes, simply close his eyes. But suddenly, Ryota Matsuya stopped closing his eyes. Did he have a hallucination just now? He rubbed his eyes with his hands and carefully squinted his eyes. But he saw that there seemed to be several huge black shadows in the sunlight on the sea. Because of the light, it was not clear. Thinking that he was not awake, Ryota Matsuya rubbed his face vigorously for a few times. He seemed to realize something, and hurriedly looked up again in the direction of the rising sun. He saw that there were indeed several huge black shadows on the sea, which were slowly getting bigger. Although he had never participated in a war, he knew very well what they were. Regardless of whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, the other party's target was obviously his side. Ryota Matsuya, who understood all this, had no time to let go. He picked up his pants, that were wet with urine dew, to panic with one hand, and held the rifle, as long as his height with the other hand, and hurriedly ran towards the camp. He shouted in panic, "Warships! Warships!" A large number of warships appeared on the sea. "Mr. Mizuno, Mr. Kobayashi, there are warships on the sea." The people who had just woken up in the camp looked at his embarrassed figure from a distance and wanted to go up and make fun of him. But after hearing what he shouted, everyone's face changed drastically. The whole camp was like a spoonful of cold water poured into a boiling oil pan, and it boiled instantly. The people who were just slowly packing up their things were in a mess. Some of the brave ones ran to the seaside to confirm the news about Ryota Matsuya. More people ran to their shacks like headless flies, wanting to tell this news to everyone they could meet. Mizuno Shinji, who had just woken up, also heard the noise and chaos outside. Still feeling very angry, he pushed open the door and shouted, "Bagger, what the hell are you yelling about so early in the morning?" Soon he saw Ryota Matsuya running towards him in a panic with a look of fear on his face. And the camp became chaotic because of his shouting. He was so angry that he wanted to curse. But before he could open his mouth, he heard the content of the other party's shouting, and his face changed instantly. He immediately understood the reason for the chaos in the camp. However, he still forced himself to be calm and said, "What the hell are you yelling about? If you have anything to say, please tell me slowly." Ryota Matsuya saw Mizuno Shinki standing at the door, and he rushed directly to Mizuno Shinki and pointed to the direction of the rising sun in the east. He panted and said, "Mr. Mizuno, warships, there are many warships on the sea." At this time, Kobayashi Hisasaku, who lived in a small shack next to him, had also come to the door of Mizuno Shinki. After hearing what Ryota Matsuya said, his face changed. He quickly asked, "Which country's warship is it? Is it coming towards us?" Matsuya Ryota was so frightened that he didn't know any of this. He just ran back to report the news as soon as he found a warship. Now, hearing Kobayashi Hisasaku's question, he could only shake his head in confusion. I don't know." Mizuno Nobuyoshi also hurriedly asked, Have they landed? Not yet. They are still a little far away from us. Hearing Matsuya Ryota's words, Mizuno Nobuyoshi said dissatisfiedly, then why are you shouting? Maybe they are just passing by? But Kobayashi Hisasaku on the side looked ugly. He was not as optimistic as Mizuno Nobuyoshi. This is Brazilian territorial waters. How could warships from other countries pass by? As if to confirm Kobayashi Hisasaku's guess, the roar of an airplane came from the sky. Two reconnaissance planes were flying straight towards their camp. There were a few brave Japanese in the camp who raised their weapons and fired directly at the planes in the sky. But the plane was moving very fast. It was more difficult to focus the plane in the sky with a rifle than to win the lottery. At this moment, the pilot of the reconnaissance plane in the sky was Sam Dudley, a Brazilian naval pilot who had used an airplane to scout the Fernando de Noronha Islands for the first time. Seeing that the Japanese on the island were firing at his reconnaissance plane, he smiled disdainfully and called on the radio without caring. Hummingbird calling Eagle's Nest. Confirm the location of the enemy camp. Direction 023. Above the camp, the Japanese flag is clearly visible. The enemy has weapons and is dispersing and shooting at our plane. Request to return fire. Over. A reply came from the communicator. Eagle's Nest received. Hummingbird's return fire request rejected. Your mission is to ensure the safety of the reporter on the wingman and protect the reporter. To record all the conditions on the island. Over. Sam Dudley exhaled with dissatisfaction and some helplessness and glanced at another reconnaissance plane behind him. He knew that there was a reporter carrying a camera on it. At this moment, the camera on him should be shooting at the Japanese camp on the island. Once again, he connected the communicator and said, Hummingbird, received. The enemy is gathering in the enemy camp, and you can start bombing. Over. Eagle's Nest received. The bomber is taking off. Hummingbird, please pay attention to monitor the battlefield. Report the enemy's position at any time to guide the target for attack. Hummingbird understands. Hummingbird is pulling up the altitude, waiting for the bomber to enter. Over. Just as Sam Dudley was contacting the aircraft carrier, Kobayashi Hisasaku in the camp already knew that he was in trouble this time. He felt something was wrong when a plane flew around the island the afternoon before yesterday. But as a veteran of the Russo-Japanese War, he had no experience in air defense operations, so he didn't have any good methods for the planes in the sky, but just instinctively raised his vigilance. Unexpectedly, the situation changed so quickly. The two planes in the sky today were obviously different from the previous two planes. They didn't fly around, but kept circling around their camp. He knew very well that the Brazilian army had discovered the situation on the island, and the warships in the sea seemed to come to attack him and others. Mizuno-kun, we have been discovered by the Brazilians. It seems that the enemy's warships are coming for us. Mizuno Nobuyoshi had already reacted at this time. Looking at the two planes in the sky, he said in a slightly panicked tone, Kobayashi-kun, what should we do now? After all, he was just an ordinary person. He was a little panicked when he heard that the enemy's naval fleet was coming towards him. But it was no wonder. He knew his own strength very well. They only had more than 300 guns in total, and the opponent directly sent warships. The two sides were not at the same level at all. Now the only one with actual combat experience here was Kobayashi Hisasaku, so he could only pin his hopes on Kobayashi Hisasaku. Kobayashi Hisasaku said in a deep voice, either surrender or resist. See what choice Mizuno-kun wants to make. Upon hearing the surrender, Mizuno Nobuyoshi immediately shook his head and said, impossible, I will never surrender. The warriors of the great Japanese empire will never surrender to the enemy. Mizuno Nobuyoshi, who had surrendered once, was very determined and would never surrender again this time. Last time he surrendered, he lost everything. This time, even if he was beaten to death, he would not surrender. Seeing Mizuno Nobuyoshi's attitude, Kobayashi Hisasaku nodded with satisfaction. As a veteran, he did not agree to surrender. Then we will gather the team, build a defense line on the seashore, and beat back all the Brazilians who try to land on the island. Mizuno Nobuyoshi also gritted his teeth and said fiercely, then we will fight these Brazilians. After that, he said to the Japanese who had already surrounded him, gather the team, we will drive all the enemies who try to land on the island into the sea. When the people around heard that the two had made a decision, they did not hesitate and responded in unison, "Ha." Then they turned around and began to assemble the team. The reconnaissance plane that had been circling around them could naturally see the scene of their personnel gathering clearly. At this time, Sam Dudley didn't know what to say. "How much do you look down on me? They actually gathered in front of me in a swagger. If the commander hadn't allowed me to attack you directly, I could have wiped you all out with the machine guns on my plane. In fact, this can't be blamed on these Japanese. Brazil has never experienced war. The Air Force was established with the support of the Americans because of the war. These Japanese who have been living in Brazil, of course, have no chance to know how the Air Force fights. There is no air defense awareness at all. Many Japanese even look at the two planes in the sky as if they are watching the fun. I muttered in my heart, what are these two planes trying to do by circling around me? Just as the Japanese gathered the team, 6 more planes flew over from the horizon not far away. 2 of the 6 planes were fighters, and only 4 were bombers. In this case, there was no need for 2 fighters to escort. But Fang Lang, as the commander, felt that this was an opportunity to train troops. If all the bombers were on the field, it would be embarrassing to clear the Japanese directly with a round of bombing. The subsequent battle plan could not be implemented. Therefore, according to the normal combat procedures, 2 fighters were sent out for escort. With the guidance of the reconnaissance plane, the 4 bombers flew directly over the camp and dropped bombs on the camp one by one in order. Because the camp was too small, each plane only had time to drop 2 bombs. The Japanese who were gathering on the ground also noticed several planes flying in the distance. When Kobayashi Hisasaku saw that these planes did not circle around his camp like the previous 2 planes, but instead lined up and rushed towards his camp, he instinctively realized the danger. Without time to think about it, he shouted, "Disperse and hide." But the Japanese on the ground obviously did not have his sense of crisis, except for a few people who were accustomed to obeying orders and dispersing. Most of the others looked at the planes in the sky with a blank face. A large number of people picked up their weapons and fired directly at the approaching planes. Soon someone discovered the bombs dropped from the plane. Hey, these planes are laying eggs. Don't blame these people for being surprised. Most of the Japanese immigrants to Brazil are farmers. Their main job in Brazil is farming, and they have no chance to get in touch with the outside world. Many people here don't even speak Portuguese and have been living in a relatively closed environment. They don't have many opportunities to get in touch with the latest knowledge outside. Therefore, when they saw the plane for the first time, they didn't realize the danger at all. When the first bomb fell straight towards them, everyone realized the danger. They began to flee in all directions, but the speed of escape was obviously not as fast as the speed of the bomb falling. With a boom, a huge fireball exploded. The powerful shock wave blew down everything around, and the flying shrapnel directly blew away the shacks in the camp. People near the explosion point were directly blown into pieces, and those who were a little further away were thrown into the air like a ball, and then fell heavily to the ground, bleeding from their mouths and noses, and were obviously seriously injured. The violent explosion made the people in the entire camp deaf instantly. A huge pit several meters deep was left on the ground. Everyone in the camp was awakened from their confusion in an instant, and everyone began to flee desperately. This was only the first bomb explosion. In the first round of bombing by 4 planes, each plane dropped 2 bombs. The first wave of attack was 8 bombs. After the attack, the camp was in ruins, and only some people who were stunned by the bomb were left there, at a loss. Sam Dudley, who was far away in the air, couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw this effect. After all, there were no reinforced concrete fortifications here, and the consequences of being directly hit by bombs were quite terrifying. 8 huge deep pits were blown out of the Japanese camp. The deep pits were dark in color, surrounded by blood and limbs, and corpses carbonized by the high temperature at the moment of the explosion. Because there were dense jungles here, some of the shock waves of the bombs were absorbed by the big trees, allowing many Japanese to avoid the fate of being directly killed. But at the same time, it was also because the trees were hit by the shock waves and shrapnel of the bombs that more wood chips flew everywhere. Some broken branches easily pierced human bodies, but of course this was only a minority. Most of the wood chips caused injuries and bleeding. Kobayashi Hisasaku reacted the fastest. Although he had never experienced an airplane bombing, his intuition about danger was very sharp. As soon as he sensed danger, he pulled up the still dazed Mizuno Nobuyoshi and ran into the jungle without hesitation. This allowed them to avoid the first wave of bombing. Chapter 355 Attack. The pilots on the bomber didn't care what kind of miserable situation was below. Their mission was to drop all the bombs on the plane over the invaders' heads. Although the Japanese camp suffered heavy losses, more than 1,000 Japanese were obviously not a problem that could be completely solved by 8 bombs. Especially when the camp was in a mess, and the plaster flag in the middle of the camp was still fluttering in the wind. Both Sam Dudley and the bomber pilots felt particularly glaring. So, after completing the turn, the bomber pilots repeated the bombing action at the Japanese camp again. They pretended to blow the entire Japanese camp, especially the disgusting plaster flag. They must make it fall down completely. Unfortunately, the current bombs are not the laser-guided bombs of later generations, let alone missiles. Therefore, the accuracy is actually very worrying. After completing 2 bombings, the bomber pilots still failed to knock down this stubborn plaster flag. This made all the pilots feel very embarrassed, and they cursed in the communication channel. Unfortunately, the TBF Avenger bomber they were flying could only carry 1 2,000-pound bomb or 4 500-pound bombs at most. This time, they were equipped with 500-pound bombs. After 2 rounds of bombing, they had run out of bullets. No matter how unwilling they were, they had no choice but to return. The fighter pilots in charge of the escort didn't want to go back without any gains. They turned the nose of the plane and dived at the figures that could be seen near the camp. Then, they used the 6 machine guns on the nose of the plane to fire wildly. The Japanese who were hiding in the jungle and continuing to observe the situation were frightened and hid in the jungle again. This was obviously not what Sam Dudley wanted to see, because the more scattered the Japanese were, the more difficult it would be to annihilate them. Therefore, Sam Dudley called directly in the channel, "Bad 1, Bird 2, please stop your reckless behavior immediately. This will drive the Japanese into the jungle, which is not conducive to the later attack. Please return to your escort position, over." The pilots were all young people with a certain cultural foundation, and of course they were not stupid. After hearing Sam Dudley's reminder, they all reacted and said with some shame, "Bad 1, received. Thank you for the reminder from Hummingbird, over. Bird 2, received. Disengage now, over." Mizuno Nobuyoshi and Kobayashi Hisasaku, who had been hiding in the jungle, saw the enemy in the sky finally leave, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Bagger. Damn it, what should we do now?" Mizuno Nobuyoshi's face was livid, looking at the camp that had been basically flattened, gnashing his teeth, and asking Kobayashi Hisasaku for his opinion. This attack method obviously refreshed Kobayashi Hisasaku's cognition. Fortunately, he had experienced more cruel scenes on the Russo-Japanese battlefield. Since everyone had no way out, hiding was obviously useless. Therefore, he spoke without hesitation. "Airstrikes cannot occupy the island at all. The enemy will definitely send infantry to land in the end. The terrain of this island is complex, and there are not many places suitable for landing. In my opinion, the most likely place for the enemy to land is in the direction of the dock. My opinion is that we must gather our troops immediately and go to the dock to establish a defense line. Inflict a large number of casualties on the enemy infantry who are preparing to land. As long as we can block their infantry outside the coastline, then this island will inevitably be under our control. If the enemy continues to use aircraft bombing, we only need to disperse and hide in the jungle so that they can't find us." Although Kobayashi Hisasaku's plan seems reasonable, it is actually full of loopholes. But among the Japanese here, only Kobayashi Hisasaku has military experience. Everyone can't find the hidden loopholes in this plan. For example, they have no ammunition supplies at all. How long can they fight? Now their camp has been completely destroyed, all the living supplies have been lost, and there is no place for lunch today. It is a serious problem for them to survive on an empty stomach. But the Japanese, who had been stunned by the bombing of the planes, obviously had no time to pay attention to these. After hearing Kobayashi Hisasaku's analysis, they all felt that it made sense. When everyone was very confused, there was a person who could stand up and put forward a suggestion that seemed very reliable. Everyone would basically choose to follow this suggestion naturally. This is human nature. Therefore, despite the heavy losses, they still slowly gathered together at the call of their companions and moved towards the dock. Although their movements were very careful, they still did not escape Sam Dudley's eyes. He quickly reported the situation on the island to the fleet and reported the specific coordinates of the enemy to the command center. On the warships on the sea, the gun covers of the naval guns had been torn off long ago, and the coordinate data were reported to the gun platforms one by one. The huge naval guns began to turn around, move up and down, and quickly completed the aiming. The camera on the warship clearly captured the action of the naval gun aiming, which looked extremely shocking. At an order, all the naval guns started to fire directly. At the moment of the gunfire, the fire, smoke, and the deafening explosion made the cameraman in charge of photography excited. The Japanese who were gathering in the jungle soon heard a sharp scream. Before everyone could react to what happened, balls of fire suddenly exploded in the team. The crowd that had just gathered was blown away. Kobayashi Hisasaku, a well-informed veteran, shouted as soon as he heard the scream, "Artillery! Hide! Everyone disperse!" As he said that, he pressed Mizuno Shinki to the ground and dragged him desperately to crawl into the jungle. Unfortunately, his shouting was completely covered by the sound of the artillery explosion and did not serve any warning. Fortunately, these Japanese had been bombed by aerial bombs once, and at the moment of the explosion, everyone began to flee desperately. Some smart people also learned Kobayashi Hisasaku's actions, lying down directly and crawling into the depths of the jungle. There were no battleships in the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier battle group, nor were there large caliber naval guns with a caliber of more than 200mm. But the power of the 4 triple-mounted 152mm caliber guns on the Cleveland-class cruiser was enough to make people feel desperate. In just 1 minute, the small area of 1 square kilometer was bombarded by more than 40 heavy artillery rounds. When the gunfire finally stopped, the Japanese crowd that had just gathered together with great difficulty had been completely shattered. Mizuno Shinji had never experienced such a cruel scene. Looking at the minced meat on the ground and the messy battlefield, the whole person fell into a state of stagnation. He unconsciously muttered, "It's over, it's all over." Kobayashi Hisasaku, who was standing by, saw Mizuno Shinji's appearance and knew that the other party was too stimulated and had some mental disorders. He could only get up by himself and look for survivors on the battlefield. But now there is no Japanese standing on the battlefield. As he searched, he shouted loudly, "Are there any living people? Answer me, are there any living people? Come closer to me. Are there any living people?" After Kobayashi Hisasaku's difficult search, he gathered all the people buried in the dust raised by the explosion from the pits. After a round of aircraft bombing and a round of naval artillery bombing, there were less than 100 Japanese who could stand normally. Moreover, there was only deep fear on the faces of these people. Now they couldn't even hold the weapons in their hands steadily, let alone organize them to fight. These were all Japanese farmers who had not received any training. After experiencing such a continuous blow in just a few dozen minutes, let alone them, even well-trained soldiers would collapse completely. Kobayashi Hisasaku, the only one who was still normal, shook his head helplessly when he saw this situation, sighed heavily, and sat down on the ground with a dejected look. At this moment, 2 tank landing craft on the sea were slowly approaching the dock. The bombers that returned to the aircraft carrier have also been reloaded and are ready to take off at any time to provide air cover for the troops that are about to land. The main force responsible for the attack this time, in addition to the 10 squads with the most outstanding infiltration training results, more than 100 people, is the Marine Corps 1st Battalion led by Dewitt, who finally broke through the siege. And now in the 2 tank landing craft, it is the 10 squads with the most outstanding infiltration training results who are responsible for the assault mission. Although, due to changes in the situation, the original infiltration combat plan has become the current beach landing. But the soldiers still feel very excited. After all, this rare actual combat opportunity can not only get wartime allowances, you can also get combat merits and get priority promotion opportunities. Who doesn't want to get promoted and make money as a soldier? In the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier battle group, there are only two ways to get promoted and make money. That is, to get real merits. When there is no actual combat, everyone gets promotion opportunities through training evaluation. This cannot be faked. You can only rely on yourself or lead your team to train hard, show real strength, and defeat your competitors. You have a chance. But actual combat is different, with great uncertainty. Although it is dangerous and may risk your life. But if you are lucky, you can accidentally make a great contribution, which is much easier than getting promoted through training. Therefore, everyone is looking forward to the opportunity to participate in actual combat. The 10 squads that serve as the commandos this time dare not say that they are the 10 strongest squads in the entire Marine Corps, but they are definitely the first echelon of combat effectiveness. The people in the tank landing craft did not feel any pressure before the battle at this moment. They now know who their opponents are and what kind of weapons and equipment they have. After a round of Air Force bombing and naval artillery bombing, it is hard to say how many of the other side can be left. On our side, there is Air Force and naval artillery cover. If they still can't easily wipe out a group of Japanese dwarfs who have just picked up weapons, then they might as well kill themselves with a piece of tofu. Show me the new thing in your hand. What's so good about it? It's just a weapon to be tested. I can help you test it. How about I treat you to a meal at Dayalao when we get back? Get lost. Do I look like a fool? This is an opportunity I finally got. Stop arguing. After this battle, I will treat the whole class to a meal at Dayalao. What's the harm in taking a look? I'll give it back to you when we get out. Get lost. We've been together for so long. Everyone knows each other. The crowd around laughed. It turned out that Fang Lang had given the new rifle for testing to the best marksman in the commando team. His comrades were envious. This thing is like a light machine gun. It can fire the most bullets at the enemy in the shortest time. On the battlefield, you don't have much time to aim. If you can fire as many bullets as possible in the shortest time, you may kill the enemy before the enemy and save your life. Therefore, everyone was jealous of these new guns. Just as everyone was talking and laughing, the officer on the landing craft suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone, get ready. Check your weapons and equipment for the last time. We will dock in 30 seconds. The landing craft machine gun will provide you with the necessary cover. Good luck to you." The commandos on the boat all looked serious, knowing that it was their turn to go on stage. They stopped talking and laughing and began to carefully check their weapons and help their comrades around them to check. For a while, the cabin was filled with the sound of bolts being pulled. The soldiers took a deep breath to stabilize their emotions and then put their left hands on the comrades in front of them. They bent their knees slightly, lowered their bodies, and prepared to leave the warehouse. The soldiers standing in the front row were all strong and healthy. They put their guns on their backs and raised a huge iron shield with both hands. They were ready to welcome the rain of bullets when the door was opened. This was specially prepared by Fang Lang for the commandos. He knew very well that landing craft were not actually safe after watching the Normandy landing movie in the future. If the enemy fired a machine gun at them, it might kill all the people on the boat. Therefore, from the experience of later generations, he thought of using this steel bulletproof shield to resist the first wave of attacks that might come from the enemy. As long as the soldiers in the front row hold the shield and rush down the landing craft, the soldiers will have the opportunity to spread out on the beach. Although this does not prevent all the attacking soldiers from being hurt, it can also minimize the first wave of damage. As the Marine Corps, how to launch an attack from a landing craft is their key training subject. Therefore, the rest will test the soldier's own technical and tactical level. Soon, the countdown of 30 seconds ended, and the landing ship slowly approached a relatively flat beach. The expected attack did not come, and even the 20mm machine gun used for cover on the landing craft did not respond. But the sudden and violent vibration of the hull still made the commandos understand that the landing craft had landed. Just when everyone was still stunned, the huge baffle in front of the landing craft banged and hit the ground directly, splashing a piece of seawater. The officer behind him shouted loudly, "Go, go, go. Let's go. Quick, 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 everyone. Don't stay in the boat. Rush out and find cover. Quick, quick, Quick. As the battle fell, the soldiers quickly followed the soldiers in front of them without the officers urging, and filed out of the landing craft. After getting off the boat, the soldiers did not disperse immediately, but continued to move forward under the cover of shields. Chapter 356 Occupation. On the beach on the east coast of Fernando de Noronha, 2 tank landing craft stopped on the beach. 2 groups of fully armed soldiers, under the cover of shields, quickly rushed onto the beach. Bombers and fighters in the sky were flying over their heads, flying straight to the island. This was obviously a standard beach landing tactic. But strangely, there was no enemy defense line on the island. This made the commandos, who were originally a little nervous, a little puzzled. It was like a hard punch on cotton. It was indescribably uncomfortable. Strange, how come there are no defenders? Yeah. The bombing and shelling just now were in vain. What nonsense. The Air Force is not blind. How could they do such a stupid thing? In my opinion, these Japanese dwarfs don't know how to fight at all. They haven't even built fortifications. How do you know that the other side is not trying to lure us into the jungle and ambush us? I'm a little worried. Will they be wiped out by planes and naval guns? No way. If so, haven't we worked in vain? You know what? It's really possible. These Japanese dwarfs may not have even gotten up just now. They were directly in bed and were all wiped out by the bombing of the planes. Yeah. There are only a few hundred of them in total. They can't be really blown to death. Damn it. Look, these Air Force are here again. Don't they even give us some soup to drink? Fuck, the plane flew directly into the island. Don't worry, the plane can only lay an egg. In the end, it depends on us to reap the fruits of the battle. With such a dense jungle, I don't believe they can still blow up all the Japanese. Although everyone felt that the enemy on the island had not organized an effective resistance. There might not be any enemy defense on the opposite side. But this was a war, and the training they received did not allow them to mess around. So, although they were talking a lot, their hands did not change at all. After the shields advanced to the reefs that could provide cover, the soldiers at the back of the team began to leave the team one by one, hiding behind the reefs and looking for the enemy with guns. They tried to provide fire support to the soldiers, who were still advancing in front. Obviously, their actions were in vain, because there were no enemies on the opposite side. But everyone still followed the training process to land on the beach. When each soldier felt that the soldier behind him had left the team, he patted himself with his hand on his body and signaled to leave the team. Next, it was his turn to find a shelter and leave the team. Soon everyone found their own shelter on the landing site, and the soldiers in the front row had already dropped their heavy shields. Everyone still did not find any enemy situation. The sound of bomber bombs exploding came again not far away, and it was obvious that the enemy was discovered by the bomber again. The Marines were still landing according to their own tactical actions. The squad leader waved his hand, and the soldiers holding new rifles and submachine guns were the first to jump out of the bunker and rush to the shore. The comrades behind them, who were holding rifles to cover them, filled the gaps left by their comrades, while covering each other and rushing forward. The whole action was smooth and coordinated, and all of this was faithfully recorded by the camera. After covering and advancing all the way, the soldiers finally entered the jungle and infiltrated towards the place where the bombing sounded. But at this time, the Japanese actually had no combat effectiveness. After the last 100 people were bombed again by the second batch of bombers led by Sam Dudley, there were less than 30 enemies who could still stand normally. Kobayashi Hisasaku knew they were finished. But he was a veteran, and he could not accept his fate of failure. He was not a samurai, and there was no rib for him to commit suicide. So, he could only choose to fight the enemy desperately. Seeing that Mizuno Shinji had obviously collapsed, Kobayashi Hisasaku stepped forward and slapped him in the face. No matter Mizuno Shinji or the Japanese around him, they were all stunned. All eyes were focused on Kobayashi Hisasaku. Bagger. Mizuno-kun, do you want to be a coward? Our enemies are very powerful, and we are dead. But are you willing to lie here and wait for death in obscurity? No, never allow it. We are the people of His Majesty Cheyenne Huang, and we are brave warriors. I won't allow you to die quietly without even having the chance to shoot. Believe me, the enemy's infantry must have landed. Even if we die, we must die on the way to charge. Let the enemies of our great Japanese empire know how terrible His Majesty Cheyenne Huang's warriors are. Everyone, check your weapons, and follow me to prepare to meet the enemy. After that, he picked up a rifle that was still usable on the ground and stuffed it into Mizuno Shinji's arms. Without paying any attention to Mizuno Shinji's reaction, Kobayashi Hisasaku was like a trapped beast in a trap. He showed an unprecedented ferocious look. He walked up to every Japanese who looked like they were still alive, slapped them in the face, or kicked them. He stuffed the weapons beside them into his arms. These people were either dazed, numb, panicked, excited, timid, or crying in pain. Their expressions varied. However, everyone stood up staggeringly as he asked. There was a young man about 16 years old, crying in pain and muttering, "Mom, Mom." When Kobayashi Hisasaku heard it, he slapped him 4 or 5 times in a row, making his face swollen. He grabbed his collar with a fierce look in his eyes and scolded him in a cold tone, "If I hear you make such a cowardly cry again, I will shoot you directly." After that, he turned around and looked around at the Japanese around him and said fiercely, "Everyone, put on the bayonet. For His Majesty Cheyenne Huang, we must die on the way to the charge. If anyone dares to retreat, I will kill him with my own hands." At this time, Kobayashi Hisasaku was like a bloodthirsty wolf, not only cruel to the enemy, but also even more cruel to his own people. Mizuno Zenai had completely lost his spirit and also lost the leadership of this team. The current Wolf King is Kobayashi Hisasaku. I don't know if Kobayashi Hisasaku's intimidation worked, or if it was for their Majesty Cheyenne Huang. These people actually slowly cheered up and began to check their weapons. They installed bayonets on their rifles. Seeing this, Kobayashi Hisasaku nodded with satisfaction and took the lead in leading everyone to the seaside. The two teams heading towards each other soon met in the jungle. No one knew who spotted whom first or which side fired the first shot. But as the first gunshot began, fierce exchanges of fire began to sound in the jungle. On one side were the Japanese who were determined to die, and on the other side were the well-trained Brazilian Marines. In terms of combat effectiveness, the Japanese were obviously unable to compete with the Marines, and in terms of numbers, the Marines were more than 3 times the number of the other side. So, it was a battle of disparity in strength. The battle lasted less than a quarter of an hour, and was completely over. After being bombed, the short and fat Mizuno Zenai had been in a state of confusion, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, he was lying under a large tree with lush branches and leaves, covering his wound that was gurgling with blood. His eyes passed through the dense jungle and looked at the rising sun that had jumped out of the sea, as if he saw the Japanese flag. But what leaked from the corner of his mouth was not a smile, but a bitter face. At this moment, he regretted it very much. If he had known this, he should not have stayed in Brazil. Maybe returning to Japan is the right choice. Less than 5 meters away from him, a gray-haired figure was lying face down on the ground. That was his former assistant Kobayashi Hisasaku. At this time, he looked at the other person with no contempt. This was a crazy guy. He knew that the other person was not dead yet, and he was holding 3 grenades in his arms. Needless to say, he also knew what the other person wanted to do. Given the distance between him and him, he would definitely be affected. Mizuno Zenai knew that he was dead. This crazy old guy would never let himself be caught alive by the Brazilians. As the organizer of this team, if he fell into the hands of the Brazilians alive, everything they had done before would become meaningless and become a huge joke. But if he and others defended their honor with their lives at the last moment, people in the future will definitely commemorate their bravery, praise their deeds, and establish them as new heroes. But Mizuno Zenai did not want to be a hero. He felt that he could still be rescued. Since he had surrendered once, he didn't mind surrendering again. His sister, Mizuno Koroi, is still in Brazil. With the strength of his brother-in-law's family, they must be able to get him out of prison. At that time, he can continue to enjoy a good life, instead of throwing away his life to become this shitty hero. Now, he just wants to live well. Cheyenne Huang, Empire, Honor, and Hero are all shit. Even the sun that looks like the Japanese flag in the sky should be the afterglow of the sunset. In the jungle in the distance, several figures holding weapons are jumping flexibly in the jungle. Gunfire is still spurting out from the muzzles of the weapons in their hands from time to time. Mizuno Shinki knew that this was the last chance. He endured the pain, loosened the wound pressing on his abdomen, and raised his hands high above his head. He noticed that a soldier who had been aiming at him moved the muzzle to the side. Mizuno Shinki breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to use his hand to remind the other party to pay attention to Kobayashi Hisasaku not far away. But when he looked at Kobayashi Hisasaku, he found that the other party had turned his face lying on the ground to his side without knowing when. The blood-stained face had a hideous expression, and a pair of eyes stared at him. It was as if he wanted to eat him alive. Mizuno Shinki, who was already losing blood, felt a chill rising from his heart, and his body shivered involuntarily. He wanted to point at the other party's hand, but he stopped unconsciously. Even his raised hands seemed to have lost their strength, and fell down dejectedly. But when the two soldiers approached Kobayashi Hisasaku, the other party's hand under his body suddenly pulled. White smoke began to emerge from under his body. Mizuno Shinki closed his eyes with a miserable smile on his face, and cursed Kobayashi Hisasaku's ancestors in his heart. Even Chien Huang, who he believed in, was scolded by him. At this time, he suddenly realized that everything was fake, and only his death was real. Kobayashi Hisasaku, who was lying on the ground, waited for 3 seconds, and then turned over suddenly. The grenade he was holding in his arms was exposed, and it was smoking. The two commandos who had just walked up to him were shocked. He wanted to turn around and dodge, but it was too late. With a loud bang, shrapnel flew across the range of more than 10 meters and shot in all directions. When everything settled, Kobayashi Hisasaku had disappeared. The two commandos were also knocked to the ground and lost their lives. Mizuno Shinji, who was leaning against the tree, was covered in blood and meat. He was spitting blood from his mouth. He heard Portuguese shouting loudly, "Damn it. These damn Japanese dwarfs. Everyone be careful of the enemy's suicide attack, and shoot all the enemies. Don't let them live." Mizuno Shinji let out a miserable smile, and closed his eyes weakly. At noon, Fang Lang, who was sitting on the bridge of the aircraft carrier, received a report from his men. "General, our army has completely recovered the Fernandina on her islands, and wiped out the invading enemy." The intelligence officer stood at attention, and saluted beside Fang language. Fang Lang nodded and asked casually, "What are the casualties?" 5 of our soldiers were killed in this battle, and 16 were seriously injured. Hearing this, Fang Lang frowned and said unsatisfiedly, "What's the situation?" 5 people were killed in a group of untrained farmers. "General, 4 of us died in the enemy's suicide attack, and 1 died from a stray bullet. These Japanese dwarfs are really crazy. Several people detonated the grenades on their bodies, wanting to die with our soldiers. If the soldiers hadn't reacted in time and shot all the bodies, there might be more casualties." Fang Lang sighed lightly. He knew that the Japanese were crazy, but he didn't expect that these Japanese farmers far away in Brazil were as crazy as the Japanese who had been educated in Japanese militarism. It was also his own carelessness. He should have reminded the soldiers to be careful of the Japanese earlier. In fact, Fang Lang thought about using incendiary bombs at the beginning and burning the Japanese on the island directly. But considering that this is Brazil's own territory after all, he didn't want to damage the environment on the island too much. "I'm also worried that some people in the country will make a fuss about this cruel weapon. I didn't use it, but I didn't expect these little Japanese to cause casualties to my troops. It seems that we really can't underestimate any Japanese. In the future, when dealing with the Japanese, we must be more careful and cruel." Sighing, Fang Lang told De La Tour beside him, "Collect the remains of our soldiers. They are heroes who sacrificed on the battlefield against aggression. Provide double death allowance to their families. Arrange their families to work in the factory and find a lighter job. We can't let our soldiers bleed and cry." The soldiers in the bridge were all moved. De La Tour stood at attention and saluted, and loudly received the order, "Yes, boss. The Brazilian army has corresponding pension standards for fallen soldiers, that is, to give a sum of money. No officer has ever cared about how the lives of the soldiers' families will be after their death. Because Brazilian lives are not worth much. Therefore, Fang Lang's arrangement is very unique in Brazil, and it also touched the soldiers, and they are more devoted to Fang language. When the battle was over, the soldiers rushed into the Japanese camp, which had been bombed into a mess. Under the witness of the camera, the particularly glaring Japanese flag was lowered, and the Brazilian flag was raised. All of this will become important material for tomorrow's TV news. Chapter 357 Reward. Ministry of National Defense in Rio de Janeiro. A group of senior officials of the Brazilian government were in the operations hall of the Ministry of National Defense, paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. When they received the news from Fang Lang that the Fernando de Noronha Islands had been successfully recovered, everyone applauded. Although everyone had expected this and was not surprised. However, for politicians, eliminating an invasion of territory in such a short period of time is still something to write home about. Mr. President, the military has fulfilled its mission. After 6 hours of fighting, we have successfully recovered the territory occupied by the Japanese. General Moraes reported to President Dutra with a serious expression, standing at attention and saluting. President Dutra nodded with satisfaction and said, "I'm still very confident about the combat effectiveness of the military." This time, the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier battle group was able to promptly discover the enemy's violation of our territory and took active countermeasures at the first time, completely annihilating the invading enemy in a short period of time. This shows that our Brazilian army is an excellent and combat-capable army. Very good. I'm very satisfied. I'm also very satisfied with General Fang Lang's performance. I hope that your Ministry of National Defense will come up with a generous reward plan to commend the combat effectiveness and achievements of the newly formed new force, the Rio de Janeiro Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. On behalf of the government, I will award General Fang Lang the National Medal of Honor to commend his great contribution to the country. Many officials in the Ministry of National Defense showed envy. The Brazilian National Medal of Honor is the highest medal of honor in Brazil and is generally only awarded to people who have made great contributions to the country. I didn't expect Fang Lang, a Chinese, to receive this honor. Please rest assured, Mr. President, our military also highly recognizes General Fang Lang's ability. General Fang has made an indelible contribution to the Brazilian Navy's current aircraft carrier fleet. This time, our military will definitely commend General Fang for his outstanding performance in leading the army. Hearing the statement of the Minister of Defense, President Dutra nodded with satisfaction. He continued, in this incident, the Eddy family sent the enemy to the destination and provided them with weapons and equipment. We must deal with them seriously. For individuals or organizations that sell out national interests and betray the country, we must come up with a specific plan. Give an explanation to all Brazilian citizens. Among the senior government officials who followed the president to the Ministry of Defense were the Minister and Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice. At this moment, their faces were the ugliest, because the Eddy family's influence in the Ministry of Justice was deeply rooted, and everyone had some friendship with them. But now, what the other party did, has put everyone who had friendship with them in a passive position. The entire Ministry of Justice now has to face the strange scrutiny of other government departments, including the Ministry of Defense, and their position is very embarrassing. Mr. President's words were the final word on the Eddy family. Everyone knew that this family would no longer have any political future. Anyone or any family that had any connection with them might be implicated. In this case, anyone with a brain would immediately choose to draw a line with the other party. Therefore, before anyone else could speak, the Minister of Justice took the lead in expressing his opinion. Mr. President, I feel very sad about the emergence of such scum in our country. I suggest that this family be sent to a military court and directly sentenced to treason. The Eddy family has a complicated relationship in the police system. According to investigations, the chief of police in Recife was involved in matchmaking in this arms deal. We should severely crack down on such public servants who participate in illegal and criminal activities. The Ministry of Justice has decided to carry out a major rectification operation on the national police system to ensure the purity of the police system. The meaning was very clear, that is, to eliminate the influence of the Eddy family in the entire police system, to eliminate the political influence of the Eddy family. Everyone present had different expressions, and they were all thinking about the pros and cons of this matter, and whether they could get any benefits from it. After hearing the statement of the Minister of Justice, President Dutra frowned. It's not that he doesn't want to rectify the police system, but if he really follows the Minister of Justice's method and makes a major rectification, it might cause chaos in the entire police system. This is very detrimental to the stability of the country's social order, but it is imperative to eradicate the influence of the Eddy family in the police system. For a moment, he was still a little undecided, and his eyes accidentally swept down the battle map hanging on the wall. At this moment, many red arrows pointed from Natal to Fernando de Noronha Islands. The name of Natal made him move. He still remembered that when he went to Natal to attend the aircraft carrier commissioning ceremony last time, he discussed the changes in Natal with Mayor Roald Dursley of Natal. The other party said that during the period of military control of Natal, General Fang Lang found that the local police in Natal were controlled by the local Yakubu family, and the black and white colluded and were lawless. Later, Fang Lang not only eradicated the evil Yakubu family, he also reformed the local police system and opened a police school. The social security of the whole Natal has undergone earth-shaking changes. Thinking of this, he coughed twice and said, "I agree with your Ministry of Justice's initiative to rectify the police system. However, I have reservations about your proposal to directly carry out a major rectification operation. As far as I know, the backbone of the Brazilian police system is now all the students and former officials of Crechedi. If we just clean up without any care, it may paralyze our entire Brazilian police system. This will have a very adverse impact on social security. Here I have a small suggestion. I suggest that you can ask General Fang Lang for advice. Maybe he has a way to solve your problem." Many people may not have seen General Fang language. However, there should be no one here who doesn't know who he is, because everyone gathered here today just to watch General Fang Lang command his aircraft carrier fleet to eliminate the invaders. It is precisely because everyone knows who General Fang Lang is. After hearing what President Dutra said, everyone was a little confused. Seeing that everyone had question marks on their faces and looked at him in confusion, President Dutra smiled and said, "Don't look at me with that expression. I didn't say the wrong person, and you didn't hear me wrong. I'm talking about the Rear Admiral who just commanded this annihilation war, General Fang language. The reason why I asked your Ministry of Justice to consult General Fang Lang is that General Fang Lang discovered a big problem with the local police station during the military control of Natal, but this problem was quickly solved by General Fang. Since then, Natal's social security has undergone earth-shaking changes. The mayor of Natal, Mr. Roald Dursley, highly praised this. He believed that General Fang brought a new life to Natal. So, don't think that General Fang is just a simple military general. His ability to govern the local area is no less impressive and is very worthy of our learning." Now even the senior officers of the Ministry of Defense were in disbelief. They could never have imagined that a Rear Admiral would receive such a high evaluation from the President. The Attorney General was secretly thinking in his heart, did the President really just want him to ask General Fang for advice, or was there some other hint? After all, no matter who thinks it, it is not reliable to ask a naval commander how to rectify the police system. It can only mean that the President has something else to say. Just as the Attorney General was still racking his brains to find the President's intention, the Minister of the Navy, General Crook, said leisurely, "If the Attorney General wants to ask General Fang for advice, it would be best to solve the assassination case of General Fang first. I heard that the only surviving murderer was killed during the transportation process of the Ministry of Justice. It has been so long since the incident, and there is still no clear result from the investigation. The efficiency of the Ministry of Justice is really worrying. This kind of behavior of exposing someone's scars in public is really not a gentleman's behavior." But General Crook admired Fang Lang and his own fishing boat now invested in the fishery company established by Fang Lang, and it developed rapidly and made a lot of money. The two became close friends. Fang Lang's outstanding performance this time really made the Navy look good. As the superior leadership department of the police system controlled by the Eddy family who committed treason, the Attorney General wanted to claim to rectify the police system and remove himself from this matter, which made General Crook very dissatisfied. The investigation team sent by the Ministry of Justice to investigate Fang Lang's assassination was directly kicked out. In the process of transferring the murderer, the only living murderer was silenced. Turning around, He also suspected that the Navy and other investigation team members leaked secrets and conducted internal screening on them. But what was the result? No problems were found. The investigation of the assassination case was directly stagnant, and there is no clear statement until now. This made General Crook very dissatisfied with the Ministry of Justice. So, he directly mocked in public. After hearing this, the Minister of Justice turned pale, but he had no way to refute it. The other party was the Minister of the Navy. Although in name, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Defense were at the same level, the other party was a subordinate of the Ministry of Defense, and was one level lower than himself. But everyone knows that the military is a very independent and violent organization, completely different from a government agency. If the other party doesn't give him face, he can't do anything about it. Just when he was a little angry, a sudden flash of inspiration came to his mind, as if he had grasped something. Could the president's suggestion that he consult General Fang Lang be related to this assassination case? After all, there is a senior police officer among the assassins. General Crook's words caused a lot of discussion in the entire operations hall, and a group of government officials were whispering to each other. The face of the entire judicial system was rubbed back and forth on the ground. In this case, no matter what the Minister of Justice thinks, he does not need to respond immediately. Silence can only make things worse. Therefore, the Minister of Justice forced a smile and said, "Thank you, General Crook, for your friendly reminder. In fact, there has been some progress in the investigation of this case. Sebastião Hodges, the former chief of the Sao Paulo police, has taken the initiative to plead guilty and admitted that the assassination was planned by him. There will be a detailed case report within this month. Please wait patiently, General Crook." After that, he nodded to President Dutra and said, "Mr. President, after our Ministry of Justice returns, we will immediately arrange a professional inspection team to go to the Natal region to inspect and study the local police system. I will also visit General Fang Lang in person and ask him for his experience in rectifying the police system. We will strive to complete the cleanup of the police system while ensuring the overall stability of the police system." Regardless of whether what the Minister of Justice said was true or false, no one could continue to dwell on this matter. After hearing the Minister of Justice's answer, General Crook just shrugged indifferently. It was considered a response. After Crook's reminder, the president also remembered the assassination case. He was a little surprised when the Attorney General said that the murderer was Hodges. As far as he knew, Hodges was Fang Lang's friend. At first, everyone thought that he was a scapegoat, but now he pleaded guilty. He still felt a little confused. But seeing the government officials around him, it was obviously not a good time to continue discussing this issue. Therefore, he could only put it aside and let the Attorney General report alone. After returning to the presidential palace, he was satisfied with the plan of the Ministry of Justice to arrange an inspection team to go to Natal for inspection. He nodded and said, "Very good, since I hope you can investigate seriously and ask for advice sincerely. Let us see the results as soon as possible." Then the president turned to General Morris and asked, "General Morris, what do you think about the Minister of Justice's proposal to send the Eddy family to a military court? Also, has that damn Raymond Eddy confessed whether his actions were instructed by someone?" General Morris glanced at the Minister of Justice and said slowly, "Mr. President, our Ministry of Defense has no objection. This crime of splitting the country is indeed no longer suitable for ordinary police investigation and court trial. Our Ministry of Defense has arrested Raymond Eddy and the entire Eddy family in accordance with the orders of the President. After 2 days of investigation and interrogation, we have made some very good progress. Raymond Eddy confessed to his crimes, and we have 2 unexpected gains from him." A gleam of light flashed in President Dutra's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, then quickly disappeared. He asked with interest, "Oh, 2 more unexpected gains?" "Yes, Mr. President. During the interrogation, Raymond Eddy not only confessed the crime of splitting the country this time, but also took the initiative to confess that his father, Crazy Eddy, participated in organizing and implementing the Japanese mob's attack on the presidential palace at the instigation of the Japanese spy Mizuno Koroi," General Morris said with a serious expression and a heavy tone. Before he finished speaking, the entire combat hall was like a frying pan that exploded, and it instantly boiled. The senior officials of the Brazilian government never expected that such explosive news would be thrown out directly, and everyone was obviously not prepared. President Dutra was overjoyed, but he put on a shocked expression and exclaimed, "What? The Eddy family was also involved in this incident? Damn these bastards. I thought Craig Eddy was a hero who sacrificed his life for his country, but I didn't expect him to be the mastermind behind it. Damn it, I should send his whole family to the gallows. This damn bastard. He actually betrayed his country for a damn Japanese woman. Wait, you said that Japanese woman named Mizuno Korei was a spy? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358. Seeing President Dutra's furious look, General Moraes gave a thumbs up unconsciously in his heart. No wonder you can become the president of Brazil from the minister of the army. You are really good at acting. If you hadn't ordered me to put the blame on the Eddy family, I would have almost believed it. President Dutra was also very satisfied with General Moraes at this moment. He is worthy of being the Minister of Defense appointed by me personally. He actually announced this matter under such circumstances. In this way, there is no need to deliberately publicize it. The entire Brazilian government knows that the Japanese mob attacked the presidential palace, and it has nothing to do with him, Dutra. Everything is done by the damn Eddy family. What's better is that the motives of both parties are so convincing. That Japanese female spy named Mizuno Korei is really making the best use of her. Yes, Mr. President, according to Raymond Eddy's confession, this Japanese woman named Mizuno Korei is a Japanese spy. General Moraes' expression was still calm, and he nodded seriously to President Dutra and answered. President Dutra slammed his fist on the table in front of him, and gritted his teeth and said, "These damn Japanese sent so many spies to our country. What on earth do they want to do?" The government officials around him also looked ugly. The Minister of Justice gritted his teeth and said, "No wonder the Eddy family would do such a thing. It turns out that they are spies. It seems that we have all been deceived by them." This statement obviously wanted to tell everyone that it was not our Ministry of Justice that had problems, but that the enemy was too cunning. The Eddy family itself was a spy family, and the Ministry of Justice was deceived. At this time, he did not forget to pick himself out, which made others curl their lips. General Moraes looked at the Minister of Justice with a trace of disdain on his face. He continued to report, "In addition to this matter, Raymond Eddy also confessed to something. But now, I'm not sure whether this matter is true. It may require further careful investigation." Hearing this, President Dutra frowned. The blame for the Japanese mob's attack on the presidential palace has been placed on the Eddy family. Why did another incident come up now? Could it be that the Ministry of Defense has some other charges that the Eddy family needs to bear? It shouldn't be. He didn't hear any remarks that were unfavorable to the Minister of Defense. After looking General Moraes up and down, he said with anger, "What? What else did he confess? Why are you not sure?" After coughing lightly, General Moraes looked at the Minister of Justice and said, "Because what he confessed is somewhat different from what the Minister of Justice just reported. So, I'm not sure whether his confession is true or false." Now it's not just the president who frowned. All the leaders of the Ministry of Justice frowned, not understanding what General Moraes meant. The minister's forehead was sweating, and he began to think carefully about what he had just reported, which was different from what Raymond Eddy confessed. Could it be that there are other hidden spies in his Ministry of Justice? Or is the influence of the Eddy family not only in the police system? For a moment, the Minister of Justice's heart was lifted up, and he swallowed hard. Then his heart tightened. No way. It can't be such a coincidence. The situation just reported. Can't it be about the assassination of General Fang Lang? This Eddy family should have nothing to do with General Fang Lang. It doesn't make sense that they would be involved in the assassination of General Fang Lang. Could it be that Director Hodges was really just a scapegoat and was tortured into confessing by his own investigation team? Thinking of this, the Minister of Justice felt unwell. President Dutra's curiosity was aroused, and he said with a puzzled look, "Oh. Since he confessed, you want to tell us, so that we can refer to it." General Moraes glanced at everyone, then looked at the Minister of Justice with sweat on his forehead, and slowly said, "According to Raymond Eddy's account, this Japanese spy named Mizuno Zierling was given to Eddy by a man named Yakubu. And this guy named Yakubu was the former deputy director of the Naval Police Department. During the period when General Fang was in military control of Natal, the Yakubu family was completely eradicated by General Fang, and the local police system was reorganized. This behavior made Raymond Eddy feel offended, so he organized an assassination operation against General Fang. Unfortunately, this operation failed, and was avoided by General Fang. When everyone heard this, they all looked at the Minister of Justice. At this time, the Minister of Justice wished he could find a hole to crawl into. In his heart, he had already cursed everyone in the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice. Du Zong even murmured, this. The investigation team below did report that the director named Mr. Hodges has voluntarily confessed his guilt. I'm afraid he was tortured into confessing. If he wanted to confess, he would have confessed long ago. Why wait until now? That's right. Such a simple frame up. Anyone can see it, as long as they are not blind. But their people in the Ministry of Justice are just pretending to be deaf and dumb. It means that there are followers of the Eddy family in the Ministry of Justice. Who says it's not? You know, Eddy has served as the Deputy Minister of Justice. I heard that, as soon as the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice took over the investigation, the only suspect who was captured alive was silenced. This clearly shows that there is a problem with the Ministry of Justice. The hesitant discussions of the people around him stabbed the sharp blades into the wound of the Minister of Justice, causing a mouthful of old blood to get stuck in his throat and he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, the president did not want to replace his Minister of Justice now. He coughed twice and said, "Ahem. Okay, everyone be quiet. It seems that Raymond Eddy is quite honest. The assassination of General Fang has been solved. He arranged for General Fang to be assassinated. Now, the assassination failed, but he himself ran into General Fang. This is also the cycle of fate. Since Raymond Eddy confessed to his crimes, we should seize the time and convene a military court as soon as possible to try his case." Just when President Dutra wanted to end the topic here, the Deputy Minister of Justice, who had been silent, stepped forward and whispered a few words in the Minister of Justice's ear. The Minister of Justice, who was sweating profusely and was about to die on the spot, turned his eyes and looked at the other party with some surprise after hearing the words of the Deputy Minister. Seeing the other party nod to him, the Minister of Justice gritted his teeth and spoke again. "Mr. President, I heard that in addition to Raymond Eddy, the Eddy family also has a big brother named Brizzo Eddy. This Brizzo Eddy does not work in the government, but serves as the Secretary General of the Labour Party. He is deeply trusted by Mr. Vargas, the chairman of the Labour Party. Should we also make this public?" When President Dutra heard this, he immediately understood what the other party wanted to express. Obviously, he wanted to use this incident to strike the opposition Labour Party and weaken the political advantage of the Labour Party's rapid rise. President Dutra has long known about Brizzo Eddy's situation, and this guy has long been arrested and interrogated by the Intelligence Bureau. It's just that I don't know whether he is involved in these things. However, since he has been arrested, there is no reason to let him go. Otherwise he would not say that the Eddy family is treasonous. The officials of this government are not members of the Labour Party, and everyone is in the same position on the issue of the Labour Party. Therefore, upon hearing this, the president did not express any opinion, but other officials had already begun to discuss and were ready to make a move. The president knew that he should express his opinion at this time. Otherwise, if the people below acted recklessly, it might cause unnecessary chaos. Therefore, he coughed and said, "I know this Mr. Brizzo Eddy. He is a very capable Secretary General. He is also among the people arrested this time. General Moraes, I wonder if Mr. Brizzo Eddy was involved in these things after your investigation? The military does not join any political party, so generally speaking, the results of the military's investigation are more convincing. Hearing President Dutra's question, General Moraes nodded and replied, "After our investigation, we have not found that Mr. Brizzo Eddy is involved in these cases." According to Raymond Eddy, his brother is not aware of these situations. President Dutra frowned at this. He did not think about using Brizzo Eddy to deal with the Labour Party. At most, he would eliminate Brizzo Eddy and weaken the Labour Party. But now hearing the results of the investigation, he felt something was wrong. Living under the same roof, his father had problems, his brother had problems, how could he not have problems? This was unreasonable. He smiled and said, "It seems that Raymond Eddy is ready to take all the blame on himself. Don't they understand that once someone in the family is guilty of treason or espionage, even if other family members are not involved, there will be no chance to participate in political activities?" Since the president wants to blame Kretschy Eddy for the Japanese mob's attack on the presidential palace, it is impossible for him to allow his eldest son to be safe and sound. The reason why he did not want to use Brizzo Eddy's identity in the Labour Party to attack the Labour Party is because he wants to control the scope of the attack within a controllable range. The chairman of the Labour Party is the previous President Vargas. Although Vargas was ousted by the National Alliance and the Social Democratic Party because of manipulating the election, this does not mean that President Vargas' influence in the government has declined. On the contrary, the Labour Party has been very active recently, and there are signs of a resurgence. In this case, President Dutra does not want to turn this matter into a political struggle between parties. If things go wrong, this government will be saddled with a bad reputation for suppressing other parties. But this Brizzo Eddy said that he knew nothing about these things, not to mention whether Mr. President believed it or not. Even if he believed it, he would not allow Brizzo Eddy to remove himself. After all, he knew very well in his heart that the so-called incident in which Kretschy Eddy organized and participated in the siege of the presidential palace by Japanese mobs was simply imposed by him at the instruction of the Ministry of National Defense. Once this Brizzo Eddy left the prison, there might be some unnecessary troubles. General Moraes obviously understood what President Dutra meant, so he continued to speak calmly. The fact that no problems with Brizzo Eddy have been found for the time being does not mean that he really has no problems. Although Raymond Eddy took all the blame on himself. But according to the results we got from Boots David, the steward of the Eddy family, this Brizzo Eddy has a lot of problems. As for what the specific problem was, General Moraes did not say anything. President Dutra did not ask again. The current situation is very clear. How can such a political family have absolutely clean people? Some things cannot withstand investigation. It is really easy to let an intelligence agency find problems from a person and convict him. Nodding, President Dutra understood and said, "Since the problem has been found, let's investigate it thoroughly. We will never allow such a family that has committed treason to escape sanctions and go unpunished. Do you understand?" "Yes, Mr. President." General Moraes nodded without hesitation. If it were other things, he would not get too involved. But when it comes to treason, he would never allow such a person to escape punishment alive. If President Dutra wanted him to get involved and use this matter to stir up party disputes, he would never agree. But the other party's intention was obviously just to target the Eddy family, so their goals were the same. So, he nodded without hesitation. Just as a group of bigwigs were discussing how to reward Fang Lang and punish the Eddy family in the operations hall of the Ministry of Defense, Fang Lang had already landed on the Fernando de Noronha Islands accompanied by a group of naval generals. Looking at the messy battlefield and the soldiers who were cleaning the battlefield, Fang Lang said with emotion, "Such a large island is used to exile prisoners. It is a waste. The location of this island is very important. Although there is no suitable deep water port, it is impossible to berth large warships. However, it is not a big problem to park some small fishing boats. We can blast and expand this small port to facilitate our fishing boats to dock and resupply and move to the deeper ocean. At the same time, we can build a military airport here as a transit station for our aircraft. If used well, the cruising range of our aircraft will go deep into the Atlantic Ocean, blocking the shipping lanes of the North Atlantic and the South Atlantic. Expand our Brazilian influence in the Atlantic. Delator, your staff should think about this issue carefully and come up with a feasible plan. When the time comes, submit the document to the Ministry of National Defense. In fact, this is not the first time Fang Lang has proposed such an idea. Unfortunately, this place is not under their jurisdiction, and it is difficult for them to intervene. But now the situation is different. Since the island has been recovered by them, they still have to station on the island and clean up the remnants of the enemy on the island. More importantly, after this incident, the police headquarters would probably not continue to keep this island as a place of exile. This was a good opportunity for him to implement his plan. Chapter 359. After the war. After receiving Fang Lang's instructions, Chief of Staff de la Tour naturally nodded in response. Yes, boss, I think the Ministry of National Defense will definitely support our proposal this time. Even if we don't mention it, the Ministry of National Defense will definitely ask us to arrange garrisons on the island. After all, no one wants to have such a mess again. This is true. This incident must have alerted the Brazilian government. A large island is isolated overseas, and even no garrisons are sent. It will be difficult to explain to the public if such a thing happens again next time. Haha. This is the best. I think the scenery on this island is very good. The seawater is so clear, and we can build some holiday cottages on the island in the future. Let the military families of our fleet have a chance to come and relax. Fang Lang knew that this was one of the most famous tourist attractions in Brazil in the future, so he spoke directly and took a resort for the military families of his fleet. Everyone talked and laughed along the way, and soon came to the original location of the Japanese camp. Looking at the camp that had been bombed into ruins, Fang Lang said with emotion, "Fortunately, we have air superiority, and we used bombers to bombard these bastards. We destroyed the enemy directly, otherwise we would have suffered heavy casualties if we relied on the Marines to land on the beach. This time, we still suffered casualties despite having an absolute advantage, which is not right. After returning, we should let the soldiers summarize the experience of this battle. Find the problems exposed this time, and avoid making them again in the future. At least I feel that everyone is too eager, and the air-ground coordination is not coordinated. It was clearly planned that the second batch of Air Force would be used to support the Marine Corps attack at any time. As a result, these guys rushed up first and bombarded the enemy. The Marines were completely out of touch with the Air Force when they attacked. In the future, we should focus on training air-ground coordination projects so that the Marines will get used to seeking support from the Air Force when they encounter tough problems." De la Tour on the side also said with emotion, "I came from the Navy, and I didn't understand the tactics of the Army, let alone the tactics of the Air Force. However, after communicating with the American instructors during this period of time, I also have a preliminary concept. But I heard from them that there are still many things that I don't understand. Today's battle has opened my eyes. It seems that the future battlefield may be dominated by the Air Force. At the beginning, you insisted again and again that you must have your own aircraft carrier. I didn't particularly understand it, but now I understand your strategic vision." Fang Lang heard this, patted his shoulder, nodded in approval and said, "I also made up my mind after seeing the powerful combat effectiveness of aircraft in the Pacific battlefield. You are from the Navy, and I'm from the Army. Now the unit we have is a powerful military force that integrates the three services of the Navy, Army, and Air Force. We must study hard, learn to reflect and summarize. We cannot be out of touch with advanced military concepts. Now we are learning from one of the most powerful military forces in the world, but this is not enough. Although the American things are advanced, they are really too expensive. We can't burn money like them, so after we master their ideas and gamma play, we must also start to explore some of our own things. Therefore, after we go back, we must set off a trend of active learning in the entire fleet. Whether it is military management or soldiers, they must start learning after training. Only learning can make us a smart army, and only by being smart can we win more battles." De la Tour nodded in agreement and said to Fang Lang seriously, "Boss, don't worry. We will definitely implement your ideas seriously. We guarantee that our fleet will become the most combat effective force in Brazil. Since it is to lead troops to fight, Fang Lang certainly wants to lead a powerful force, so Fang Lang has very strict requirements for the training of the troops. He hired an American instructor group and the basic training time for the Marine Corps is as long as 6 months, which shows his expectations for the combat effectiveness of the army. Unfortunately, he is a hands-off boss, accustomed to making his own requirements and leaving specific matters to the people below to implement. And Elator is his most important assistant. Hearing the other party's statement, he nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the Brazilian flag flying on the flagpole of the camp, and then looked at the surrounding environment, and asked, "Is this the damn flagpole where the Japanese hung their flag? I didn't expect that this flagpole would still be there after being bombed like this. It was left there on purpose for us to hang the national flag." He turned to Dewitt and said, "Did you record the moment when you lowered the Japanese flag and raised our flag? This is a historic moment." Dewitt's face was not looking good. He had finally grabbed the attack mission, but when their Marines' 1st Battalion landed, the battle was over. They could only come up to perform the task of cleaning the battlefield. After hearing Fang Lang's question, he stood at attention and saluted. "Boss, please rest assured." The photographer went to the island with the commando. When the commando occupied the Japanese camp, the photographer took pictures throughout the process. The scenes of taking down the Japanese flag and raising our Brazilian flag are all recorded in full. Looking at the other party's expression, Fang Lang smiled and said, "Why, you look unhappy that you didn't get to fight." Dewitt was trained by Fang Lang to help him master the Marine Corps. When he was on the destroyer house, he led the sailors to rescue the British destroyer controlled by the Germans. He was a capable Marine Corps officer. After hearing Fang Lang's question, Dewitt smiled a little embarrassedly. No, it's just that these Japanese dwarfs are a little weak. When we came up, they had been cleaned up by the brothers of the commando." Although he said no, it was obvious that he was not satisfied with not getting to fight. Fang Lang glanced at him and said seriously, "The performance of the commando team this time is generally good and basically met the training requirements. But it also exposed many problems. Facing a group of untrained Japanese civilians, they actually paid the price of 5 deaths. It's really not right. Tell me, why did this happen?" Looking at Fang Lang's serious expression, Dewitt quickly adjusted his mood, raised his head and chest to Fang Lang, and said seriously, "Yes, boss, according to what I learned from the commandos, the team members did not encounter enemy resistance in the early stage, which made them relax their vigilance. The bombing of the remaining Japanese by the Air Force made them anxious. Failure to strictly follow the tactical actions caused loopholes in the offensive formation, giving the Japanese a chance to die together. In addition, everyone is unfamiliar with the terrain and environment here, which also caused loopholes in everyone's cooperation." Nodding, Fang Lang slowly said, "It's good to be able to discover your own mistakes. After returning, let everyone summarize and discuss methods to see if there is any way to avoid the same problem next time. In addition, we need to pay attention to the problem you raised about being unfamiliar with the environment and terrain. Many of the terrains here are jungles. The performance of our soldiers this time is obviously not familiar with jungle warfare. Of course, this has something to do with the training we received from American instructors. Their tactics do not include jungle warfare tactics. But we have a huge Amazon jungle in Brazil. In the future, the main battlefield of our army may also be the jungle, so the Marine Corps should focus on studying what jungle warfare is like. Carry out more targeted training. There are many excellent hunters in the Amazon jungle. We need to recruit some excellent hunters to teach our soldiers how to survive and fight in the jungle. We must never appear in our own territory again, and there are still unfamiliar environments and terrains. In the end, we must form a set of our own jungle warfare theories and tactics." Dewitt nodded repeatedly after hearing Fang Lang's words, especially when he heard that he had to ask for advice from excellent hunters living in the Amazon jungle, which made his eyes light up. He stood at attention and accepted the order. The battlefield was in a mess, and there was not much to see. After Fang Lang took a tour of the Japanese camp, he left the island and returned to the warship accompanied by everyone. He left the Marine battalion that did not get to fight on the island to clean up the remaining enemies, and then led the fleet to withdraw to Natal. The next morning, the video of the battle was broadcast on Brazilian TV. When the Brazilian people saw the powerful aircraft carrier fleet attacking the island, they were all excited. In the past, everyone could only see boring words and descriptions of the cruelty of war in newspapers. But this time, the powerful aircraft carrier fleet on TV, one plane after another took off from the deck of the aircraft carrier, flew from the air to the camp with the Japanese flag, dropped bombs one by one, and caused a huge explosion. Looking at the battlefield that was bombed into a mess in the blink of an eye, everyone was shocked. Then, the naval guns on the warships aimed at each other, fired rounds of volleys, and the flames ejected from the muzzles. This shocking scene made all the men tremble with excitement, and they wished they could be in it and become a naval soldier. Then the Marines rushed to the beach under the escort of the landing craft. Under the cover of shields, the soldiers performed a series of tactical actions, which made everyone look confused, but they just felt that they were very powerful. The scene of exchanging fire with the Japanese in the jungle made everyone tremble with fear. Finally, after the victory of the war, when the soldiers tore down the Japanese flag and raised the Brazilian flag, all the people cheered and sang and danced. The enthusiastic Brazilian girl danced the samba to express her excitement. The people also joined in, and the place where the TV was placed became a sea of joy for people. In contrast, the entire Eddy family became a shame for the whole of Brazil, almost to the point of being called by everyone. The police who had close ties with the Eddy family also fell into deep panic. Because, just yesterday, the news that the Minister of Justice proposed to the president to rectify the national police system had spread. Everyone was very worried that they would be liquidated. For a time, people were panicked. The Ministry of Justice delegation led by the Minister of Justice took a special plane to Natal, a very inconspicuous town in Brazil, early in the morning. Fang Lang, who had just returned to the Natal naval base, received the news as soon as possible. After finishing the finishing work after the army went out, Fang Lang hosted the Minister of Justice, Carol's KO, at the Daily Restaurant in Natal. General Fang, thank you very much for your hospitality. First of all, I would like to express my apologies to you on behalf of the Ministry of Justice. The minister's attitude was very humble as soon as he opened his mouth, and he did not look like a powerful person in Brazil at all. This situation was unexpected by Fang Lang, and Fang Lang hurriedly said modestly, Minister KO, you are really too polite. If I remember correctly, this should be the first time we met. You have nothing to be sorry for me. Don't embarrass me, a young man. When Minister KO heard Fang Lang's answer, he thought that the other party did not know that the assassin was a member of the Eddy family. So, after shaking hands and hugging each other, he said, General Fang, I have a reason to apologize to you. The case of your last assassination in Sao Paulo has been investigated by our Ministry of Justice. But so much time has passed, and there has been no progress. This is the responsibility of our Ministry of Justice. I must apologize to you on behalf of our entire Ministry of Justice. Fang Lang laughed when he heard this, pointed to the main seat at the table and said, Mr. Minister, you are joking. This case is very difficult to investigate. I know it very well, so I don't blame you. It's not worth it for Mr. Minister to make a personal trip today. In fact, Fang Lang had received the news from General Crook a long time ago and had a clear understanding of the main purpose of the Minister of Justice's delegation. But he would not take the initiative to provoke the topic here. So, he chose to play dumb. The Minister of Justice smiled awkwardly and said, First of all, I came here to inform you of the progress of the investigation of this case. According to Raymond Eddy's confession, the assassination of you was organized and planned by him. At that time, the commander who organized the ambush of the gang members at the scene was his bodyguard. What? The one who assassinated me was Raymond Eddy? That doesn't make sense. I don't even know him. Fang Lang looked at Minister Carol's KO in disbelief. Carol's KO didn't know whether Fang Lang really didn't know or was pretending not to know. You have to know that this matter was not investigated by their Ministry of Justice. Even if Fang Lang doesn't know what the situation is now, he will soon receive news that it was the Brazilian intelligence agency that investigated the truth. Therefore, Carol's KO must not take this credit. He could only nod awkwardly and said, yeah, we didn't expect that this crazy guy would dare to attack you. As his superior, I must express my apologies to you. Fang Lang still waved his hand with a puzzled look on his face and said, Minister KO, is there any misunderstanding here? I have never had any intersection with Mr. Raymond Eddy. There is no reason for him to have someone assassinate me. The reason why Fang Lang pretended to be stupid in front of Minister Carroll's KO was to downplay his influence in this matter. After all, in recent days, the continuous news reports have been targeted at digging deep into Raymond Eddy. The first to report and master the first-hand information was the Brazilian Times. Everyone knows that the Brazilian Times is the property of the Fang family, which will inevitably cause doubts among those who are interested. If someone finally analyzes it and suspects that all this is Fang Lang's conspiracy to bring down the Eddy family, it will be troublesome. Chapter 360 Asking for Advice. After hearing what Fang Lang said, Minister Carroll's KO couldn't help but sigh and apologetically reported the results of the Brazilian Intelligence Bureau's interrogation to Fang Lang in detail. Of course, he would definitely not tell the other party that their Ministry of Justice had pushed Hodges out. After listening to Minister Carroll's KO, Fang Lang said with an expression of sudden enlightenment, so that's how it is. I didn't expect that my action to eliminate the Akubu family, the cancer of Natal, would actually bring me a fatal disaster. Fortunately, now the murderer has been caught, and I'm relieved. You don't know that my family was terrified after this incident. I'm a soldier, accustomed to life and death, and I don't care much about this kind of small scene of assassination. But my family can't do that. I can only entrust my American consultant General Clark to go to the United States to help me set up a security company, recruit some professional security personnel, and return to China to protect the safety of my family. Carroll's KO didn't expect that Fang Lang would actually use American generals to register professional security companies and recruit bodyguards in the United States. I have to sigh that the other party is powerful. After all, it is unimaginable for him to command an American general to do private things for himself. But on second thought, the other party actually registered a security company in the United States instead of in Brazil. Could it be that they don't trust the Brazilian government? Thinking of this, Carl's KO quickly said, oh, this is all our problem, but I think General Fang doesn't need to bother the US military consultant. You can let Fang Yuan Group directly register a security company in Brazil. Our Ministry of Justice will definitely give you the green light throughout the process. This. Minister Carroll's KO. It's not that I don't want to register a security company in Brazil. The main thing is that after I communicated with the American consultant, this time it was not a simple security company registered in the United States. It is a military contracting company. After the American consultant General Clark lobbied the US Department of Defense, this company will become a private military contractor with the qualifications to undertake paramilitary missions. It is the kind of private army that can own heavy equipment such as machine guns, cannons, airplanes, tanks, and warships. There seems to be no precedent for this kind of company in Brazil, so Fang Lang smiled slightly in his heart, but his face was slightly embarrassed, and he finally hesitated to say something. After hearing Fang Lang's words, the Minister of Justice looked as if he had seen a ghost and said in surprise, General Fang, are you kidding? Why do you want to set up such a military contracting company? Is this kind of company allowed by law in the United States? Fang Lang, who looked honest, touched his head a little embarrassedly after hearing Minister Carroll's KO's question and said, in fact, this company can no longer be considered as registered by me. At first, I wanted to recruit some elites with rich combat experience to protect the safety of my family. But after hearing my request, the American consultant General Clark suggested that I directly expand the scale of the company and the scope of business. You also know that these current American consultants are directly hired by our fleet. But General Clark is worried that these instructors will face unemployment after our training mission is completed. Therefore, it is recommended to sign all consultants into this company. In the future, after our training mission in Brazil is completed, this company will undertake some military training missions in other countries. This not only meets my requirements for recruiting combat operations, but also ensures that these consultants have a stable job. At the same time, it can also make this company profitable. Of course, in this case, this company cannot be led by me alone. As for whether the US law allows it, I don't know. Anyway, the company has been established now. The fleet has also signed a formal training agreement with this company. Minister Carroll's KO understood what Fang Lang meant. It seemed that he was forced to expand the scale, and Fang Lang was also forced to get on board. But Minister Carroll's KO knew very well what kind of influence such a company would have. You know, the customers who need to accept this kind of military training mission are all some countries, and if this company wants to take these orders, it must have a huge influence in the US Department of Defense. With the American consultant General Clark to lobby the US Department of Defense, Fang Lang almost enjoyed the fruits of his labor and automatically had the status of a partner of the US Department of Defense. This identity comes with huge political influence. The minister couldn't help but sigh that Fang Lang was so lucky. Fang Lang certainly didn't say this to Minister Carroll's KO to brag to him. In fact, long before meeting the minister, Fang Lang had already made a detailed understanding of the minister's situation. This doctor of law who returned from studying in the United States admired the United States very much. He was envious of the strength of the United States and thought that everything in the United States was good and worth learning from. Even the moon in the United States was rounder than that in Brazil. Fang Lang told the other party this to let him know that he had a very close relationship with the US military and had a certain influence in the United States. In this case, the other party would naturally think that everyone was his own and that Fang Lang's status was higher than his. Many things that followed would become easier to communicate. Sure enough, the words of Minister Carroll's KO proved that Fang Lang's idea was right. I didn't expect General Fang to have such an opportunity. Being able to become one of the shareholders of such a company, General Fang's future will be limitless. Since such a company can be successfully registered in the United States, it is obviously in line with the spirit of freedom of American law. We in Brazil should also emulate the free United States. In the future, if your company needs any help in Brazil, please let me know. Hearing the words of Minister Carroll's KO, Fang Lang was happy. This guy's really a complete American-loving person. As for this company, what needs help in Brazil, Fang Lang really didn't think of it for a while. Before establishing this company, Fang Lang had communicated with President Dutra. President Dutra allowed him to play a little trick, so there was no reason for Fang Lang to discuss more about this company with the Minister of Justice at this time. More importantly, Fang Lang knew the purpose of the other party coming to him today. He couldn't ask for help from the other party at this time. Otherwise, when others ask him for help later, it would be difficult for him to ask for help. Thinking of this, Fang Lang laughed and said, Minister KO is too polite. I will definitely not be polite to you if I need it. After that, he pointed to the dishes that had just been served on the table and said to Carroll's KO, Come, Mr. Minister, let's eat and talk. These are all fresh seafood. Try our Chinese food and see if it suits your taste. Seeing that Fang Lang ended the topic, Carroll's KO didn't say much. After all, this was not the focus of his coming today. Hearing the other party say that this was a Chinese food method, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Knowing that the other party was Chinese, he was still happy that the other party used Chinese food to treat him. The dishes on the table were delicious. He could already smell the aroma when they were served. At this time, he was no longer polite. He reached out and took a big crab and started eating. After just one bite, his eyes were full of joy. He couldn't help but give Fang Lang a thumbs up and praised him. General Fang, I didn't expect Chinese food to be so delicious. If such a restaurant opens in Rio de Janeiro in the future, I must go there often to try it. These were just politeness to each other. Fang Lang also said with a smile, no problem. I will ask the boss if he has any plans to expand his business. If he is willing to open a store in Rio de Janeiro, I will let him open a store near the minister's home so that the minister can come and taste it conveniently. Carlos KO also laughed when he heard Fang Lang's words, because many Westerners don't like to talk about business while eating. In addition, it was Carlos KO who came to find Fang Lang today, so Fang Lang certainly couldn't take the initiative to ask the other party's purpose. The two chatted about everything. The other party talked about his experience of studying in the United States and Fang Lang also talked about his experience of participating in the training of destroyer captains in the United States. Everyone talked about what they saw and heard in the United States, and they got along better and better. Minister Carol's KO felt that he had met Fang Lang too late. Finally, both of them finished their meal. Fang Lang took the other party directly back to his residence in the naval base. After a meal, the two of them obviously communicated more smoothly. Fang Lang led the other party to his tea room. "Okay, Minister KO, now we can speak frankly. You came to me this time, not to inform me of the results of the investigation into my assassination case," Fang Lang said to Minister Carol's KO, who was sitting opposite him while making tea. At this time, Carol's KO seemed much more relaxed and did not continue to beat around the bush. After all, he was not good at it. He nodded and said, "Yes, I came to you this time because I really have something to ask you. You also know that the treason of the Eddy family has a great impact on our Ministry of Justice. The entire Brazilian police system needs a thorough overhaul. Before the overhaul began, the president mentioned to us that you made some major changes to the police system in Natal. Natal has undergone earth-shaking changes. So, I came here specifically to ask you for help this time." Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled and handed a cup of tea to the other party. He said slowly, "I don't dare to ask for advice, but I'm still happy to help. After all, the corruption and incompetence of our Brazilian police system has also caused me great harm. Otherwise, I would not have taken drastic measures against the police station as soon as I arrived in Natal." When Carol's KO heard Fang Lang's evaluation, his face was slightly hot, but he thought about it again. He was not the Minister of Justice at the time, but as an official of the Ministry of Justice, he was also to blame. He coughed twice, took a sip of tea, hid his embarrassment, and then slowly said, "Yes, our Brazilian police system has reached the point where it must be changed. This time, we just took the opportunity to clean up the remnants of the Eddy family, to carry out a major overhaul of the entire police system. Now your Natal police have changed very successfully. That's why we came here, to ask you for advice." In fact, Minister Carol's KO was not really clueless about the rectification of the Brazilian police system. As a Brazilian studying in the United States, he admired the United States very much, and of course he admired the American police very much. Originally, he wanted to copy the American police system directly. But after arriving in Natal today, although he didn't see any major changes in the Natal police, it was obviously not inferior to the police he saw in the United States. Therefore, this time, the consultation was sincere. Fang Lang knew the other party's purpose very clearly, and he knew very well that the other party's reason for making this trip was not his own subjective will. Instead, it was the advice of the president. As the Minister of Justice appointed by the president, he must of course implement the president's will. As for whether he really takes this inspection seriously, it is hard to say. Fortunately, Fang Lang did not expect the other party to completely change the current situation of the Brazilian police. However, since the other party has made a special trip, he can't let the other party go in vain, not to mention that he wants to get something beneficial to himself from the other party. In fact, I haven't made any major changes to the police system in Natal. First of all, I arrested all the people in the Natal Police Department who were involved with the Akubu family. All police officers involved in illegal and criminal activities will be tried. Just when he said this, Carlos KO's face was bitter. "Your mother, this alone is impossible to do. You know, if the entire Brazilian police department arrested all the people related to the Eddy family, the Brazilian police system would be in chaos. This is contrary to the principle of not making a big overhaul required by the president." Fang Lang didn't care what the other party thought, but just introduced what he had done one by one. At the same time, all the policemen who have not committed any crime will be gathered together and sent to the military camp for a training. In addition to relearning the relevant police regulations and learning relevant laws and regulations, they will also be trained in professional skills such as criminal investigation and forensics that the police should master. The most important thing is to rebuild their discipline and sense of honor. Only when they pass the exam can they return to work. Then there will be no police to maintain law and order in your natal city. Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled and said, "Yes, I can just send soldiers to the streets to maintain law and order. Carol's KO sighed. He knew he couldn't do this, so he could only shake his head and said, "Then what?" Fang Lang smiled when he saw the other party's look, picked up the teacup, and took a sip of tea before saying, "Then, it is to improve the welfare benefits of the police. The main reason for police corruption is that the welfare benefits are not high, so it is difficult to resist the temptation from the outside world. As long as we make the police's salary income enough to easily support their families, they will no longer be easily corrupted." Minister Carroll's KO fell into deep thought again. It was not that he was unwilling to improve the salaries of the police, but with so many policemen in the country, it would be a huge expense to improve their salaries at the same time. He did not know whether this plan could be passed by Congress. More importantly, simply improving salaries would obviously not directly solve the problem of police corruption. This was a means to be used in conjunction with a major rectification. Chapter 361 School Director. After thinking for a while, Carl's KO nodded slightly and said, "This makes sense. Improving the treatment of police officers should be able to reduce police corruption to a certain extent. But how much is the appropriate increase?" The Minister of Justice actually had some thoughts in mind. After all, he took the initiative to propose a salary increase for the police. It will definitely raise his image in the eyes of the police, which is of great benefit to maintaining his authority in the Ministry of Justice. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether the salary increase will be approved by Congress. I propose the plan, and it would be best if it passes. If it doesn't pass, you can't blame me. When the news reaches the ears of the police, everyone will be grateful to him. This can also be regarded as a sweet date for the police. At least the resistance will be reduced during the rectification. This method is beneficial to him, so he decided to adopt it. When Fang Lang heard his question, he wanted to roll his eyes at him. How much is appropriate depends on the courage of your Ministry of Justice. The cost of living in different regions is different, and the salary of the police should also be different. You shouldn't ask me these things. Your Ministry of Justice should arrange a special team to be responsible for this matter. The minister touched his nose awkwardly. Okay. You are right. Anything else? Fang Lang calmly added tea to Minister Carroll's KO's teacup and said calmly, "Finally, I established a professional police school based on the short-term police training course. Many professional teachers were hired from developed countries such as Europe and the United States to train professional police for us. The enrollment targets of this police school can be outstanding retired soldiers of the army or young people in society who have completed primary or secondary education. In the future, all police officers in Natal can only be selected from graduates of the police school. No social recruitment is accepted to avoid the problem of mixed quality or the trouble of having to start a retraining school after joining the police force." This idea made Minister Carroll's KO's eyes light up, especially when he heard that many professional teachers were hired from Europe and the United States, which made his eyes shine. "Oh, how is your police school going now? Have you encountered any difficulties?" Fang Lang's mouth curled up slightly, and he continued calmly, "Difficulties? There are no difficulties for the time being. Our school is not large. We have reached an agreement with the Natal Police Department and the Sao Paulo Police Department. Graduates can directly enter these two police stations without taking an exam." "What? The Sao Paulo Police Department has also reached an agreement with your school, and graduates can enter the police station without taking an exam. How did you convince the Sao Paulo Police Department? You must know that Sao Paulo is one of the only two large cities in Brazil. If students who graduate from this police school can directly enter the Sao Paulo Police Department without taking an exam, there will definitely be a lot of people rushing to come. After all, being a policeman is originally a very good job. Now if you want to get a job in the Sao Paulo Police Department, you need to find a lot of connections and spend a lot of money. But now there is a shortcut. As long as you can graduate from this police school, you can directly enter the Sao Paulo Police Department." How can Minister Carroll's KO not be surprised? Convince? Why should I persuade? I can provide them with professionally trained professional police officers. They are so happy. Do they need me to persuade them? Fang Lang said with a proud face. Unfortunately, Minister Carroll's KO is not a fool. There is no pie deal here. The Sao Paulo Police Department will never agree to such a thing. With a look of "I don't trust you," he looked at Fang Lang and said, "Do you think I will believe it? Other police have so many relatives and don't use them, but use graduates from your school? Do you think I'm stupid?" Touching his nose, Fang Lang smiled embarrassedly, took a sip of tea and slowly said, "Ahem. Well, I was almost assassinated by the local police in Sao Paulo, but I didn't cause any trouble to them. They dare not give me face for such a small matter?" Hearing this, Carol's KO looked as if it was just what he expected and snorted with disdain. It was only during the meal that the two of them became closer, otherwise the minister would definitely not make such a move. Fang Lang saw it and thought, "What do you mean, despise me?" He said directly with dissatisfaction, "What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Look at how good the mayor of Sao Paulo is. I didn't even say anything, but he took the initiative to apologize to me. He also actively dealt with the aftermath and calmed my emotions. Look at some senior officials from certain departments. They came here empty-handed, saying they were asking for advice. They also asked me to treat them to a meal, but they were not satisfied after the meal. They even sneered at me. What do you mean? Are you bullying me because I'm young? Good guy." Minister Carol's KO never thought that he just questioned and mocked the other party with his expression, and the other party immediately started to blame him, almost pointing at the monk and scolding the bald donkey. However, he soon realized that, although the other party was scolding him in a veiled way, in fact, he should not be really angry. This was obviously telling him that he was wronged in Sao Paulo and the Sao Paulo city government compensated him. But the Ministry of Justice did not take any action, which made him a little unhappy. Soon, he thought about why the president reminded him to come to Natal to ask Fang Lang for advice on how to rectify the police system. Is it really because of the successful rectification of the police system in Natal? Looking at the young rear admiral in front of him, he thought about the relationship with the US Department of Defense that he mentioned during dinner. He also thought about how he could become a powerful person with the most elite maritime force in Brazil from a small soldier in just 2 years. And the background behind him, the Fang Lang group, which built a complete automobile industry system in Brazil in one go. More importantly, the political influence that the Fang Lang group now has in Brazil. Minister Carol's KO seemed to understand something. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Fang, you are joking. How could anyone dare to look down on you? Who dares to be so rude? Tell me, I'm going to quit as the Minister of Justice, and I will do it myself to help you deal with him. You dare to bully my brother, and don't want to live." Fang Lang didn't say anything, but just looked at Minister Carol's KO quietly, and his eyes clearly said, "It's you." Minister Carol's KO's face, as thick as a wall, couldn't help but blush. He touched his nose, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Hiding his embarrassment, he said, "Ahem. Brother Fang, I'm wrong. Don't be angry. How about this? Since your police school has trained police officers for Natal and Sao Paulo, then this time, when rectifying the police system, brother, take this opportunity to invest in this police school in the name of the Ministry of Justice, and expand the scale of your police school. In the future, all police officers in the country must be recruited from this police school. What do you think?" Fang Lang smiled slightly in his heart, but his face was expressionless, and he still said with an unhappy face, "What do you mean? Your Ministry of Justice can just come and pick peaches. Not only did you dig the police school that I set up with great difficulty to your Ministry of Justice and make it your political achievement, but also made my investment go down the drain, and you still want me to be grateful to you? Am I that stupid?" Minister Carol's KO waved his hands and said, "Brother Fang, you misunderstood. You misunderstood. I'm not that kind of person. Since the school was organized and built by you, it must be handed over to you for management. How can you take the fruits of your labor and put them in our hands? Isn't this robbery? I mean, our Ministry of Justice is mainly responsible for investment, solving funding and solving employment problems. How about this?" Fang Lang, who was overjoyed, looked at Minister Carol's KO and asked with a puzzled look, "Is your Ministry of Justice so kind? Look at what you said. We are all family. Brother can't let you help for nothing, right?" Minister Carol's KO smiled at Fang Lang with a smile on his face. Fang Lang knew that with the nod of the Minister of Justice, the matter was settled. But this matter cannot be really done this way. If he takes all the benefits by himself, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among others. Now that Carol's KO is the minister, there may be no problem with what he promised. What about the next government? Will it allow such an important school to be in its hands? As long as the government officials are not blind, they will not let this happen. He hesitated for a while before speaking. Since my brother also said that we are family, it would be bad if I'm not sensible. It would be hard to explain to my brother when he goes back. If my brother really thinks that this police school is helpful to change and rectify the police system, then I will contribute this school, which can be regarded as a contribution to the country. However, as my brother said, this school is also my hard work. I can't bear to let it go completely. How about this? Since the Ministry of Justice is willing to invest in the construction of this school, the principal of this school will be the Minister of Justice in the future. We can set up a school board, and I will be the school director in the future. Minister Carroll's KO is of course very clear that the school directors of Western countries have great power. The principals are responsible to the school directors. Although the school directors do not participate in the daily management of the school, they have the right to appoint and remove many important positions in the school. Fang Lang's meaning is very clear. On the surface, the Minister of Justice becomes the principal of the police school. This time, let alone other things, the level of the school alone has been directly improved. From the original Municipal Police Technical School, it was directly upgraded to a university directly under the National Ministry, and the school was headed by the Minister of Justice. In terms of administrative level, it was unknown how far it had flown. In the future, no police station in any place would dare to make things difficult for the graduates of the school. After all, these were students who could establish direct contact with the Minister of Justice. As a school director, Fang Lang could control part of the actual power of the police school, so what did it matter who was the principal? It was normal for the directors of Western schools to be private individuals or companies, and everyone was concerned about who the principal was. As for who the school directors were, no one often cared. Just like who the legal person of many companies was, it sounded very famous, but the real major shareholder or big boss of the company was often unknown. But the person who really controlled the lifeline of the company was often this unknown person. Minister Carroll's KO's eyes lit up when he heard Fang Lang's words. He really looked down on the position of principal of a police school. But in this special period, when rectifying the police system, establishing a national police school was a real political achievement for him. Although this principal may be just in name only, do I really have to manage such a school? At worst, I can arrange 2 officials from the Ministry of Justice to enter the school to participate in the management. I just need the corresponding reputation. Therefore, Minister Carroll's KO laughed and said, haha. Brother Fang, you are this. He stretched out his thumb and gestured to Fang language. Don't worry, I will make a clear rule. After I go back, the Minister of Justice can only serve as the honorary principal of this school. As for the principal who actually manages the school, it will still be elected by the board of directors. At that time, we will confirm that the members of the board of directors of this school must guarantee your rights as a school director. This can be regarded as a return of favor. Fang Lang certainly doesn't care about this. It doesn't make any difference whether the Minister of Justice serves as an honorary principal or a formal principal, because he can't have too much energy to participate in the daily management of the school. Now that the Ministry of Justice is involved in the construction of the police school, our school will have to expand further. It seems that I have to talk to the Natal City government to purchase a new piece of land to build a new campus. What is the name of the new school? Please think about it. Okay, when I go back, I will start applying for funds to establish a police school directly under the Brazilian Ministry of Justice, based on the current Natal Police School. The name will be Brazilian Police University. What do you think? Minister Carroll's KO did not hesitate and confirmed it on the spot. He did not even want to change the address of the police school. Obviously, he was really only going to serve as an honorary principal, because the distance between Natal and Rio de Janeiro, the school was built in Natal, and he had no chance to come and participate in management. Seeing this, Fang Lang no longer hid his feelings and spoke directly. Brother, my experience in rectifying the Natal Police Department can only provide a certain reference for you to rectify the entire Brazilian police system. because you can't arrest all the police officers related to the Eddy family. With a sigh, Minister Carol's KO touched his forehead and said, yes, if this happens, the public security of the entire society will be in chaos. However, it will definitely not work if we don't rectify it. I wonder if you have any good suggestions, brother. Fang Lang sat on the table, poured himself some tea, and thought while drinking, looking hesitant. When Carol's KO saw his expression, he was moved and understood that the other party must have some ideas in his mind, but he was a little hesitant and didn't know how to speak. At this time, he didn't care about so many things and said directly, brother, although we just met for the first time today, I think you are also a real person, and we have a good chat. If you have any ideas, please tell me. Don't worry about it. I will make my own judgment. Even if it doesn't work in the end, I will never blame you. If it succeeds, I will definitely remember your kindness and find a way to thank you. Chapter 362 recommended. Seeing Minister Carol's KO's sincere face, Fang Lang seemed to have made up his mind and gritted his teeth. He took a sip from the teacup, put the cup heavily on the tea table, and said with a desperate expression, since you said so, I will say a few more words. This time, I won't make any suggestions, but I can recommend someone to you. It's Silver Carpenter, the current Deputy Director of our Naval Police Department. Our naval police system can achieve today's results, which is inseparable from his efforts. Moreover, he is very familiar with many people in the Brazilian police system. If you want to complete the cleansing of the Brazilian police system without a major rectification, leave it to him. He will definitely get it done for you. I thought Fang Lang could provide me with some good suggestions to directly solve the problem, but in the end, he actually recommended someone to me. And this person is just a deputy director of the Naval Police Department. At this level, if you participate in the cleansing of the Brazilian police system, you may not even be enough to be a member of the investigation team. However, he also understood that, since Fang Lang recommended this person to him, there must be a reason. So, after a moment of silence, he asked, brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but the goal of this major rectification is actually to completely eliminate the influence of the Eddy family in the police force. Your deputy chief may be a master at rectifying the discipline of the police force. However, our biggest problem now is that we don't know who has a close relationship with the Eddy family. If we directly attack everyone, the scope of the attack will be very large, which may cause chaos in the entire police system. Moreover, it may not be possible to eliminate the target we want to eliminate. Looking at the Minister of Justice in confusion, Fang Lang asked in confusion, haven't you already caught the people of the Eddy family? Didn't you find out from their mouths that those people are this? He smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, they confessed what they did to themselves, but none of their followers said anything, just saying that they were all friends. In this case, we have no way to start. Besides, even if they really confessed a list, we dare not be sure how many of them are true and how many are false. What's more, the other party might deliberately conceal some important people. Fang Lang believed this, but the reason why he recommended Silver Carpenter to Carl's KO was because this guy already had a list of all the members of the police club. He had already started investigating these people and recommended him to Carl's KO because he had a list in his hand. He knew exactly who he wanted to arrest or not arrest. More importantly, before the arrest, Silver Carpenter could select some people from the list who could be used for him. As long as he talked to them in advance, those who were willing to surrender, capable, and had not made big mistakes could be completely subdued. At that time, Fang Lang could directly take over the power of the Eddy family and the police force. With this power, the new generation graduating from the police academy will have a huge force to escort them when they enter the police station, and they will quickly gain a foothold. Seeing Carol's KO's distressed look, Fang Lang smiled and said, brother, I know the purpose of the Ministry of Justice is rectification of the police system this time, and the reason why I recommend this person to you is because he has a way to find out who your target is. Do you understand what I mean? Carol's KO couldn't sit still anymore, and he stood up from the stool, looking at Fang Lang in disbelief and said, you mean, he knows that those people are the followers of the Eddy family? How is this possible? Fang Lang couldn't answer this question directly, so he just smiled and stopped talking. Carol's KO saw that Fang Lang just smiled and didn't say anything, but his heart moved, and he said in disbelief, "How is this possible? Could he be a member of the Eddy family too?" Fang Lang still smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, Carol's KO had already begun to automatically fill in the blanks of the identity of Silver Carpenter. Of course, he couldn't let the other party know that he had already been investigating the situation of the Eddy family. So, no matter how the other party asked, Fang Lang just smiled and didn't say anything. Sometimes the more you give people room for imagination, the more they can automatically come up with a complete set of logic for you. At this time, Minister Carol's KO was obviously in this situation. After he convinced himself, he said directly to Fang Lang, "Okay, then I will second your deputy director of the police station to assist me in handling this case. Don't worry, if the Eddy family can be completely eradicated, I will definitely promote your deputy director." Hearing this, Fang Lang shook his head and smiled and said, "Minister, you are joking. I'm only the commander of the aircraft carrier fleet, not the commander of the police station. He is your subordinate, not mine. Don't get me wrong. The decision to promote him is up to you, not me." Hearing Fang Lang no longer calling him brother, Carol's KO thought he might have said something wrong. He smiled and covered up. "Oh, brother. Look, it was you who misunderstood. You are right. This is my subordinate. Since he can complete the rectification of the Naval Police Department, he must be able to provide great help for this major rectification. This time I will directly transfer him to the working group of the Ministry of Justice to help us complete the rectification of the entire police system. Thank you very much for reminding me. If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have known that I had such an excellent talent under my command." Fang Lang smiled and nodded and said, "Brother, your Ministry of Justice is full of talents. There must be many excellent talents that have not been discovered. In the future, brother, you should communicate more with our brothers below so that you can have new gains." Haha. Brother, you are right. In the future, we brothers should get closer to each other. Carol's KO laughed and stretched out his hand to Fang Language. He gained a lot today. Although Fang Lang took advantage of him, he also made a worthwhile trip. As long as the deputy director recommended by Fang Lang can really grasp all the contacts of the Eddy family in the police station as Fang Lang said, then his work of rectifying the police system will be twice as effective with half the effort. He couldn't help but be unhappy. As for whether this person is Fang Lang's man, it doesn't matter at all. After the matter was settled, Carol's KO's purpose of coming to Natal was achieved. The next day, the Minister of Justice summoned Silver Carpenter at the Natal police station early in the morning. Fang Lang didn't know what the two had communicated specifically. When the Ministry of Justice delegation left Natal the next afternoon, Silver Carpenter was transferred by the Ministry of Justice to join the working group of the Ministry of Justice to rectify the police system. After Silver Carpenter joined the working group of the Ministry of Justice, he started working soon. The Minister of Justice seemed to trust him very much. The day after arriving in Rio de Janeiro, Silver Carpenter began to take people directly into the police headquarters and interviewed many people. The results and content of the conversations are unknown. But when he just interviewed the third person, the chief of police, Thomas began to panic. Because everyone he interviewed was a backbone of the police club, and everyone who was interviewed began to consciously cut off contact with the club, including keeping a distance from him, the chief of police. No matter how stupid Thomas was, he knew that the police club had no secrets from others. Those who were interviewed by the other party were obviously very capable and excellent police officers with few records of evil. All signs showed that these people chose to stand back after being interviewed. He didn't know what the ending would be for him as the chief of police. But according to his own guess, it shouldn't be very good. Sure enough, he didn't wait for the other party's interview, but waited for the interview of the working group. After the interview, he directly resigned from the post of chief of police, and was locked up in the detention room of the Ministry of Justice. After more than a month of investigation and trial, the entire working group cleared out more than 100 police officers who had close ties with the Eddy family, and many of them were illegal from the Brazilian police force. The normal work of the police force was not affected in any way, which made the president very satisfied. After the Minister of Justice reported the achievements of the rectification of the police system in Congress, he directly put forward two opinions on the reform of the police system. The first is to improve the treatment of all police officers. The second is to upgrade the Naval Police School to the Brazilian Police University. All senior police officers must go to this police university for at least 1 year before being upgraded to the deputy director level. Of course, this police university does not only train college students, but also undertakes the teaching work of some grassroots police officers. All students who graduate from this school will be assigned to work in various police stations across the country. This is also the only school in Brazil that guarantees assignment. What Minister of Justice Carlos Ko did not expect was that these two proposals were passed very smoothly, including the proposal to improve the treatment of police officers, which he thought would be stuck. There was no resistance. After returning to the Ministry of Justice, Minister Carlos Ko directly appointed Silva Carpenter, the former Deputy Director of the Naval Police Department, as the Director of the Inspection Department of the Brazilian Police General Administration. He is dedicated to inspecting the internal personnel of the police station. All this had nothing to do with Fang language. On the third day after the Ministry of Justice inspection team left Natal, Fang Lang received several special guests at the Natal airport. When the plane stopped, the first person to get off the plane was Vivian, who had golden hair. After not seeing her for a while, the little girl had become a fashionable beauty. She was wearing an exquisite grey suit, a knee-length skirt, and flesh-colored stockings. She was actually an office lady from the afterlife. Fang Lang's eyes were a little straight. Seeing Fang Lang on the tarmac, Vivian couldn't wait to run down the gangway and throw herself into Fang Lang's arms. She completely ignored the eyes of others, and picked up Fang Lang, and started to bite him. Fang Lang also hugged his partner tightly, and gave him a French kiss. It was not until two coughs came from the side that the two reluctantly separated. Lilith, who had long black hair draped over her shoulders, a small round hat, and a long windbreaker, was looking at him with a smile on her face. Ophelia Berg behind him looked at him, and Vivian with a look of astonishment. She coughed twice from time to time. Fang Lang glared at her unhappily, then hugged Lilith, and kissed her hard. "You are finally here. I missed you so much. Humph. Honey, you are lying. You only think about your sister and not me. You went to the United States to see your sister, but you didn't come to France to see me. You don't think about me at all." As soon as Fang Lang finished speaking, Vivian was already pouting and protesting in dissatisfaction. Fang Lang's expression froze when he heard this. He looked at the back of his head with some embarrassment and said, "How could I miss you? I went to see your sister because I happened to go to the United States for work. It was really inconvenient for you to be in France. Didn't you ask Lilith to pick you up and come to Brazil when your summer vacation came?" "Humph, you're lying. I heard from my sister that you took her some time ago, saying that you were going to visit the military academy, but in fact you were taking her on a self-driving tour. I don't care. I want to go too." Vivian hugged Fang Lang's arm and said coquettishly. Fang Lang looked at the people around him who came together, including Ophelia Berg and the Tully family sisters who were responsible for protecting Lilith. Even though he had a face as thick as a city wall, he felt a little embarrassed. After giving Lilith a fierce glare and quietly hugging her other arm, she turned to Vivian and kissed her, saying, "Okay, I should have the opportunity to go to France next year. How about taking you on a self-driving tour in Paris?" "Really? That's what you said, sister. You have to testify for me," Vivian said excitedly, like a child who never grows up. Lilith looked at the other party lovingly, then smiled at Fang Lang and said, "Okay, sister will testify for you. If he dares to break the appointment, sister will help you deal with him." With her sister's guarantee, Vivian was obviously happier and hugged Fang Lang's arm tighter. Fang Lang glanced at Olivia Berg behind him, smiled and greeted her. Why is Olivia in Brazil? For some reason, Olivia Berg felt very unhappy when he saw Fang Lang hugging women on both sides and looking so lucky. He said angrily, "Lilith and I are good friends. She asked me to come to Brazil for a trip. Is that not okay?" Hearing this, Fang Lang nodded seriously and said, "Well, of course, no problem. Then you can take leave during this period of time. Your salary will be deducted. Olivia Berg bit her silver teeth lightly, her eyes widened and she snorted, "Humph. Evil capitalists, deducting wages is deducting wages, what's the big deal?" Lilith, who was hugging Fang Lang's arm, reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Fang Lang's waist lightly, and said unhappily, "What do you mean by deducting wages? I asked Olivia to come and play with me. I heard that his uncle and his family followed you to Brazil to work, so I'll take this opportunity to let her come and visit his uncle." In fact, Fang Lang didn't really want to deduct Olivia Berg's salary. Lilith was in the United States, and Fang Lang was not very confident, so he had already arranged for her to spend more time with him when she was free. Fang Lang certainly had no objection to the two of them becoming good friends because of this. It was just because her coughing just now disturbed his good thing that he deliberately teased her. Feeling the force coming from his waist, Fang Lang quickly turned his head and begged Lilith for mercy. "My dear, if you say you won't deduct it, then I won't deduct it. I was just joking, don't take it seriously." After that, he winked at Olivia Berg and said, "You are awesome." Seeing this, Olivia Berg's mouth corners slightly raised, and he gently shook his head to the upper left, humming with a smug look on his face. Chapter 363 Bikini. Fang Lang no longer bothered with him, and turned to the two Lee family sisters behind him and said, "Two sisters, you have worked hard during this period. We will go home tomorrow and take you to see the master." I don't know if it's because the two of them have less contact with Fang Lang, but they seemed a little embarrassed when they saw Fang language. Especially when they saw Fang Lang and Lilith's French kiss just now. The two sisters blushed a little. For a moment, they didn't know how to answer Fang Lang's words, and just said HMM softly. Seeing this, Lilith let go of Fang Lang's arm, walked forward and held the hands of the twins and said, "Why are you shy, sisters? You don't even say hello to your senior brother?" After that, she turned to Fang Lang and said, "Dear, let me tell you that the junior sisters are really medical geniuses. Their academic performance is much better than mine." Hearing this, Fang Lang said with a cocky look on his face, "Of course, don't you see whose junior sister she is?" This made Lilith and the Lee sisters giggle. Olivia Berg on the side wrinkled her nose and muttered, "What does it have to do with you?" Fang Lang was too lazy to argue with him and pretended not to hear. After looking at the two junior sisters for a while, he said, "I haven't seen you for a while, and I can't tell you who is the older sister and who is the younger sister. What should I do?" The two sisters relaxed when they heard it. One of them smiled at Fang Lang and said, "Senior brother, I'm the older sister." Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled and nodded. "Well, now I know you are the younger sister Li Yulan." Then he looked at another junior sister who was also smiling at him and said, "You are the elder sister Li Yumi." The younger sister who was recognized stamped her feet unhappily and said, "Senior brother, I'm the elder sister." As the younger sister of the two twins, Li Yulan seemed to have always been dissatisfied with her identity as the younger sister. Fortunately, the elder sister Li Yumi did not care about her. Lilith said softly to Fang Lang, "Dear, I will tell you a way to tell who is the elder sister and who is the younger sister." She blinked at Fang Lang as if it was a big secret. But before Fang Lang could open his mouth to reply, the two sisters had already reached out to cover Lilith's mouth at the same time and shouted with red faces, "Ah! Lilith, don't say it." Looking at the expressions of the two sisters, Fang Lang seemed to understand something and looked them up and down, making their faces even redder. Vivian on the side came forward and said, "Dear, I know too. My sister told me." I told her. Junior sister Li Yulan rushed to Vivian and covered his mouth and said, "Ah! Don't say it." Seeing the women laughing and making noises, Fang Lang smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that Lilith and the Lee sisters must get along very well. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so close. This made Fang Lang feel relieved. Although he wanted to find two bodyguards for Lilith at the beginning, Fang Lang later worshipped the father of the two sisters, Li Yuns, as his teacher, although he basically didn't learn much. But these two are his junior sisters anyway. If they were really used as bodyguards by Lilith all the time, Fang Lang would not be able to explain to the master. Fortunately, Lilith is not the kind of rich lady who is bossy and can get along with anyone. The girls are all beautiful, and the appearance of 5 such girls at once is naturally very eye-catching. When everyone was playing on the tarmac, They had already attracted many people's attention. Fortunately, Fang Lang was not wearing a military uniform today, otherwise, more people would have whispered to each other. Seeing that the time was almost up, Fang Lang hurriedly stepped forward to stop the laughter and said, okay, senior brother will not ask any more questions. If we continue to make trouble, we will be surrounded by people. Come with me, let's go home first. Then he turned around and walked towards the car parked on the side. The sisters still played with each other for a while before they caught up with Fang Lang's footsteps. Fang Lang's guards were naturally responsible for picking up the luggage. Lilith and Vivian quickly caught up with Fang Lang's footsteps and hugged Fang Lang's arms again. Fang Lang smiled and gave everyone a kiss, and both of them were full of smiles. Everyone got in the car and went straight to Fang Lang's officer villa. Vivian was very excited along the way, especially after passing through the military camp and seeing the blue beach. Moreover, she hugged Fang Lang's neck from behind while he was driving and said, "Honey, your beach is so beautiful. I brought back a bikini from France. Do you want me to wear it and show it to you?" Fang Lang, who was driving, got so excited when he heard this that he almost drove off the road without stopping to turn the steering wheel. After hearing this, Lilith, who was standing by, looked at Vivian in confusion and said, "What is a bikini?" Vivian giggled, looked at Lilith and said, "Sister, I think my brother-in-law is not honest." Hearing Vivian's change of address, Lilith glared at her sister and said, "I'm asking you a question. What are you talking about? Why don't you call me dear? Now he's calling me brother-in-law. Should I call him brother-in-law too?" Because my brother-in-law is not honest. The bikini swimsuit was designed by Louis Riel at the Paris Fashion Show on July 5th this year. I also had the opportunity to come into contact with it when I was studying fashion design in Paris. But look at my brother-in-law. He lives in Brazil, but he knows this female swimsuit style. He must be not honest. Vivian sat in the back seat, hugged Fang Lang's neck, and put her hand into Fang Lang's collar, as if to warm her hands, and pressed her hands against Fang Lang's chest. After she finished talking to her sister, she put her mouth close to Fang Lang's ear and blew hot air, saying, "Is that so, brother-in-law?" The sweet voice almost killed Fang Lang, and his whole body was numb. Especially when this girl didn't call him dear, but called him brother-in-law. He didn't know why he had an inexplicable sense of excitement in his heart. Lilith, who was standing by, saw her sister teasing Fang Lang, but she didn't criticize him. Instead, she came up and said, "Is that so, brother-in-law? Tell the truth. Are you not being honest?" Fang Lang, who was driving, wanted to break and kill the two goblins on the spot. But this was his own military camp, and as the highest commander, he couldn't mess around. If his soldiers saw it, it would be embarrassing. He calmed down and controlled his heart that was about to jump out of his chest. He coughed twice and said, "Ahem. I'm driving. You wait and see how I'll deal with you tonight." Sister, I'm so scared. My brother-in-law said he's going to deal with me tonight. You have to help. Vivian teased Fang Lang even more vigorously. It was because there were only 3 of them in the car that they could talk about such private topics. "Well, don't worry, I will definitely help. I will help your brother-in-law to deal with you." Brother-in-law, my sister is bullying me. Fang Lang thought, am I driving, or are you two driving? Isn't this speed a little too fast? It has already run over my face. Look at the tire marks, which have rubbed my thick skin red. After a while of playing around, Fang Lang finally drove the car to the door of the villa. Vivian pushed the door and got out of the car and said to Lilith, "Sister, you don't care about your brother-in-law. He must be dishonest. Otherwise, how would he know about the bikini that just came out in Paris?" Fang Lang was of course very familiar with bikinis, but this familiarity was learned from later generations. Fang Lang had never seen a bikini of this era, and he had never thought that the first bikini was actually born in July 1946. It seems that the women's liberation movement in Europe and the United States has developed very rapidly, but now he really couldn't explain how he knew about the existence of bikinis when he was far away in Brazil. Facing Lilith's searching eyes, Fang Lang said with a wry smile, "Don't listen to Vivian's nonsense. I'm very honest. This is the first time I've heard of this bikini. As soon as the voice fell, Vivian had already said, "Sister, he lied. When I showed him the bikini just now, he couldn't hold the steering wheel steadily. Humph. He must be dishonest." Fang Lang cursed the little goblin inwardly when he heard it and quickly said, "God and heaven are conscientious. This little girl put her cold palm on my chest when she was talking. I was reacting to stress." After saying that, he ignored the reactions of the two people, hugged their slender waists, and walked towards the villa. He didn't even care about Olivia and the Lee sisters who got off the car behind him and walked straight to the villa. Looking at the three people hugging each other and entering the villa, Olivia and the other two packed their luggage while looking at each other, and their faces all blushed. Olivia even said directly, "They won't be here now." After hearing this, the Lee sisters' already red faces became even redder. They shook their heads helplessly and could only carry their luggage into the house by themselves. Fortunately, after entering the house, they saw that they did not really rush into the room directly, and the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. However, they saw that Lilith and Vivian were visiting Fang Lang's small villa. After seeing the three people come in, the two sisters hurried forward embarrassedly and helped the three people with their luggage. Fang Lang was pouring water for everyone. After everyone moved their luggage in, Fang Lang assigned rooms to the three people. As for Lilith, there was no need to assign them, and they directly pushed their luggage into their master bedroom. Considering that several people had been through a long flight, therefore, Fang Lang arranged for everyone to take a short break. After sending Olivia and the Lee sisters to their rooms, Fang Lang returned to his room slowly and said to Lilith in the room, "Vivian, what exactly is the bikini you are talking about? Take it out and let me see it." Soon, there were bursts of exclamations from the master bedroom. It was not until more than an hour later that the exclamations slowly died down. Olivia Berg, who was in the guest room next to the master bedroom, covered her ears with a pillow, regretting that she should not have lived in this place. That afternoon, Fang Lang took everyone to Natal Stay Building and had a sumptuous dinner. In the evening, everyone sat on the sofa in the living room, drinking red wine and chatting. "Lilith, before you came to Brazil this time, did you go back to your country to see Mr. Coburn?" "Yes. After the holiday, I went to France to meet Vivian, and then went back to Naples with her, and then came to Brazil together." "What is the situation in Italy recently?" "I heard that on the 18th of last month, Italy officially became a republic. The new King Umberto was only king for more than a month before he was driven away." "Yes, my father was very happy to celebrate with his friends. I haven't seen Mr. Coburn for so long. How is he recently?" Vivian, who rested her head on Fang Lang's legs, replied with some dissatisfaction, "You are busy with your company's affairs every day, and you don't even have time to go home and be with your mother. Humph. It's all your fault. You capitalist." Hearing this, Fang Lang coughed twice and said, "Ahem, how can you say that? Mr. Coburn has a share in the company. Besides, isn't your man's industry also your industry?" Lilith frowned and said, "Vivian, don't talk nonsense. You have seen the situation in Italy. If it weren't for my father working in global trade, would our family have the life we have now? You know, the goods of global trade are all the daily necessities that Italy urgently needs. If it weren't for my father's hard work, I don't know how many Italians can't even buy rice. Besides, Fang is a capitalist, aren't you the wife of a capitalist?" Hearing this, Vivian no longer refuted, but stuck out her tongue at Fang language. Fang Lang touched Vivian's golden hair with some doting, and said to Lilith, "It doesn't matter, Vivian is complaining that Mr. Coburn has no time to accompany Mrs. Coburn. Do you want to send a telegram and bring Mrs. Coburn to Brazil to play for a while?" "No need this time. I have talked to them, and they mean that they will come to Brazil to spend the winter this winter." Lilith shook her head. Fang Lang heard this, and his heart moved. In his impression, the winter in Europe after World War II was particularly cold in the 2 years, and it was said to be a once-in-a-century severe cold. Many people in Europe froze to death, which was also a reason for the emergence of the European aid plan. He nodded and said to Lilith, "Okay, when the weather in Brazil is warm, it is suitable for wintering. Let's go to Brazil to spend the winter together." Then he turned to Vivian and said, "Vivian, you always say that I'm a capitalist. Are there many people in France discussing this issue now?" Fang Lang knew very well that the Soviet Communist Party's infiltration into Europe during this period was very serious. From Vivian's constant saying that she was a capitalist, it can be seen that the other party must have heard this term frequently. Vivian, who was lying on Fang Lang's legs, looked up and looked at Fang Lang and said, "I also heard from my classmates. To be honest, I feel that France is more chaotic than Italy now. The government is always changing, and the country is not stable. Soldiers are sent out to fight everywhere. After so many years of war, haven't they had enough of war?" As a soldier, Fang Lang's most sensitive word is of course war. Now he heard from Vivian that France is still fighting. He was stunned. Most of his historical knowledge was learned from history books. In his impression, wasn't it his hometown that was still at war during this period? Why were the French also at war? Is France still at war? Who are they fighting against? I'm not sure either. It seems to be in Asia, maybe India. Vivian was obviously not a person who paid much attention to politics, and most of the news was hearsay. Fang Lang understood that France would definitely not go to war with India, because India was British territory and had nothing to do with the French. In addition, India's independence did not experience war at all. Therefore, fighting with Indians was simply a joke. So, in Asia, where would it be related to India? Fang Lang reacted quickly. Needless to say, it was definitely in Southeast Asia. Chapter 364 Placement. The concept of Southeast Asia has just emerged and has not been recognized by the international community. In the eyes of old European countries, Southeast Asia should be called Indochina. Therefore, the place Vivian heard should be Indochina, which is Southeast Asia in the future. Thinking of this, Fang Lang's heart moved. It was not that he wanted to participate in the Gallic War or use this war to make a fortune. The rogue country like Gallic chickens simply look down on small countries like Brazil. They also look down on selling arms to them. It is estimated that their own country has a lot of arms supported by the United States, which has not been used up yet. In addition, their country also has its own weapons manufacturing capabilities and does not need to purchase arms from abroad. Of course, their opponents may need arms, but Fang Lang dare not sell them to them. For a little business, it is completely unnecessary to make enemies with one of the 5 gangsters. Besides, in Fang Lang's impression, there are not many good things in the whole Southeast Asia, and fighting life and death is none of his business. He is attracted by the Chinese in Southeast Asia, many of whom are very successful businessmen. However, it is precisely because everyone is too successful in business, but has no military support, so they are often harvested as fat sheep. Thinking of these suffering Chinese, Fang Lang felt heartbroken. Now he heard Vivian say that France is launching military operations in Southeast Asia. Fang Lang can imagine how the Chinese in Southeast Asia will live in dire straits under such circumstances. Among these Chinese, many have spent all their family property to support their hometown to fight against Japan. Now the government in their hometown will definitely not care about the life and death of these fellow countrymen, but Fang Lang is now capable. How can he not lend a helping hand? Thinking of this, Fang Lang began to calculate in his mind how to implement it specifically. Vivian in his arms found that Fang Lang fell into deep thought after hearing what he said, so she sat up from his arms and asked Fang Lang, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Hearing Vivian's question, Fang Lang came out of his thoughts and smiled at Vivian. "No, I just thought of something. I wonder if my Vivian has learned anything good in Gaul." Seeing Fang Lang return to normal, Vivian was relieved. She sat beside Fang Lang with her arms around her and said proudly, "Of course, I'm an excellent student. The teacher often praises me for my talent. He also took me to the Paris fashion show. Otherwise I wouldn't have the opportunity to see a bikini." Fang Lang smiled and pinched the other's nose and said with a smile, "Oh, really? It seems that our Vivian really has a chance to become an excellent fashion designer in the future." "I've already thought about it. My first work is to design a handsome suit for you. What do you think?" Vivian said with a smile, sticking to Fang language. Hearing this, Fang Lang also smiled and said to Vivian, "It's a deal. I'll wait for my little baby to design a beautiful suit for me personally. From now on, your sister and I will design clothes by you." and I'm already preparing for the matter of setting up a clothing brand for you. Now I have set up a textile factory in Natal, and some time ago, I have started large-scale production of cloth. If necessary, I can set up a clothing manufacturing factory for you at any time, to produce the clothes you designed, and sell them all over the world. What do you think? Hearing Fang Lang's words, Vivian jumped up from the sofa, and said to Fang Lang excitedly, "Dear, is what you said true? Of course, don't forget. Brazil is a world-famous long staple cotton producing area, and Natal is also one of Brazil's main cotton producing areas. At that time, you will be responsible for design and manufacturing, and global trade will be responsible for helping you sell the clothes you design to the world. You will soon become a world-famous fashion designer, and the clothing brand named after you will also be famous all over the world. At that time, you can organize a fashion show in your own name." Fang Lang cheered Vivian up, as if it was natural. After hearing Fang Lang's words, the little girl was completely immersed in a beautiful vision. It took her a while to react. She screamed at Fang Lang, rushed directly into Fang Lang's arms, sat on Fang Lang and said, "Ah, honey, I love you so much." Before Fang Lang could reply, his mouth was blocked by Vivian's sexy red lips. After a passionate kiss, Vivian let Fang Lang go, but she was unwilling to get down from Fang Lang's arms. The few people in the living room could only passively have their mouths filled with food. But Vivian was obviously not a girl who only cared about herself. Soon she sat up and asked Fang Lang, "What about my sister? I heard from my sister that female doctors nowadays don't seem to be very popular. Many students who graduated from their school have not been able to find jobs smoothly. They can only serve as private doctors for some noble women." Fang Lang heard this and looked at Lilith beside him. Lilith was also looking at him, and Vivian with a smile on her face. She didn't look angry at all, but seemed to be happy to see the intimacy between the two. Now Fang Lang has completely lost his original restraint and completely relaxed when he was with the two sisters. Facing Lilith's smiling eyes, Fang Lang knew that she knew that he would never forget his promise to her. Therefore, he didn't worry at all that he would have no place to work in the future. "Of course I won't forget Lilith. I have asked my family to start building a hospital in Sao Paulo. However, this hospital may be a little different from our ordinary hospitals. Is it a hospital that combines Chinese and Western medicine?" Lilith looked at Fang Lang with some confusion and said, "What does it mean to combine Chinese and Western medicine?" Seeing that Lilith was not angry, but a little puzzled, Fang Lang was relieved and looked at Lilith and said, "We Chinese generally call the medical skills of our hometown Chinese medicine. For example, my master, in addition to being a martial arts master, is also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. As for the specific treatment methods, you can ask my two junior sisters. They will definitely be able to answer more clearly than I can. And the modern medicine you are learning now is called Western medicine by us. The data methods and medical concepts of the two medical skills are very different, but it cannot be denied that each has its own strengths. What I mean is that in this hospital, there are both traditional Chinese medicine practitioners from our hometown and modern Western medicine practitioners like you. The two types of doctors work in the same hospital, and patients can choose which doctor to go to for treatment. I plan to hand over the Western Medicine Department directly to you for management. What do you think?" Hearing this, Lilith suddenly realized and said, "Oh, I understand what you mean. I can come to this hospital to work when the time comes, but I can't manage the Western Medicine Department. I'm a medical student who just graduated from school and can't even do a good operation. How can I manage a hospital? Hospital managers, I suggest you go to Europe and the United States to recruit. This will ensure that our hospital has enough doctors and excellent medical standards. Only in this way can our hospital become a strong hospital." After that, she turned to the two sisters Li Yumei and Li Yulan who were sitting on the side and said, "No wonder you two sisters have such good academic performance. It turns out you already had a foundation." Hearing this, the two sisters didn't know where to start for a moment. Finally, Sister Li Yulan said, "Lilith, you may have misunderstood. Chinese medicine and Western medicine are completely different. There are great differences in both diagnosis and treatment methods. Chinese medicine mainly uses yin and yang and the 5 element as its theoretical basis. It usually requires syndrome differentiation and treatment. When a disease occurs, it is necessary to first find out the cause of the disease through syndrome differentiation, analyze the pathogenesis and the changes in the internal organs, meridians, and joints, key, blood and body fluids in the human body, summarize the syndrome type, and try to balance the body's yin and yang through the action of drugs to promote recovery from the disease. Western medicine mainly uses anatomy and physiology, tissue embryology, biochemistry and molecular biology as basic disciplines. It usually conducts targeted examinations and treatments based on the patient's description of the location of the body's discomfort. In short, Chinese medicine looks at the whole, while Western medicine looks at the part. That is what we often say, headaches are treated by the head, and feet are treated by the foot. The Chinese medicine we originally studied not only cannot provide us with any help, but makes it more difficult for us to learn Western medicine. Lilith heard this, her expression stagnated, and after a while she suddenly got up and rushed to Li Yulan and said, "Li Yulan, you just want to tell me that you are smarter and I'm dumber. Ah. Just wait, you actually said I'm dumb. Let me see how I will deal with you." Seeing Lilith's somewhat dull expression, Fang Lang thought that she was trying to figure out the difference between the two medical theories described by Li Yulan. When she pounced on Li Yulan, he hadn't reacted yet. It was not until he heard Lilith's words that Fang Lang laughed out loud. Watching the two girls playing around, revealing their beauty from time to time, Fang Lang was very satisfied with his eyes. After a long while, the two girls finally sat down. Li Yulan also panted and said, "Lilith, you female hooligan, how could I say you are stupid? I just told you that the two kinds of medicine are completely different. It is very difficult for us who study Chinese medicine to switch to Chinese medicine." Lilith heard what Li Yulan said and stretched out her hand again, saying to Fang Lang, "My dear, please judge. Do you think she is saying that I'm stupid? She said that it is more difficult for you to study Western medicine, but your academic performance is better than mine, and you even said that she is not making fun of me for being stupid. I can't forgive you." Ah. The two of them quarreled again, and even Li Yumei on the side couldn't stand it anymore and said to the two of them, "It's exposed, it's exposed." Lilith is not afraid of exposure. Anyway, there are only her men here, and only her men can see it. Li Yulan was obviously panicked when she heard this and begged for mercy again and again. "Lilith, I was wrong. Sister Lilith, I was wrong. Senior brother is still watching. I admit defeat. Forgive me. I surrender." Lilith laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? He is your senior brother, not an outsider. Just see it." She even blinked at Fang Language. Now Fang Lang couldn't remain indifferent. If he didn't say anything, he could watch it for a while longer and feast his eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, Founding a School. But now, Lilith was obviously trying to give him more benefits on purpose, and Fang Lang was embarrassed to watch. He quickly coughed twice and said, okay. Lilith, Yulan has surrendered. Come back quickly, let me hug you, and comfort your wounded heart." As he said that, he patted Vivian's butt sitting in his arms, signaling her to get down. As a result, the girl seemed to have received some signal, and kissed him hard on the mouth again. After a while, she let go of him and got up, sitting on the sofa to his right. Her arm was very natural, and hugged his right arm. This made Fang Lang laugh and cry. Fortunately, Lilith and Li Yulan were no longer entangled at this time. Lilith did not sit directly in Fang Lang's arms like Vivian did, but returned to Fang Lang's left-hand side, hugged Fang Lang's arm, pouted her little mouth, and looked dissatisfied. Fang Lang laughed, kissed him on the mouth, and said, "It doesn't matter. Wouldn't they be more helpful to you if they have good grades? When the time comes, let them come to work in our hospital after graduation. You will be the dean, and they will be your assistants. You will direct them to work." When Lilith heard this, it seemed to make sense, so she was no longer angry. She winked at Li Yumei and Li Yulan and said, "Did you hear that? Your senior brother said that you will be my assistants in the future. You can study hard. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Fang Lang laughed and said, ha ha ha, okay, we are all family. The smarter you are, and the more you learn, the happier I am. When you grow up in the future, we can also rely on the hospital to set up a medical school, to train more doctors to help you. You won't be very hard. By the way, what majors are you studying? Lilith and Li Yulan were obviously just joking, and didn't mean to be angry at all. They were also looking forward to working in the same hospital in the future. Hearing Fang Lang's question, Lilith said directly, we can only choose obstetrics and gynecology and internal medicine. Women have not yet been able to enter the field of surgery. Both of my junior sisters chose obstetrics and gynecology like me, but Yumei seems to be interested in internal medicine and wants to take internal medicine. Right? After saying that, she looked at Li Yumei, who had rarely spoken, and asked. Li Yumei smiled at Fang Lang and Lilith and said, yes, I think my foundation in traditional Chinese medicine is very helpful for internal medicine, so I want to learn about Western medicine, internal medicine, to see if I can gain anything. Obviously, Li Yumei is an intellectual young woman with her own ideas, which is beyond Fang Lang's expectations. After all, Fang Lang knew that the sisters were both good at martial arts, but he didn't expect that they were also very interested in learning. It seems that these are two sisters who are both good at literature and martial arts. Sao Paulo, Brazil. Since the Sao Paulo police chief confirmed it, Sao Paulo has begun a severe crackdown on criminal gangs involving organized crime. The intensity of the crackdown and the severity of the punishment were unprecedented. In just 1 month, the prisons in Sao Paulo were already overcrowded. And all this seemed to have nothing to do with Fang Xinshu. Fang Xinshu is now a legal taxpayer with a formal company. Whether it is an immigration company or a real estate development company, the Sao Paulo municipal government cannot easily offend it. According to Fang Lang's request, Fang Xinshu directly registered a formal security company called Hang Yiteng Security, and all gang members became formal employees of the security company. So the crackdown on gangs and evil, of course, has nothing to do with formal companies like them. The office building of Hang Yiteng Security Company in Sao Paulo, Brazil, is a newly built 3-story Chinese-style antique building with a large area. It is obvious that it is very powerful to have such a large office building in the center of Sao Paulo. The architectural style of flying eaves and red roof tiles is eye-opening for many Brazilians, especially when a ray of morning glow shines on the tiles, as if they were made of jade. When the building was completed, the mayor personally came to congratulate. Today, Hang Yiteng Security Company is particularly lively. On the road on both sides of the gate, there is a young man in a black suit standing every 2 steps, watching the people coming and going at the gate vigilantly. Further away, policemen in police uniforms can be seen from time to time on duty at the intersection. The company's gate is filled with red flower baskets on both sides, extending from the gate through the front yard to the downstairs of the company building. On the door between the door pillars in the middle of the building is a huge plaque decorated with red cloth, on which the 3 characters Hang Yiteng are written in gold lacquer. The front yard is also full of sturdy figures in black suits. Soon, a car after a car slowly stopped at the gate, and middle-aged and elderly men in suits and leather shoes or long gowns got out one by one. Although these people look inconspicuous, they walk with great vigor and momentum. Obviously, they are all big wigs from all sides. Whenever someone gets off the car, a concierge will come forward to greet him, take the name card from the other party, and sing loudly. Hong Kong Hangman Dashing Hall, Hall Master Bacon Bayo, has arrived. Penang Hangman Yai Hall, Hall Master Jiwan Chang, has arrived. Nanayu Hangman Yixing Hall, Hall Master Wen Shicheng, has arrived. New York Hangman Sahe Hall, Hall Master Fang Janeo, has arrived. Chiangsha Hangman Mountain Master, Dagon Hall, Mr. Satu, has arrived. As everyone entered, someone had already stepped forward to lead the way, and welcomed everyone into the incense hall one by one. The incense hall was filled with smoke, and in the middle were a group of Hangman's predecessors. Everyone who entered the incense hall came forward to burn incense. Under the guidance, they sat on the chairs on both sides of the incense hall. As time passed, the seats were slowly filled up. After Mr. Situ arrived, the meeting officially began. A tall, thin middle-aged man, wearing a long gown and a jacket, slowly came to the incense hall, bowed to everyone, and shouted, "The auspicious time has arrived. Today is the day for the reopening of the Hangman Brazil branch, Hangai Hall. First of all, on behalf of the Hangman General Hall, I would like to welcome everyone." Everyone stood up and bowed to the old man in the hall who presided over the ceremony. After everyone sat down, the old man in the hall looked at the time, nodded to Mr. Situ, and then shouted loudly, "Please welcome the master of the altar." Mr. Situ stood up and walked slowly to the front of the hall. The man standing next to him handed the 3.5 sticks of incense he had led to Mr. Situ. After receiving the incense, Mr. Situ said to the people in the hall, "This Hangai Hall was originally a branch of our hometown. Due to the war, it was exiled to Brazil. Today, there is a descendant of Hangai Hall, Fang Lang, who cannot bear to see our Chinese brothers being oppressed by foreigners. He is willing to unite the brothers and re-establish the banner of Hangai Hall, which is affiliated with Hangman. Today, we sincerely invite all heroes to witness it together." After speaking, he looked around at the people in the hall. The people present today are all big figures such as the heads of various overseas halls. It can be imagined that the Hangman headquarters attaches great importance to the establishment of the Brazilian Hall. Everyone was also invited to witness the entry of this new brother. They were prepared for the whole ceremony. When Mr. Situ's voice fell, everyone stood up and responded loudly, "We are willing to be witnesses." After everyone finished speaking, Mr. Situ shouted to the outside of the door, "It is Fang Lang, the descendant of Hangai Hall." Many men dressed in white shirts and red pants, with red head scarves, dressed like Hang, stood outside the incense hall in 2 rows. Hearing the voice from inside the hall, he also stood up and repeated, "The descendant of Hangai Hall, Fang Lang." Soon, Fang Lang, wearing a neat suit and combing his hair back, came over with big strides. When the men dressed as Hang saw Fang Lang, they all asked loudly, "What's your name?" "Fang Lang." "Who is your identity?" "Descendant of Hangai Hall." "What's the matter?" "Re-raise the banner of rebellion." Of course, these were all procedures that had been prepared and rehearsed in advance, and Fang Lang was not panicked at all. After the Hangs finished their interrogation, Fang Lang successfully entered the incense hall. After he entered the door of the incense hall, a middle-aged man in a black gown at the door handed over a stick of incense. Fang Lang nodded and took it, raised the incense stick above his head, and slowly knelt down facing the incense table in front of the hall. When the man in black clothes and long gown saw Fang Lang kneeling down, he took out a thick-backed broadsword from behind. If an average person were to kneel on the ground and someone behind him held up a thick-backed machete, he would probably be so scared that his legs would go weak and his whole body would tremble, just like being on the guillotine. Or if someone was not sincere or had 2 minds, he would probably be worried that the Deacon Hangan, who was responsible for delivering the instructions, would chop him to death with one knife. Fortunately, the Deacon Hangan just used the back of the knife to gently tap Fang Lang's back and loudly delivered the instructions. "Since you joined the Hangman, your parents are my parents, your brothers and sisters are my brothers and sisters, your wife is my sister-in-law, and your son is my nephew. If you disobey, you will be killed by the 5 thunders." Fang Lang held up the incense stick and repeated it loudly with a solemn expression. After Fang Lang finished taking the oath, the Deacon Hangan in black robes patted him on the back again with the back of his knife and continued to preach, "If any of your parents or brothers pass away after 100 years and have no money to bury them, once a white silk flies by and asks for help, you should immediately inform those who have money to give money and those who don't have money to give labor. Anyone who pretends to be ignorant will be struck to death by the 5 thunders." Brothers of the Hang family from all provinces and overseas, no matter they are scholars, farmers, merchants, or even people from the underworld, who come to you must stay for a night and have 2 meals. Anyone who pretends to be ignorant and treats you as an outsider will be killed by 10,000 swords. Brothers of the Hang family, although we don't know each other, if we meet someone with an outsider name and talk about speculation and don't recognize each other, we will be killed by 10,000 swords. There were a total of 36 oaths, and after each oath, the Deacon Hangan in black robes would pat Fang Lang on the back with the back of his knife. After the 36 oaths were completed, everyone in the incense hall vowed in unison, "We swear that there are treacherous loyalists, and brothers from all over the world are the same. Loyal and righteous dukes and marquesses will be killed by the sword." After the oath was completed, Fang Xinxiu stood up and inserted the incense stick in his hand into the copper incense burner in front of the incense table. After offering incense, Fang Xinxiu consciously retreated behind Mr. Situ, who was standing in front of the incense table. Mr. Situ smiled at Fang Xinxiu with satisfaction and nodded. Then, the deacon Han Gun, who led Fang Xinxiu to take the oath, grabbed a fierce rooster in his left hand and strode forward with a thick-backed broadsword that had hit Fang Xinxiu's back in his right hand and came to the incense table. He chanted something in his mouth and offered sacrifices in all directions in the hall. From time to time, he picked up the yellow paper on the incense table, lit it, and threw it around. After the sacrifice was completed, the broadsword in his hand raised and fell, chopping off the entire chicken head. After pouring the chicken blood into a bowl of white wine on the incense table, Mr. Situ glanced at Fang Xinxiu behind him and nodded to him. Fang Xinxiu was not polite. He went straight forward, picked up a small dagger on the incense table, cut his finger, squeezed out a few drops of blood, and mixed it into the wine bowl full of chicken blood. Chapter 366 Business. Mr. Situ on the other side did the same thing, cutting his finger and dripping blood into the wine bowl. After the wine and blood mixed, Mr. Situ stepped forward, held up the wine bowl, and turned to face the people in the hall. As early as when the deacon used the red stick to chop off the chicken's head, someone in the hall distributed a stick of incense to each guest invited to watch the ceremony. Seeing that everyone was holding an incense stick, Mr. Situ walked forward slowly, knelt down slowly facing the altar, and chanted loudly, "In the year of Bingsu, the month of Yewei, and the day of Gimeo, the 18th hall of the Hangman in the world, the Hangman Hangai Hall, raise the flag of justice again in Sao Paulo, Brazil, to protect our overseas Chinese brothers. Please bless us, our ancestors, and all the Hangman heroes." Everyone in the hall raised the incense sticks above their heads and knelt down facing the altar. When Mr. Situ finished reading, everyone followed suit and said, "Please bless us, our ancestors, all the heroes of Hangman." Then Mr. Situ sang loudly, "Today, there is Fang Xinxiu, a descendant of Hangai Hall. He is chivalrous and kind-hearted. He is well known among the Chinese brothers in Brazil. He is recommended by the brothers, and, under our witness, he takes the position of the leader of Hangai Hall in Hangman, Brazil. He will be under the jurisdiction of Hangman, abide by the rules of Hangman, and protect our Chinese brothers in Brazil." When Mr. Situ finished singing, Fang Xinxiu swore again. "I, Fang Xinxiu, swear to our ancestors and the heroes of Hangman today, that I will unite my brothers and protect China. I will abide by the 36 oaths. If I violate them, I'm willing to be punished by 3 knives and 6 holes." All the guests also stood up and sang, "We are witnesses together." Then Mr. Situ picked up the wine bowl and took a sip, and then handed the wine bowl to Fang Xinxiu, who also took a sip. After the ceremony, everyone stood up. Mr. Situ stretched out his hand and shook hands with Fang Xinxiu, saying with a smile, "Xinxiu, the Chinese compatriots in Brazil, will be in your care from now on." Fang Xinxiu also said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Situ. As a Chinese, I have no choice but to do it. Mr. Situ, you have come from afar to preside over the ceremony for our Hangai Tang. Xinxiu is very grateful. I have already booked a hotel, and I must not leave until I'm drunk this time." Mr. Situ is a generous man. Although he is very old, he is still not stage shy and said, "Haha, no problem. It's rare for so many leaders of the Hangman in the world to gather together. Everyone must not leave until they are drunk this time." Everyone around laughed when they heard it. Fang Xinxiu also hurriedly said to everyone, "On behalf of Hangai Tang, I would like to thank all the leaders for coming all the way to Brazil to support us. The hotel has prepared our Brazilian specialties of good wine and good food. Please eat and drink well. Master Fang, we are not here to eat and drink. Your Hangai Tang has made a lot of moves in your hometown. The Hangmen in your hometown have made a fortune with you. Don't forget us when you have such a chance to make a fortune." A short and fat man spoke directly. The people around frowned when they heard this and seemed a little unhappy. Fang Xinshu understood that these so-called hangman halls were not all heroes. Most of them were actually gangsters. Therefore, he was prepared for this and was not surprised. At present, the power of Hang Gaitang in Brazil is still very weak. For these hangman halls that have developed for dozens or hundreds of years, they naturally look down on them and will not be particularly polite when speaking. But everyone was a guest, and it was impossible to quarrel with him directly. He could only smile and say, okay, we can sit down and talk about business slowly. Let's have a simple meal together first. Fang will not let you make a wasted trip. The short and fat man saw Fang Xinshu showing weakness, nodded with satisfaction, and said nothing more. Mr. Situ looked at the arrogant short and fat man calmly, and did not say anything. He knew that this man was Wen Shicheng, the leader of the Hangman Hall in South Vietnam. It was not necessarily true that this guy was very powerful, but I heard that the French recently controlled South Vietnam, and this guy was on the list of a French officer and contracted some logistical business in France. He also bought a lot of arms from the French officer and had an armed force of more than 100 people under his command, so he began to become a little arrogant recently. Even he, the leader of the Hangman Mountain, did not take him seriously. What's more, he was the leader of the Hangman Hall in Brazil, a poor place where no one lives. Therefore, Mr. Situ did not find his attitude towards him strange. In fact, Hangman is not an organization with very concentrated power, and the power of the Hangman leader is far less powerful than it seems. Now Mr. Situ can control the Hangman organization in the United States. Mr. Situ can only lead the South Vietnamese hangman leader named Wei Shicheng in name, but he has no chance of kicking him out of the position of leader. Unless someone under his command wants to replace him, Mr. Situ can provide some help from the side, and then, after his subordinate succeeds, he will directly recognize the orthodox identity of the other party's hangman. Everyone left the incense hall with laughter and followed Fang Xinshu's arrangement. They walked out of the Hang Gaitang building and took a car back to the hotel where they were staying. Of course, the Brazilian Hang Gaitang was responsible for arranging the food and accommodation this time, so Fang Xinshu directly booked a large hotel in Sao Paulo, and everyone's food and accommodation were arranged here. After returning to the hotel, the Hang Gaitang brothers in black suits had already maintained order at the intersection. The waiters inside the hotel had also been prepared long ago and welcomed these bosses into the restaurant one by one. Fang Xinshu accompanied Mr. Situ as they walked and talked. Xinshu, I was on the road today and saw many policemen helping to maintain order at every intersection. It seems that you have a great influence in the local area. Mr. Situ asked with obvious surprise. Fang Xinshu just smiled and said, No, you are joking. Recently, the public security in Sao Paulo is not very good. The police are fighting against crime everywhere. So it is normal to see a lot of policemen on the road. Looking at Fang Xinshu's calm expression, as if everything was really as he said. But Mr. Situ is not so easy to fool. He looked at Fang Xinshu with a smile on his face and said, since the police are carrying out a large-scale crackdown on gangsters and evil, you still dare to open a hall at this time? Aren't you afraid that the Brazilian police will come to make trouble? Fang Xinshu looked at Mr. Situ with a surprised face and said, What do you mean, Mr. Situ? Our Hang Gaitang is a formal company, a legal enterprise that pays taxes to the municipal government. Why should we be afraid of the police's crackdown on gangsters and evil? Mr. Situ was stunned when he heard this. This made sense, and I couldn't refute it. I'm Meng language. It seems that Xinshu has a completely different understanding of the development of Hang Gaitang from other hangman halls. Fang Xinshu arched his hands and said with a smile on his face, No, isn't Mr. Situ also forming a political party? Our Hang Gaitang is not a gang organization, so of course we don't have to be afraid of the government. We pay taxes to them, and it is only natural that they protect our interests. At this moment, Mr. Situ couldn't help but sigh that the young are formidable. He never expected that the Hang Gaitang in Brazil would not follow the rules at all and would blatantly corporatize the organization and simply call the company Hang Gaitang. But no one could say anything. After all, the other party did register the normal company procedures. So, Hang Gaitang is going to do legitimate business in Brazil. I wonder what specific industries it is engaged in. Haha. Mr. Situ is right. Our Hang Yitang is a formal company in Brazil, and the industries we are engaged in are naturally legitimate. For example, the current immigration company and the real estate development company are the pillar industries of our Hang Yitang. Can these formal companies have so many armed guards? Mr. Situ said, pointing at the younger brothers in black suits who were responsible for maintaining order. Fang Xinshu smiled and said, Mr. Situ, these are the professional security personnel of the Hang Yitang security company we just established. They are all professional security personnel with gun licenses. Isn't it normal to have guns? Mr. Situ suddenly realized what he said and looked at Fang Xinshu with more surprise. This opened a new door for him. It turns out that this way can be used to legalize one's own illegal armed forces. Just learning this point, this trip to Brazil is worthwhile. Think about the so-called immigration company and labor company of the other party now. Aren't they also engaged in human trade in essence? But the other party has legalized this transaction by establishing a company. I have to say that Hang Yitang is really too smart. As the two talked, they slowly walked into the banquet hall. As the host, Fang Xinshu was naturally responsible for entertaining the guests. So, after nodding to Mr. Situ, Fang Xinshu walked directly into the banquet hall and greeted the guests. After a lot of effort, everyone arrived one after another, just waiting for the meal to start. A subordinate came to Fang Xinshu's ear and whispered something. Fang Xinshu turned his head in surprise and looked at him. After receiving a positive eye signal from him, he quickly nodded to everyone to express his apology and walked quickly to the hotel in trance. Everyone was still a little surprised at first, and soon there was a welcome voice at the door. The mayor of Sao Paulo, Mr. Scalia, is here to congratulate. The chief of police of Sao Paulo, Mr. Laurent Diabate, is here to congratulate. The appearance of these two people was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. The current hangman organizations, most of the halls around the world, are secret associations. They are often hostile to the government. Of course, Mr. Situ's hangman organization in the United States actually has some connections with some American politicians. However, no one dares to say that the city government officials and the chief of police can attend the rally they organized. This does not mean that Hang Yitang has a close relationship with local government officials, because a close personal relationship with an official means that if you give a lot of benefits to the other party, it is okay for others to be on good terms with you in private. But even in this case, the other party will never attend the celebration organized by you as a public official in such a formal occasion. But Brazil Hang Yitang can do it in Brazil. Chapter 367, Business Among Hangmen. At this time, Mr. Situ no longer believed what Fang Xinshu said about the police on duty at the intersection, all because of the police's recent crackdown on gangsters and evil. The bigwigs from all parties present at the meeting were all surprised and suspicious. They didn't expect that the hangman Hang Yitang, which had just opened a hall in Brazil, would have such great power. After Fang Xinshu led the other party to a table and sat down, the whole halls attending the banquet were whispering. Fortunately, these people just had a meal and left. But even so, it really made everyone realize the strength of Hang Yitang in Brazil again. After the banquet, Fang Xinshu organized a meeting at the hotel. Since the bosses of the hangman halls in so many regions around the world are here, he must take this opportunity to make friends with everyone so as to start some business cooperation later. Maybe these people are not engaged in good business in the local area, but as local snakes, they must have a certain influence. Master Wendy, you said before that you wanted to make a fortune with our Hangai Hall. I wonder what business you are talking about. Fang Xinshu first asked Wendy Shicheng, the master of the Nanai Hangman Yixing Hall, who had taken the initiative to speak. Haha. Master Fang, the penicillin you sell in your hometown is a good thing. I wonder if you can supply it to our Yixing Hall. In response to Fang Xinshu's inquiry, Wendy Shicheng directly stated the business he was interested in. Fang Xinshu had expected this. In fact, Wendy Shicheng was not the first customer to ask for the purchase of penicillin. Unfortunately, the penicillin produced by Fang Yuan Group Pharmaceutical Factory was now shipped to his hometown to exchange for Chinese laborers and was not sold to the outside world at all. Hearing the other party's request, Fang Xinshu smiled and said, haha. Master Wendy has a good eye. there is no problem in selling penicillin to you, but you should know that we don't charge money. Our medicine is used to exchange for people. Wei Shichen laughed and said nonchalantly, haha. Okay, Master Fang is straightforward. We in Yixing Hall can provide the population you want. I don't know what kind of population you want, young and strong or women. In fact, there were indeed a lot of Chinese in South Vietnam during this period, and many people in South Vietnam were struggling on the poverty line. Fang Xinshu saw that the people of Yixing Hall were so straightforward and thought that the other party wanted to cooperate with him to recruit Chinese laborers from South Vietnam. He also smiled and nodded, saying, it doesn't matter as long as they are Chinese compatriots. Wei Shichen frowned and asked, what, Chinese compatriots? You only want Chinese? Let me tell you, we are a Chinese gang that protects the interests of Chinese people in the local area. How can we help you sell Chinese people? No, isn't it just labor? I can provide you with a large number of South Vietnamese. How about it? I guarantee they will be obedient and willing to work. Looking at Wei Shichen's righteous look, Fang Xinshu thought he was a hero who truly protected the interests of Chinese people. But when he noticed that the faces of several people around Wei Shichen were full of contempt, Fang Xinshu knew that this guy couldn't be as great as he said. After a light cough, Fang Xinshu smiled and shook his head and said, Master Wei, I'm really sorry. What we need in Hang Gai Tang is not just labor. If you want labor, we have a lot of labor in Brazil, and there is no need to recruit from other places. What we really need is Chinese. Everyone looked at Fang Xinshu with a strange look. No one could understand the meaning of Hang Gai Tang's doing this. Now the various halls of Hangmen were originally some Chinese who were oppressed overseas and spontaneously organized to unite and protect themselves. It's just that after a long period of development, everyone has grown and become stronger. Many halls have begun to become gangs that suck blood from the Chinese. For these halls, the Chinese on their territory are originally sheep in their own sheepfolds. How could they sell them to others? Of course, there are too many Chinese in some places, or some Chinese gangs will also attack Chinese compatriots who are easier to attack for their own interests. The most common one is human trafficking. Of course, the most common one is women and children, and young and middle-aged people and men are relatively rare. After all, there are fewer opportunities to sell piglets at this time. But Hang Yiteng's current actions clearly show that he wants to buy piglets. Although he doesn't understand the other party's purpose, it's business. As long as there is a market and someone wants it, there will naturally be someone to sell it. Before Wei Shichen could speak, Baikun Bao from Gang Cheng Dashentang had already spoken first. Haha. Master Fang, it doesn't matter. There are no Chinese in South Vietnam willing to go to sea to work, but we have them in Gangcheng. Recently, due to the war, many people have come to our Gangcheng with their families to make a living. But Gangcheng is only so big, where can we have so many places for everyone to work? Isn't this just right? Yu Hang Yiteng needs it, and we Dashentang just happens to have the goods. We just happen to cooperate. Do you think it's okay? Fang Xinshu heard this, and his heart moved. Originally, they had an immigration reception point in Yu City in the south, but because Gangcheng was closer, everyone had a certain understanding of Gangcheng. More importantly, many people in Yu City had relatives and friends in Gangcheng. Therefore, they were more willing to go to Gangcheng, which led to the fact that the immigration point business in Yu City was not as good as that in Shanghai and Tianjin. Now hearing that the Hangman in Hangcheng was willing to cooperate with him, he naturally nodded in agreement with joy. Really? That's great. Our labor company has an office in Yu City. When the time comes, I will send someone to your door to discuss cooperation with you. Wei Shichen on the side slammed the table angrily and stood up, yelling at Baikun Bao, Mr. Bei, what do you mean? Are you trying to steal my business? They were all mixed up in society, so Baikun Bao was not afraid of Wei Shichen's shouting. He looked up at him while sitting on the chair and said with disdain, why, I'm doing business with Master Fang. What's wrong with you? You can't supply goods to others, and you don't allow others to supply goods. Wei Shichen's eyes were wide open, staring at Baikun Bao and said, when did I say I couldn't supply goods? Aren't they just Chinese workers? I have a lot of Chinese workers in South Vietnam. Then he turned to Fang Xinshu and said, Master Fang, you want Chinese workers, and our Yixing Tang will take care of them. But let's make it clear first, the price of Chinese workers is higher than that of South Vietnamese workers. Bacon Bao on the side smiled disdainfully and said, haha, I thought you, Master Wei, really wanted to protect the interests of the Chinese and unite the Chinese community, so you didn't want to do business with Chinese workers. So, you just want to pay more. We are all honest people. If you want to pay more, just say it. Why bother so much? When the other people around heard this, they all laughed. For a moment, Wei Shichen was so angry that his face turned blue, and he gritted his teeth, and was about to turn against Bacon Bao. As the host, Fang Xinshu certainly couldn't let this happen. Although he also despised Wei Shichen's behavior, he had to stand up and said to everyone, calm down, it's money. It's not shameful. We are all Hangman brothers. Don't hurt the harmony for a little thing. Give me some face. Sit down and talk. Although Wei Shichen was a little domineering, he was not stupid. After all, this was not his territory. He came to watch the ceremony with less than 10 brothers. If he really had a conflict with Bacon Bao from Gangcheng, he might not get any benefits. So, after hearing Fang Xinshu's words, he took advantage of the situation and sat down. But after all, he was a big boss. Although he didn't say anything more, he refused to admit defeat and glared at Bacon Bao fiercely. That expression was obviously a threat. You wait for it. Bacon Bao didn't care about it at all and didn't even bother to look at him. Fang Xinshu saw that everyone gave him face. He knew that if he went to discuss business with so many people one by one, he probably wouldn't be able to do it. So, he stood up and said to everyone, fellow brothers, thank you very much for coming all the way to Sao Paulo to witness the establishment of Hangai Hall in Brazil. I'm very honored for your arrival. It is normal for everyone to want to talk about business when they arrive in Brazil. Since Master Wei took the initiative to bring it up, someone on our side will no longer hide it. Now our main business in Brazil is a labor dispatch company and the immigration company. Of course, there are also real estate and security companies in China. As Master Wei said, the goods we can offer, in addition to some basic daily necessities, are penicillin. However, I must make it clear here that, if you want penicillin, our rules are to treat everyone equally. No matter which region or country you are from, as long as you want to get penicillin from us, you must use Chinese workers in exchange. The exchange price is the same as in my hometown. If you are interested, you can talk to me in detail. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and became a little moved. After all, penicillin was indeed more expensive than gold at that time, and the countries that could produce it were the European and American powers and Brazil. It was not that they could not buy the products of the European and American powers, but the main reason was that the prices were relatively high and they had to pay real money. How could it be more cost effective to trade with the Hangai Hall in Brazil, directly exchanging population? When Wei Shichen heard what Fang Xinshu said, he was very dissatisfied. He just said that he wanted to add money, and you said that you would unify the price. Isn't this not giving face? However, seeing that the various halls in other regions were ready to move, he also knew that he could not change this situation alone. He could only curse in his heart that others were greedy for money. After some consultations, Fang Xinshu's Hangai Hall reached a cooperation agreement with several halls of the Hangman and conducted a business of exchanging medicines for population with everyone. Of course, not everyone is willing to participate in this kind of business. After all, the Chinese population in most areas is not concentrated, and there is not much surplus, so this kind of population transaction is impossible. Although the world in this period is generally peaceful, it is actually the peak period for most colonies to become independent and engage in revolution. Fang Xinshu, who was far away in Brazil, didn't know about this. Of course, even if he knew, he couldn't participate in it. But Mr. Satu, the head of the Hangman General Hall, knew about this. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied when he saw that many people only thought about the immediate benefits and exchanged them for medicines. He coughed twice and said to everyone, don't just focus on the profit of medicines. Haven't you noticed the other commodities that Master Fang just mentioned? Considering that there are wars everywhere in the world, agricultural production has been severely damaged. There are food shortages in many places. Haven't you thought about purchasing some food to ensure the survival of our Chinese compatriots? Take your Hangcheng, Bacon Bayo, for example. Don't you lack food? Hangcheng doesn't produce grain. Chapter 368, Li Yitang's new business. Unfortunately, although everyone knows this situation, it is obvious that the value of food is not as valuable as medicine. More importantly, the Hangman Gang is not a charity organization, so how could it purchase food to ensure everyone's survival? Such a topic is obviously a bit naive. Fang Xinshu only took a look at the expressions of the crowd and knew that everyone didn't care. Worried that Mr. Situ's continued speech might cause everyone's disgust, so he took the initiative to speak. Mr. Situ is right. In addition to providing medicine, we can also transport some food to everyone for trial sales. If the sales are good at that time, everyone can also consider doing food business. Mr. Situ is not really naive. He can see from the faces of the crowd that everyone treats the so-called purchase of food to ensure the survival of the Chinese with disdain. Thinking of something, Situ sighed softly and didn't say much. The other hall masters took the initiative to laugh and echoed Fang Xinshu's proposal, but everyone could see that everyone was perfunctory. The entire meeting was obviously difficult to continue in this atmosphere. In this case, Fang Xinshu had to take the initiative to announce the end of the meeting. The bosses of each hall also stood up and left. Whether they had gained something or not, everyone said goodbye to Fang Xinshu with a smile on their faces. Fang Xinshu also stood at the door and politely sent off every boss who came to the meeting. After everyone left, Fang Xinshu returned to the venue, but found that there were still two people who did not leave. One of them was Mr. Situ, the leader of Hangman Mountain, but the other person surprised Fang Xinshu a little, because this person seemed very low-key from beginning to end. He had very little communication with everyone, and did not participate in the business of exchanging medicine for people. When Mr. Situ saw Fang Xinshu return to the venue, he stood up and greeted Fang Xinshu. Xinshu, let me introduce you. This is Jiwan Chang, the leader of Penang Hangman Yi Hall, and I want to talk to you about a business this time. Fang Xinshu was stunned when he heard this. What's the situation? Weren't we just talking about business? Why didn't you say anything? Now that everyone has left, you said you want to talk about business. Is it some shameful business? Ji Wanchang was a tall man who was rare in this era. He was 180 centimeters tall and skinny, but he didn't look frail at all. Instead, he looked clean and strong. His hair looked like it had just grown a little stubble after being shaved. His eyes were very bright, as if he had seen through Fang Xinshu's doubts. He took the initiative to step forward and stretched out his hand, saying, "Hello, Master Fang. My name is Ji Wanchang. I'm the master of the Hangman Yi Hall in Penang. I came to Brazil this time to discuss business with your family." Fang Xinshu's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He glanced at Mr. Situ and then at Ji Wanchang. Then he slowly held Ji Wanchang's outstretched hand and said calmly, "Oh, Master Ji wants to discuss business with the Fang family. I don't know what business they want to discuss. Can you tell me first?" Feeling the strength from his hand, Ji Wanchang smiled and said calmly, "I heard from Mr. Situ that the global group in the United States is the property of the Fang family, and the global group has a close relationship with the US military. I want to purchase a batch of arms through the Fang family. I wonder if Master Fang can help." Looking at Mr. Situ, who nodded to him with a smile, Fang Xinshu once again carefully looked at the thin man in front of him. As a member of the Fang family, he knew that Fang Lang had cooperated with many bigwigs in the US Military Logistics Department to establish a company called Shatter, which was specifically responsible for clearing the US military's inventory of arms around the world. Purchasing arms is of course no problem. But looking at the current situation, this guy's not a simple character. He wanted to sell arms and actually found himself here. There are some intriguing questions here. However, he did not say much after looking at Mr. Sitter beside him, because he knew that Fang Lang respected Mr. Sitter very much. Since Mr. Sitter came forward, it was obvious that he wanted to be a middleman. Thinking of this, Fang Zinshu did not say much, but just smiled at the two of them, loosened his hand and said, haha. Sorry, I can't make the decision on this matter. However, since Mr. Situ is here, I must give him this face. How about this? You two stay in the hotel first, and I will go back to ask my family for their opinions. I will notify you as soon as there is a result. How about it? Mr. Situ laughed and said, haha. Of course there is no problem. This is what I should do. This time, the old man acted first and asked later, without first explaining it to Zinshu, and came directly to the door. It's a bit abrupt. Please don't take it to heart. Looking at Mr. Situ, Fang Zinshu did not say much. Jiwan Chang, who was standing aside, also said to Fang Zinshu with a little embarrassment, Master Fang, I'm really sorry to trouble you. For Fang Zinshu, arms trading is actually a piece of cake. It's just a business. As long as you pay, I have nothing I can't sell to you. Moreover, as far as he knows, Shatter Company is originally engaged in arms trading. As long as you pay, I have nothing I can't sell to you. But looking at the meaning of the two people in front of him, this is obviously not a simple arms transaction. He couldn't figure out what the two meant for a while, but he was too lazy to worry about it. It's better to leave this matter to his nephew. Thinking of this, Fang Zinshu just nodded to the two and said, you two go back to your room and wait for the call. After that, he turned around and left without looking back. To be honest, this is a bit impolite. Others come from afar as guests, and they leave the other party in the hotel and turn around and leave. But these two people obviously have ulterior motives. Although Old Man Situ is the owner of Hangman Mountain, he will not be polite to those who have little thoughts about his family. Fang Lang didn't overturn the table directly on the spot, because he respected Mr. Situ. Although he is now the head of Hangai Hall under Hangman, he was not appointed as the head of the hall by Mr. Situ. It was also left by his grandfather. It was originally the identity of his family. Now he can only be regarded as returning to the organization. But this organization is not yours, Mr. Situ. There is no need for the Fang family to be obedient to Mr. Situ. Looking at Fang Zinshu's back, Ji Wancheng looked at Mr. Situ with some worry and said, Grandpa, do you think the Fang family can agree? Mr. Situ looked at the direction where Fang Zinshu left, shook his head and said, I don't know either. I haven't met the real person in power in the Fang family, so I don't know what he would think. But I heard from Fang Jinao that the young man in the Fang family is a powerful person. At the same time, he is also a person with principles and bottom lines. However, from their attitude towards the Chinese, I think there is still great hope. Ji Wancheng nodded when he heard this and didn't say anything more. After Fang Zinshu left the hotel, he got in the car and went directly to each of Fang Zinshu's homes because Fang Lang was taking his two girlfriends back to his home at this time. The place where the Fang family lives now is of course no longer the original two-story building, although the entire Fang family mansion has not been completely completed. But the first Chinese-style garden has been built. For safety reasons, Fang Zinshu and the old man in the family have moved here to live. When Lilith and Vivian came to the Fang family in Sao Paulo and saw this unique Chinese-style building, they were shocked. Originally, today was also an important moment for the Fang family. After all, Hangaitang was the industry left by Fang Lang's ancestors, and now it has been re-established in Brazil. The whole family should be present to witness this great moment. However, the old man felt that this so-called Hangaitang was not a legitimate business, so he was not willing to get involved. It happened that Fang Lang brought his girlfriend home. For the old man, the granddaughter-in-law of the eldest grandson of the eldest house is much more important than the establishment of Hangaitang. Therefore, the whole Fang family was very lively today, especially when they knew that two of the girls who came were granddaughters-in-law. Everyone was in disbelief at first. Fortunately, polygamy is also a tradition in the hometown, and everyone is very receptive to this matter. Except for the resentful expression on the face of his father Fang Zinshu, everyone was very happy. When Fang Zinshu entered the house, everyone had finished dinner and was sitting in the large living room, drinking tea, eating fruit and chatting. Fang Zinshu, who had just entered the door, saw a beautiful girl sitting on each side of Fang Lang, one with black hair and the other with blonde hair, both of whom were first-class beauties. For a moment, He was actually a little stunned. Didn't you say that you would bring your niece-in-law home to see? Which one is this? Should I speak up? It would be so embarrassing if I made a mistake. Fortunately, his wife got up and greeted him as soon as she saw him coming and said to Fang Zinshu, "Don't be stunned, these two are your niece-in-laws." Then she calmly stuffed 2 big red envelopes into Fang Zinshu's hands from behind. Fang Zinshu's eyes widened when he heard this. He brought back 2 nieces-in-law at the same time. He looked at his wife in a daze, wondering if he had heard it wrong. When Fang Lang saw Fang Zinshu coming back, he smiled and stood up and said to Lilith and Vivian beside him, "This is my uncle, call him uncle." The 2 girls stood up very generously and smiled sweetly at Fang Zinshu. "Hello, uncle, I'm Lilith." "Hello, uncle, I'm Vivian." This call made Fang Zinshu feel a little flattered, and he laughed and said, "Okay, all good." Then he gave each of them the red envelope that his wife had just stuffed into him. The 2 girls were not polite either, and they accepted the red envelopes generously and said to Fang Zinshu again, "Thank you, uncle." "Haha. You're welcome. You're welcome. Sit down, sit down. I'm really sorry today. Uncle was delayed by something today, and he just came back now." Fang Zinshu smiled so hard that his eyebrows were not visible, and he was obviously very satisfied with having 2 such beautiful nieces-in-law. She couldn't help but give Fang Lang a thumbs up, and Fang Lang smiled triumphantly. The 2 girls blushed a little because of their uncle's thumbs up. Fang Zinshu's wife is a white Brazilian. Seeing her husband's dishonest appearance, she pinched the soft flesh on his waist and pushed him to the side. Fang Zinshu didn't expect to be attacked, and he cried out in pain. Everyone else laughed. Now even Fang Zinshu's wife felt a little embarrassed. It turned out that his white wife was not liked by the old man at home, and the old man was even more unhappy because he gave birth to 2 daughters. Now seeing that his nephew brought 2 white wives back at once, he immediately felt that he had found an organization. He wanted to see how the old man treated the 2 granddaughters-in-law. After communicating today, she found that the old man obviously liked the 2 granddaughters-in-law very much, and even his foreign daughter-in-law, who was not very popular, received a lot of praise. Therefore, the one who was most satisfied with Fang Lang's 2 girlfriends at this time was not necessarily Fang Lang's mother, but his aunt. After everyone laughed for a while, they sat down to chat again. Of course, the topic was nothing more than the girls' parents, family situation, attitude, and opinion towards Fang Lang, and so on. Chapter 369, Speculations about Yi Hall. Finally, when they had some time, Fang Zinshu winked at Fang Lang, indicating that he wanted to talk alone. Fang Lang nodded in understanding, patted the hands of the 2 girls beside him, whispered something, slowly stood up, and walked to the small tea room on the side with Fang Zinshu. Seeing Fang Lang standing up from between the 2 girls and coming to his side, Fang Zinshu went straight forward and put his arm around Fang Lang's shoulders and said, "Good boy, you are so lucky to have 2 wives." Fang Lang smiled and joked, "Oh, it seems that uncle envies me. I'll talk to aunt later and tell her that you also want to enjoy the blessing of having 2 wives." Hearing this, Fang Zinshu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly turned his head and looked in the direction of his wife. Seeing that she was not looking at him, he let out a long sigh and said, "I'm your uncle, you can't hurt me like this. I don't have your ability to pick both sisters in this family. Uncle, shouldn't you be worried that the 2 flowers in your own family will not be picked by others?" He looked at Fang Zinshu, who was obviously afraid of his wife, with some amusement, and then said very heartbreakingly. Sure enough, Fang Zinshu's face fell when he heard Fang Lang's words. He said in a bad tone, "Don't talk nonsense as a brother. That's your own sister. You have to help keep a close eye on her. If she is deceived by that bad boy, I will hold you accountable." Fang Zinshu's words made Fang Lang frown. Why would he hold him accountable if his sister was deceived by others? He couldn't afford to offend her. He quickly said, "My sister is so smart, how could she be deceived?" Seeing that the 2 had already walked to the small tea room, Fang Lang hurriedly changed the subject and said, "How come today's ceremony went smoothly?" As he spoke, he sat down on the main seat of the tea table in the tea room. He saw a box of cigars on the tea table, where the tea leaves were placed. He opened it casually and took a look. It was the sign of his singing reward, so he handed one to his uncle and took one out for himself. Fang Xinshu took the cigar handed over by Fang Lang, sat down opposite Fang Lang, and said, "The ceremony has been rehearsed long ago, what can go wrong? But I found that the hangman is not as powerful as I imagined. The local halls actually only respect Mr. Situ of the main hall." Fang Lang, who was putting the cigar under his nose and smelling the fragrance, smiled and said, "Hangman is not an organization with centralized power. Each hall has its own dominance. If everything really depends on the command of the main hall, I will not let you put up the flag of Hangai Hall. If you really do this, wouldn't you find yourself a mother-in-law? All we need is this name and the influence of hangman all over the world. When we go out in the future, we can always find some relationships wherever we go, which is safer than blindly rushing in. By the way, you have to be careful when dealing with people from hangman, because many of them are not good people. Otherwise, you will be sold out directly without using your relationship." Fang Xinshu said with a smile, while cutting the cigar, "Is your uncle so stupid? He has been in the underworld for so many years, how could he not understand the dangers of the underworld? This time, I have also seen that the so-called unity of Chinese compatriots and safeguarding the interests of Chinese are just slogans. All these people see is business and interests. Mr. Situ has some feelings. Haha. How come you have received such a big education in this first meeting? It seems that you have experienced something today." Fang Lang looked at his uncle with an expression of as expected. He smiled. Fang Xinshu had nothing to hide from his nephew. He directly told him that everyone wanted to do business with him, and that everyone only wanted medicines and not food. Especially the fact that Wen Shicheng, the head of the Nanayu Yixing Hall, wanted to increase the price. After saying that, he smiled with disdain. Hearing the name of South Vietnam, Fang Lang stopped what he was doing and couldn't help but think of what Vivian said about France starting a war in Indochina. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, "This South Vietnamese guy is so anxious to get penicillin. Has the war started over there?" Fang Xinshu obviously didn't know the situation over there, so he could only shake his head and said, "I really don't know much about this. It's too far away from us. If you want to know, I can go and ask." Shaking his head, Fang Lang said with a serious expression on his face, "No, don't ask. I'll investigate it from other channels." If Fang Xinshu were to ask about this kind of thing, the other party would be just a hangman hall and might be more familiar with the local situation in the underworld, but he would definitely not be particularly clear about the national situation. It would be better to let the intelligence bureau investigate directly. Seeing Fang Lang's serious expression and thinking of Fang Lang's question just now, Fang Xinshu asked with some confusion, "What's going on? Is there going to be a war over there?" "It's not quite clear yet. I heard some news that the French may take action over there. It's so far away from us, we can't control it." Fang Lang heard this and nodded helplessly. "Yes. It's too far away, we really can't control it. Besides, since the French are going to take action, it will be difficult for us to intervene, even if we want to. These French guys, their own country is still a mess. They actually have the leisure to run to Asia to stir up trouble." Fang Xinshu lit a match and lit the cigar with some dissatisfaction. Fang Lang heard this, smiled and didn't say much, but looked at Fang Xinshu and said, "You called me over here. Is there something wrong?" After taking a deep puff of the cigar, Fang Xinshu leaned back on the stool to make himself more comfortable, and then slowly said, "There is something." After the banquet, Mr. Situ and Ji Wan Chang, the head of the Penang Hangman Yi Hall, stayed alone. They told me that they heard that the Fang family's global group has a good relationship with the US military and wants to purchase arms through our Fang family. I feel that the other party should have other intentions, so I didn't dare to agree. I won't tell you about it and see what you think." Fang Lang frowned when he heard this and thought about it carefully before saying, "Didn't the other party mention Shatter Company?" "No. It means that our Fang family has a good relationship with the US military and wants to purchase a batch of arms through us." Hearing this, Fang Lang fell into deep thought for a while and said for a long time, "Have you ever known this person named Ji Wan Chang?" "No, he didn't participate when we discussed medicines before. Instead, He stayed alone and said he wanted to buy arms from us. If it weren't for Mr. Situ, I wouldn't have paid any attention to him. Fang Lang fell into deep thought again after hearing this. Penang belongs to Malaysia. In his previous life, Fang Lang would often go there when he was sailing. But Fang Lang was not familiar with Malaysia during this period. According to the geographical knowledge of later generations, it can be known that Singapore is now a country split from Malaysia, and this country is still a country dominated by Chinese. But the leader of this country seems to be surnamed Lee, which is obviously very different from people surnamed G. Although Singapore in later generations is a developed country dominated by Chinese, the Chinese in this country are more nationalistic than patriotic, and do not have much sense of identity with their hometown. Of course, there are people in this country who are not completely without their hearts in their hometown. The reason why Fang Lang thought of this is because the other party went around so much to buy arms from him, and it was obviously not to prepare weapons for gang fights. The biggest possibility is to rebel and form a resistance army. With the little knowledge of Malaysian history that Fang Lang said he knew, he had no idea what the situation was like in Malaysia at this time. He only knew that Singapore in the future was independent from Malaysia. Malaysia has a large Chinese population. When he passed by Malaysia in the future, he learned that the Chinese seemed to be the second largest ethnic group in Malaysia, but unfortunately their status was only second-class citizens. And they had also experienced many racial bloodbaths. If Ji Wan Chang really wanted to make some moves in Malaysia, Fang Lang would definitely take it with both hands. Since he had come to this era, he couldn't just watch the Chinese being harvested by those Malay monkeys again. Thinking of this, Fang Lang did not hesitate and said directly to Fang Xinshu, "How about this? You make an appointment with the other party tomorrow, and I will talk to Mr. Ji Wan Chang." Fang Xinshu knew that Fang Lang had already made up his mind, so he nodded and asked, "Where is Mr. Situ?" After a pause, Fang Lang knew that, since the other party found Fang Xinshu through Mr. Situ must be an insider, so they just talked openly together. So he said, "You and Mr. Situ together. Let's sit down and talk together." "Okay, I'll call them when I get back." After the negotiation, Fang Lang did not leave immediately, but lit a cigar, sat in the tea room, and smoked while carefully recalling the impression of Malaysia in later generations. "I hope to do some homework in advance." Thinking of the actions of the French in South Vietnam, he picked up the phone again and called Blackwell of the Brazilian Intelligence Agency, asking him to provide him with some intelligence in Southeast Asia. "I couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied that I couldn't get enough intelligence. It seems that my investigation department needs to increase investment. In the future, intelligence personnel will be sent to these places where Chinese people live to regularly collect local intelligence." After a cigar, Fang Lang returned to his family and chatted with Lilith, Vivian, his parents and grandfather until late at night. The next day, Fang Lang got up early in the morning, brought gifts, and accompanied his grandfather to the Bajiquan Hall less than 1 kilometer away from his home to visit his master, Bajiquan Li Yuns and his family. This newly built Bajiquan Hall is very large and is a 3-entry Chinese courtyard. On the heavy vermilion gate, which is about 10 feet high, there is a huge mahogany plaque with Lee's 8-level boxing hall written in gold paint. After entering the gate, there is a huge martial arts training ground that can accommodate more than 100 people to practice boxing. At this moment, there are more than 30 teenagers aged 10 to 16 or 17 in the boxing hall, squatting in horse stance and practicing pile skills under the leadership of Li Yun's son. Li Yun's son, Li Xiangang, looks like he has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and is about the same age as Fang Lang, but he is actually younger than Fang Lang, just 20 years old this year. He looks like an honest man, and he is indeed a person with real kung fu skills. Seeing him practicing boxing with these young people in the martial arts hall, he is so methodical, and you know that he must have learned the true teachings from his master. Grandpa Fang Jiayang obviously comes to the martial arts hall often. Everyone nods and greets the old man when they see him. Li Xiangang greeted the old man, and when he saw Fang Lang following in, he was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted, stopped what he was doing, and smiled and said to Fang Lang, "Junior brother, you are here." Yes, although Li Xianggang is younger than Fang Lang, he is Fang Lang's senior brother. Chapter 370 Bajiquan Jim. As Master Li's biological son, he was of course also his direct disciple, and Fang Lang could only be the second. According to seniority, Fang Lang had to call Li Xianggang senior brother. Fang Lang was very used to this kind of seniority. In his previous life, he was in his 30s and had a younger uncle who was less than 18 years old. So, when he saw Li Xianggang, Fang Lang politely bowed to him and said, "Big brother, long time no see." The two of them greeted each other, and Li Xianggang said to the young men squatting in the yard, "The time for the 2 incense sticks of the pile training is not allowed to be lazy. If one person is lazy, everyone will stand for an extra incense stick of time. Yuanqi, you are responsible for supervision." A big boy who looked very strong in the team answered loudly. Everyone looked painful, but they didn't dare to make any moves. After instructing the children who were practicing, Li Xianggang turned to Fang Lang and said, "Brother, let's go and I'll take you to see my father. Yesterday, when my sister and her family came back, my mother said she wanted you to come to our house for dinner. My father said you were busy and would come over when you were free. I didn't expect you to come over so early in the morning." Fang Lang smiled and pointed at his grandfather and said, "I made an appointment with the old man last night. Since I'm home, I must come to see the master and see if I can let the master formally teach me Bajiquan." After that, he pointed to the teenagers who were practicing martial arts in the courtyard and said, "Where did these little guys come from?" Li Xianggang didn't have much contact with Fang Lang, but he also knew that his brother was his family's savior. Whether in Brazil or in the United States, he is a rare big shot. Therefore, when Li Xianggang faced Fang Lang, it was difficult for him to put on the airs of a senior brother, but instead he showed a hint of respect. Hearing Fang Lang's words, he led the way in front and walked to the backyard while saying to Fang Lang, "These are all Chinese children in the village. They all take advantage of the school holidays to come to the boxing gym to practice boxing. Most of them were dragged here by the old men in the family. They were not very willing at first, but now they have accepted their fate." Hearing this, Fang Lang laughed. These little guys should be found a place to discipline them properly. It's good to practice martial arts in the martial arts gym to keep fit now. Otherwise, if they play crazy outside, I don't know how much trouble they will get into. These people can still be taught. In the future, we plan to let Bajiquan enter our Chinese school, and every Chinese child can take this course. They can be taught. Although these little guys are a little naughty, their physical fitness is still very good. Each one is very strong, and there should be 2 good players among them. Oh, there are still 2 good players, which is rare. The old man walking next to Fang Lang heard this, and smiled and said, "Everyone's life is good now. There is milk, beef, and mutton at home. How can their physical fitness be bad?" Xianggang, I tell you, don't relax your requirements on them just because they are young. It's not enough to have 2 good players. You have to train them all. Hearing this, Li Xianggang seemed a little embarrassed. Fang Lang said helplessly beside him, "Grandpa, practicing kung fu also requires talent. Not everyone is suitable for practicing kung fu, and not everyone is suitable for practicing Bajiquan. Forcing them to practice may not necessarily make them famous." At that time, when the masters of other sects come to open a school to teach disciples, some people don't have talent in the 8-level boxing, but it's okay if they can succeed in other kung fu. It will always make us Chinese have a good physical fitness and no longer be easily bullied. The old man heard this and knew that he couldn't force it, so he could only nod. Everyone crossed the first courtyard and came to the second courtyard. After walking around a screen wall, they saw that there was also a martial arts training ground in the middle of the second courtyard, and the space was about the same as the front courtyard. At this time, there were 50 or 60 young men in the middle of the field, practicing the routine of Bajiquan step by step. Standing in the front and watching was Li Yuns. Li Yun saw the few people coming in at a glance and nodded to the old man with a smile. The old man also smiled and nodded. Obviously the two were very familiar with each other. Fang Lang's eyes met the master, but he felt his whole body tense, as if he was stared at and was going to teach him a lesson. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Fang Lang still licked his face and smiled at Li Yun's. The master didn't say much, just nodded to the back, indicating that Li Xiangang should take everyone to the backyard to sit first. Li Xiangang didn't say much either, just led everyone around the corridor and walked to the backyard. Originally, according to the rules of the rich family, the backyard could not be entered and exited at will. But now Master Li's family regards the martial arts hall as their home. The two front courtyards are where apprentices are taught to practice martial arts, and the backyard is where his family lives. In addition to Fang Lang's relationship with the master, when visiting his home, he naturally has to welcome him into the backyard. Fang Lang took a look at the young people in the yard. It was obvious that they were not children who grew up in their overseas Chinese village. Moreover, they all seemed to have some basic knowledge of martial arts. He asked Li Xiangang beside him, how come there are so many apprentices so quickly? Oh, these are sent by the immigration company. They are said to be Bajiquan coaches trained for Chinese schools. They are all young people who have just immigrated and have some basic knowledge of martial arts. Now my father mainly teaches everyone the routines and force techniques of Bajiquan and then organizes everyone to practice. Familiarize yourself with the actual fighting methods of Bajiquan as soon as possible. After the Chinese children's school starts, you will be arranged to teach in various schools below. Li Xiangang explained in a low voice in Fang Lang's ear. Hearing this, Fang Lang nodded and said to the senior brother, I see there are only 50 or 60 people here. How long will it take for these people to obtain the corresponding coaching qualifications? Many of our schools seem to have already started classes. Will the time be too tight? This question made Li Xianggang's expression stiff. Obviously, he was not clear about his father's certification standards for these coaching qualifications. He could only say a little embarrassedly, you may want to ask my father about this. He never told me this. As the three of them were talking, they had already arrived at the main hall opposite the second courtyard. The main hall was very spacious, and in the middle, hung a portrait of an old man wearing a small round hat and a long beard. Fang Lang also saw this portrait for the first time, and he was stunned. Fortunately, Li Xiangang knew that, although his junior brother was his junior brother, he had not actually started to formally learn from his father, and he must not know much about Bajiquan. He smiled and said, this is the founder of our Bajiquan, named Wu Zhang. Fang Lang coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. After all, he was now nominally one of the descendants of Bajiquan. He didn't expect that he didn't even recognize his own founder. If he told others about it, people would laugh at him. He hurriedly took a closer look. Even the old man turned away a little embarrassedly, not daring to look at the person in the portrait, for fear that the other party would jump out of the portrait and tear his grandson, who was a traitor to his master and ancestors, to pieces. Without stopping, everyone walked through the main hall and entered the backyard. The backyard was not small, but it was much smaller than the two courtyards in front. After bypassing the screen wall, it was not a martial arts training ground like the front. Instead, it was planted with a lot of green plants, which looked lush and green. There was also a rockery next to the screen wall, which looked like a Jiangnan garden with a different scene at every step. As soon as they walked out of the screen wall, Li Xiangang was already shouting inside, Mom! Grandpa Fang and junior brother Fang are here. Soon three figures came out from the main hall at the back. One of them, a middle-aged woman, stepped forward quickly and greeted the three of them warmly. Oh, Grandpa is here. Come in and sit down. And Landra is here too. Come in. Yumi, go and potty for the old man and your senior brother. The old man obviously often came to visit the master's backyard. He waved to Master Fang Lang's wife and said, Sister-in-law Li, stop busying yourself. We are all neighbors. I, a bad guest who comes almost every day, can't bear your greeting every day. These are your two daughters. They are so pretty. Fang Lang also took the opportunity to call out, Master's wife. Master Fang Lang's wife only reacted when she heard what the old man said. She quickly called the two sisters and said to Grandpa Li, oh, look at my brain, Yumi, Yulan, come and pay homage to your senior brother's grandfather. Grandpa Fang, your father and I are here thanks to your care. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to pull the two daughters in front of the old man, pointed at the two, and introduced them to Grandpa Fang respectively. This is the elder sister Li Yumei, and this is the younger sister Li Yulan. Call Grandpa. The two sisters very obediently called Grandpa Fang Grandpa. The old man saw that the beautiful twins were obviously very fond of him, and his face was full of smiles. He laughed and said, ha ha ha, but, all good. Come on, this is a red envelope that Grandpa gave you, one for each of you, please accept it quickly. While the two sisters were greeting the old man, the master's wife also smiled and nodded at Fang Lang. Well, come in and sit down. This was considered a greeting to Fang language. Turning around and seeing the red envelope that the old man took out, she smiled and said to the two sisters, why don't you thank Grandpa? Knowing that this was the red envelope that their mother agreed to give to the old man under their command, the two sisters thanked him repeatedly, and while taking the red envelope handed over by the old man, they said to the old man, thank you, Grandpa. Fang Lang also stepped forward and handed the gift in his hand to the master's wife and said, Master's wife, these are some small gifts I brought back from Natal. They are all food. I bring them to you and the master to try. The master's wife took it with a smile on her face and was not polite to Fang Lang at all. Okay. Langja is thoughtful, and the master's wife will not be polite to you. Come in and sit down. As she said, she welcomed the old man and Fang Lang into the main hall in the backyard and sat down. The Li sisters quickly served tea to Fang Lang and the old man. Everyone talked about the study situation of the two sisters of the Fang family for a while, and then the master Li Yuns came in. Fang Lang quickly stood up and saluted, saying, Master. Li Yun smiled at Fang Lang and nodded, saying HMM. Fang Lang, who thought he was going to be taught a lesson, breathed a sigh of relief. The master had already started chatting with the old man. After a few words, the old man pointed at Fang Lang and said, Master Li, you have real kung fu. Although my eldest grandson has already worshipped you as his master, he has never really learned from you. This time he has a rare opportunity to come back to visit his family. I sent him here early in the morning. You must take this opportunity to teach him well. This kid is a soldier who has fought in the war. He has good skills, so I feel more at ease. Li Yun smiled and said to the old man, please rest assured, old man, I have the same idea. Although this kid worshipped me as his master, he has never learned kung fu from me for a day. If he goes out and fights with others that day and is defeated, I will have no place to put my old face. Chapter 371 Promotion. Fang Lang on the side broke out in a sweat when he heard this. After all, I'm now a Rear Admiral of the Navy. If I need to do things myself, then my subordinates would be useless. However, he certainly couldn't say that he couldn't use it now, so he could only nod quickly and said, Master is right. The last time I sparred with you, I was deeply shocked. I want to take this opportunity to learn from you. The old man nodded with satisfaction when he heard this and said to Li Yuns, then I'll leave it to Master Li. Li Yuns nodded to the old man and said, don't worry, old man, I will never hide anything. After the two of them finished speaking, Li Xiangang on the side obviously remembered Fang Lang's question just now and quietly walked to his father and said, Dad, just now, junior brother Fang asked me when these coaches you brought with you can officially enter the school as coaches. I don't know either, so I told junior brother that it's up to you to decide. Hearing this, the master frowned and asked Fang Lang, Langja, what's wrong? Is the coaching issue urgent? Seeing the master's expression, Fang Lang smiled and said, it's not very urgent. The main reason is that many schools for Chinese children have already started classes. I just asked when our martial arts class can start at the earliest. Li Yuns hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. People say that it takes 10 years to learn Takai and 2 years to kill someone at level 8. They think that level 8 is a martial art that can be mastered quickly, but this is actually wrong. If you really want to learn to the point where you can easily kill someone, 2 years of study alone is far from enough. You need to train your body and mind to a sufficient level. Fang Lang was shocked when he heard this. He didn't want to train everyone to be a killer who could kill someone in 2 years, but to have a certain level of skill and not be easily bullied. If everyone was really trained to be a killer who could kill someone in 2 years, everyone would start to be afraid of the Chinese. Fang Lang often said, "Master, wait a minute. I think you misunderstood. We want to offer martial arts courses in schools, not to train every Chinese to be a real martial arts master, but just to let everyone have a certain self-defense ability when facing threats. Therefore, you don't need to train these martial arts coaches in elementary school too deeply. Just let everyone lay a good foundation for the teenagers in elementary school. In addition to martial arts classes, our students also need to take cultural classes, so each martial arts class will not be very long. But their total learning time is definitely more than 2 years. It's best for you to set a unified standard for these coaches. For example, elementary school is 6 years. What kind of content should these teenagers who learn Bajikun learn in each of these 6 years, and what level should they reach when they graduate from elementary school? Junior high school is 3 years. When they graduate from junior high school, the teenagers who have studied Bajikun for 9 years must reach a level with sufficient self-defense ability. Because our primary education is only 9 years, there may be many people who will go into society to work after studying for 9 years and no longer continue to study, and we must ensure that they have enough self-protection ability. Of course, with so many people learning Bajikun, there will definitely be some people who can stick to it and stand out from them. And for this part of people, we can send them to your boxing gym for more in-depth learning until they thoroughly master the secrets of Bajikun and become true Bajikun masters. Finally, from these masters, through continuous actual combat training, everyone can go one step further and become qualified to represent Bajikun in competitions, or even go to other places to open new Bajikun gyms. The seeds that will carry forward the Bajikun gym. Do you understand what I mean? Everyone in the room understood what Fang Lang meant. Li Yun's obviously did not expect that Fang Lang's ambition would be so great. If it is according to what Fang Lang said, all the young generation of Chinese in Brazil will become the descendants of Bajikun. According to this situation, even if there is a student with Bajikun talent among every 1,000 people, their Bajikun will be truly carried forward. He will accomplish an unprecedented feat. Thinking of this, Li Yun said excitedly, "I understand what you mean. You divide Bajikun into 3 levels: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Mastering the elementary level 8 boxing from elementary school to junior high school can protect oneself. After junior high school, through further study, mastering the intermediate Bajikun, and becoming a formal successor of Bajikun. Then, these successors who have mastered the intermediate Bajikun, after continuous confrontation training and competition, will eventually become true level 8 masters who can represent Bajikun in competitions or open a gym." Fang Lang heard this and smiled and said, "Yes, that's what I meant, but it doesn't mean that there are only 3 levels. If you want everyone to have a greater interest in learning, we can further subdivide the 3 levels and divide each level into 3 small levels. In this way, it can be divided into 9 levels. After each level of evaluation, everyone will be more eager to get the next level. When everyone compares with each other, they will be more eager to get a higher level of evaluation. This way everyone will be more motivated." At this time, Li Yun's admired his new disciple even more. He was not a pedantic person, and his traditional thinking was different from many other martial artists. Although he was reluctant to pass on his Bajikun to foreigners, he did not have any psychological barriers to passing it on to Chinese people. So he said without hesitation, "No problem, we will do whatever you say. If we can really promote Bajikun, the ancestors will definitely be grateful to you." Then he thought of something and said, "But, if so many people learn Bajikun, will some of them do evil after learning it? Wouldn't it ruin the reputation of our Bajikun?" Fang Lang smiled and said, "Master, you are worrying too much. There is no good or bad kung fu, only good and bad people. We can't guarantee that everyone who learns Bajikun is a good person. But at the same time, we can't give up promoting Bajikun because of fear that someone will do evil. Of course, Master's worry is reasonable, but we can reduce the proportion of evil by promoting martial arts ethics to all martial artists. In fact, everyone understands that people who don't learn any martial arts can guarantee not to do evil. As for the reputation of a martial art that is used to do evil, it is even less likely. Therefore, Li Yun's worries were completely unnecessary. Okay, master, there is no problem here. You can handle the level yourself. Fang Lang waved his hand and said, Master, this won't work. I haven't really started learning Bajiquan yet. How can I set the rating directly? The specific levels of Bajiquan, the level to which it can be leveled, and how many levels it can be leveled, all need to be decided by you, master. Of course, we should not directly use names such as elementary, intermediate, and advanced. I heard that Xingaiquan in our national martial arts is divided into 3 levels, Mingjin, Anjin, and Huajin. Then can Bajiquan also learn from Xingaiquan, and even directly divide the levels into Mingjin level 1 and Mingjin level 2? Li Yun's didn't expect Fang Lang to have such insights. After hearing this, he pondered for a long time before saying, what you said makes sense. I think this method is very good. I can ask the masters of other schools for advice, and we can discuss together to determine the level assessment of this national martial arts for the inheritance of national martial arts. Also, master, we not only need to assess a simple level, but also have different marks for each different level, and it is best to distinguish them clearly from the clothing. For each level reached, he can be awarded a different level mark, such as a belt of different colors tied around the waist, or a different color armband tied on the arm to indicate everyone's identity. When a low-level person sees a high-level person, he must first salute the other party, to reflect the high-level sense of honor. In fact, what Fang Lang said is the very common level classification of Taekwondo and Karate in later generations. Of course, Taekwondo did not appear at this time. It was not until 1955 that Choi Han-hai from South Korea formally proposed the term Taekwondo. The history of karate is obviously earlier than Taekwondo, and what is interesting is that both Taekwondo and karate were called the same name Tang Shao at the beginning. As for why it is called this name, the reason is well known. Oh, I know what you are talking about. Isn't it the Japanese karate? Yes, that's right. Although the Japanese race is not good, we can't deny everything about them, just because we hate this race. At least, they have come up with many very good methods to spread karate to the outside world. Can we refer to them and learn from them? Of course, in addition to these, we can also establish files for each academy and issue them formal grade certificates. Advanced or above grade certificates must be assessed at our Bajiquan headquarters. Low-level certificates must also be managed by us in a unified manner. Of course, we can also authorize boxing gyms or coaches that have reached a certain level to have the right to rate. However, the level cannot be determined by a single person. A rating committee must be formed locally. Only when everyone recognizes it can the corresponding level be awarded to the assessor. In this way, we can try to ensure that the corresponding level is really awarded to people who have reached this level of strength. Fang Lang is a person from the future. Although he has not studied Taekwondo or Karate, he has more or less had some contact with them. These things have been verified by countless people in the future, and are indeed effective methods. Of course, they have to be borrowed directly. Li Yun's looked at Fang Lang hesitantly and said, but, this is not a big investment, we don't have that much capital. Hearing this, Fang Lang was stunned. This is true. Just to maintain such a system, a lot of full-time staff are needed, and the salary of these people is not a small amount. Moreover, in order to promote it, it is necessary to publicize, organize competitions, and give out bonuses. These do require capital. It is definitely not possible to rely on oneself to survive. However, he soon thought of a solution. He smiled and said, don't worry, we can set up a Bajiquan association, and all coaches and boxing gyms must be seriously approved by the association. In order to obtain these certifications, they must pay a certain amount of membership fees every year. At the same time, everyone can also charge a certain amount of examination fees when they are taking their own level up assessments. Of course, this fee does not have to be high, as long as it can cover the cost of our rating. In addition, after passing each level test, you must replace the logo of a high level, and this logo can be certified after we agree to produce it. And to replace this logo, you must pay for it yourself, and we can make a certain profit from this. In addition, our Bajikwan specific training clothes and special training equipment can all be produced by us and then sold to people who are learning. Finally, we can organize professional competitions, and we can also charge a certain amount of fees from all participating players or boxing gyms. These are the profits we can reap, which are enough to maintain the normal operation of the association. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Meeting Ji-Wan Chang. Fang Lang really didn't know how taekwondo and karate made money and developed, but as a person of later generations, he could just say a few points to get the Bajikwan Association up and running. As for whether there would be advertising income after the influence of the boxing match became bigger, that was a matter for the future. After listening to Fang Lang's words, Li Yungs was a little slow to react for a long time. As a traditional martial artist and Chinese medicine practitioner, his thinking was still somewhat behind the times. However, although he himself didn't understand some things, he had a son, and this son had even attended university. So, he turned to Li Xiangang without hesitation and said, "Do you understand?" Li Xiangang, who was admiring Fang Lang's active thinking, was stunned and nodded quickly. "I understand. Okay, I'll leave this association to you. I will be responsible for completing the Bajikwan grading work. With these clear directions, the rest will be easy." Li Yungs directly handed the work that he didn't understand to his son and turned to Fang Lang on the side and said, "Do you have any specific suggestions about clothing and logos?" Fang Lang glanced at the confused Li Xiangang and smiled. Hearing the master's words, he quickly shook his head and said, "I'm just making a suggestion. The rest is up to you to decide." Hearing this, Li Yungs nodded and turned to the old man beside him and said, "Old man, then you sit down and drink some tea first. I'll take him to teach him the basics first. Otherwise, I will be scolded as a master and will not be qualified." The old man laughed and said, "Okay, then Master Li, you have to teach. If he dares not to take it seriously, you can just deal with him. If he doesn't listen, tell me and I will deal with him myself." Fang Lang on the side could only smile helplessly and said to Li Yungs, "Master, I will go to the martial arts hall to learn from you every morning these days. I need to take time out in the afternoon to handle some official business. Do you think it's okay?" Li Yungs frowned, obviously a little dissatisfied. However, he also knew that Fang Lang's identity determined that he could not have as much time as others to concentrate on practicing martial arts. It must be very rare to be able to take advantage of the holiday at home and take out a morning every day. Therefore, he could only nod helplessly and said, "Okay then. This morning, I will teach you several types of Bajikwan standing exercises. From now on, you must stand for at least an hour every morning. In the next few days, I will teach you the routines and force generating techniques of Bajikwan little by little and guide you to practice a few times to see how much you can master. As for the fighting techniques of Bajikwan, we will arrange it according to your learning progress later." "Okay." The master said so, and Fang Lang nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I will listen to the master, and I will learn the way you teach. Try to take advantage of this holiday to learn everything you can learn, and then I will go back and practice slowly." The two stood up and nodded to the people in the hall. They did not go far, but directly found a small open space in the middle of the patio in the backyard and started teaching. The old man sitting in the main hall was drinking tea while watching Fang Lang study. He waved to everyone and said, "This kid, when he was a child, he liked to be sneaky and play tricks. I have to keep an eye on him. You all go and do your own things. Don't worry about me." The women looked at each other and nodded and left. After Li Xiangang sat with the old man for a while, he also stood up and said goodbye and went to the front yard to continue teaching the teenagers to practice. Fang Lang's physical fitness is really not to be underestimated. When practicing these pile exercises, he doesn't feel tired at all, which makes Master Li Yungs very surprised. In addition, he is mentally mature and willing to learn real kung fu from his master seriously, so he studies very seriously. He doesn't need the old man's supervision at all, and he can actively and proactively complete the master's requirements. More importantly, he has a flexible mind, a high level of comprehension, and learns very quickly. Even Li Yun's had to sigh that this kid is a monster. While Fang Lang was learning Bajiquan, Mr. Situ and Ji Wan Chang from Yai Hall in Penang, who had been waiting for news in the hotel, also received a call from Fang Xinshu. Fang Xinshu did not say much to the other party on the phone, but only invited the other party to come to Hangai Hall in the afternoon for a detailed discussion. This answer made both of them breathe a sigh of relief. They did not want to play in Sao Paulo, and waited in the hotel with peace of mind. After waiting until the afternoon, the two could not wait to take a car to the entrance of Hangai Hall. Today's Hangai Hall is not the same as yesterday. There are not as many black-clad strong men on both sides of the road as yesterday, but there are two very strong armed guards standing at the gate of Hangai Hall. They are the kind of blatant armed guards. The guns in their hands are not ordinary pistols, but submachine guns. Seeing the arrival of the two, the guards checked the two. After confirming that there was no problem, they called to ask inside, and confirmed that there was an appointment, before letting the two in. Ji Wan Chang, who was sitting in the car, glanced at Mr. Sitter beside him and said, "Why do I feel like I'm entering a military stronghold?" Mr. Sitter smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. This may be a Brazilian feature. Hangai Tang is different from other halls of our hangmen. They are formal companies that carry out legal activities under the guise of formal companies. So, don't look at their style of doing things with our rolled eyes." The vehicle drove into the compound and stopped in the parking space. After the two got off the car, they saw several armed guards in the yard, patrolling around, with a strict look of vigilance. People who don't know may really think this place is a military stronghold. Is this because the public security in Brazil is too poor, or has Hangai Tang offended someone in Brazil? This scene looks a bit exaggerated. Ji Wan Chang murmured, obviously shocked by this situation. Mr. Situ had no way to answer this question, so he could only shake his head and say, "If you want to know, you can ask him directly later." While the two were talking, Fang Xinshu had already walked out. Seeing the two people standing in the yard, Fang Xinshu laughed and stretched out his hand from a distance. "Situ Shansu, Ji Tangsu, welcome, welcome. Come in quickly." Mr. Situ and Ji Wan Chang also hurriedly smiled and greeted Fang Xinshu. "Tangsu Fang, sorry to bother you." After exchanging a few polite words, the few of them entered the reception room of Hangai Hall together. After the two sat down, Fang Xinshu had someone bring 3 cups of tea, and then slowly said, "I have already told my nephew about the request you two made. My nephew happened to be visiting relatives at home these 2 days, so my nephew will come over to talk to you in person later. As for whether this business can be successful, it depends on whether you can convince my nephew." Mr. Situ obviously knew who the nephew Fang Xinshu was talking about was. Hearing this, his face was happy, and his attitude unconsciously became a little more serious. Ji Wan Chang, who was standing by, obviously didn't know much about the Fang family's situation, so when Fang Xinshu talked about his nephew, he was still at a loss. He was still thinking, how old is your nephew? Isn't it inappropriate for you to let your nephew come forward for such a big matter? He unconsciously glanced at Mr. Sitter beside him, and saw that the other party said solemnly, "It is our honor to meet Mr. Fang." This made Ji Wan Chang a little puzzled, but he could only nod his head repeatedly with Mr. Situ. Fang Xinshu didn't care too much about the attitude of the two people, just smiled and said, "It's still early now, you two can stay here with me for tea. He should be here soon." Of course, what they were talking about was Fang language. Originally, Fang Lang planned to come here after lunch with his master, but Mr. Situ and Ji Wan Chang were too anxious. Before he arrived at Hangai Hall early, Fang Lang, who came on time, became late. Fortunately, the waiting time for several people was not long. Just when Mr. Situ asked Fang Xinshu why their guards were all fully armed, the door outside opened. A motorcade consisting of 5 cars and 2 military trucks drove into the front yard of Hangai Tang. The guards in the yard all stood at attention and saluted. Fully armed guards kept jumping out of the trucks. These soldiers took over the security work of Hangai Tang without any hesitation. After the soldiers confirmed that there was nothing unusual, an officer walked to the middle car and opened the back door. Fang Lang, dressed in a well-fitting suit, slowly walked out of the car. The three people who were drinking tea and chatting on the second floor knew that the person they were waiting for had arrived when they saw this scene. Mr. Situ was well informed and was not surprised by this kind of pomp. Ji Wancheng was obviously shocked and looked at the two of them in surprise. He asked Fang Zinshu again, "Master Fang, is this your nephew you mentioned?" Fang Zinshu smiled and said, "Yes, my nephew Fang language." Mr. Situ also stood up and said, "Master Fang, let's go down to greet him." There was no need to be so polite with his nephew. Fang Zinshu, who was originally going to sit here and wait for Fang Lang to come up, could only stand up helplessly after hearing this. "Okay, let's go down to pick him up." Several people went downstairs chatting and laughing, and when they arrived at the stairs, they saw Fang Lang walking slowly forward. Fang Zinshu went upstairs and introduced the two parties directly. Everyone shook hands and greeted each other downstairs and went upstairs again and returned to the reception area on the second floor. "Mr. G, I heard my uncle tell me yesterday that you want to purchase arms through our Fang family, right?" Since he had come in person, Fang Lang didn't need to beat around the bush and ask directly. Hearing this, Ji Wancheng glanced at Mr. Sitter beside him. Seeing that Sitter nodded to him and had no intention of speaking for him, he could only cough twice and nodded. "Yes, Mr. Fang, I heard that the Fang family has a close relationship with the US military, so I want to purchase a batch of arms through your relationship." Fang Lang, who saw the actions of both of them, smiled and said calmly, "Oh, Mr. G, as far as I know, it is not difficult to purchase arms outside now. Why do you still want to purchase through us? Could it be that Mr. G is planning to purchase some big guys such as airplanes, tanks, and battleships?" "That's not the case. We don't have the strength to use these heavy equipment yet. What we need are ordinary firearms, some mortars, and small caliber artillery. These arms are indeed easy to buy in some places, but our Penang is a British territory. Now the local Malaysians are making a fuss for independence, so the arms control is very strict. This time I have the opportunity to come to Brazil. I heard that the Fang family has a close relationship with the US military, so I want to see if I can purchase a batch of equipment through the Fang family." Ji Wancheng hesitated for a while and slowly spoke. Chapter 373 Arms Business. Hearing the other party say that his Fang family has close relations with the US military, Fang Lang glanced at Mr. Situ next to Ji Wancheng calmly. After the other party finished speaking, Fang Lang took a sip of the tea on the table. He said to Ji Wancheng, "You just said that Malaysians are clamoring for independence. So, are you here to purchase arms for the Malaysians this time?" "Ah, no, those Malaysians dare not go to war with the British directly. We buy them for our own use." Seeing that Fang Lang thought he was in the same group as the Malaysians, Ji Wancheng waved his hands repeatedly. Staring at Ji Wancheng closely, Fang Lang wanted to see some of the other party's inner thoughts from his expression. The reason why Fang Lang made an appointment with the other party in the afternoon was to wait for the intelligence bureau to provide him with intelligence on Malaya. On the way here, Fang Lang had already gained a certain understanding of the current situation in Malaya from the intelligence briefing provided by the intelligence bureau. It turns out that during the Japanese occupation period, there was always an active resistance army in Malaya, and the strength of this resistance army was not bad. At its strongest, it developed into 8 battalions with more than 10,000 people. The predecessor of this army was the guerrilla backbone trained by the British 101 Special Training School. The reason why the British trained them was actually a helpless move. At that time, the Japanese had already landed in Malaya, and the British army was simply unable to resist. Finally, when they knew that they were no longer able to continue to rule Malaysia, they released more than 200 members of the Malayan Communist Party who were originally imprisoned by them. And some old and obsolete equipment was thrown to this team, asking them to cause some trouble for the new Malayan rulers, the Japanese. According to the intelligence provided by the Intelligence Bureau, except for a very small number of Malays, most of this anti-Japanese force were Chinese. Of course, there is a reason for this. After all, the Japanese knew that during the war in their hometown, the Chinese in Southeast Asia supported the war of resistance. Therefore, after the Japanese landed in Malaya, they began to kill the Chinese in Malaya on a large scale. The Chinese were forced to flee to the jungle from various prosperous towns, and some of them naturally took the initiative to join the anti-Japanese team. Therefore, it is only natural that most of the members of this resistance army are Chinese. The Japanese attitude towards the Malays is to support their independence. In the name of helping them drive away the British colonists, they supported the pro-Japanese Malay government. In the eyes of most Malays, the Japanese are actually liberators, so the Malays actually stand with the Japanese. When the devils surrendered, the rebels took over many towns from the devils and had a certain influence in Malaya. But what people didn't expect was that the leader of this Malayan Communist Party resistance army, later, was actually a British agent. When the British returned to Malaya, Leyte ignored everyone's opposition and forcibly ordered his resistance fighters to lay down their arms and demobilize. This made the Chinese armed forces in Malaya inexplicably destroyed. Later, the British were even more malicious and vigorously promoted the contributions of the Chinese in the Southeast Asian battlefield. In contrast, the local indigenous Malays were oppressed and exploited. Through this kind of praise and killing method, the local ethnic conflicts were intensified, which led to the subsequent bloodbath. Therefore, after Fang Lang learned this information, his first reaction was whether Ji Wanchang had any relationship with the rebels. After confirming that the other party was not purchasing arms for the Malaysians, Fang Lang asked directly, "Then Master Ji, can you explain to me who you are purchasing on behalf of? Or, explain why you want to purchase arms?" This question obviously made Ji Wanchang fall into deep thought, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Seeing this, Fang Lang didn't urge him, but just took out a cigar and lit it for himself, and then signaled to everyone, and began to quietly wait for the other party's reply. Ji Wanchang thought for a long time before slowly looking up and glancing at everyone. He said as if he had made up his mind, "Mr. Fang, we are all Chinese, so I won't hide some things from you. This time, we Chinese in Penang want to build our own power and build a home for us Chinese in Malaya." When these words came out, Fang Xinshu was the first to show his surprise. He never thought that the head of the Penang Hang Menyai Hall, who was not very conspicuous, would have such courage. Mr. Situ, who was standing next to him, looked as if he had expected it, as if everything was just as he expected. Fang Lang still looked calm and collected. He carefully looked up and down at Ji Wanchang and said lightly, "Are you from the Malayan Communist Party?" Ji Wanchang was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Fang Lang in disbelief and said with some stammering, "Mr. Fang misunderstood. I'm not." Hearing this, Fang Lang frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "Mr. Ji, I'm a Chinese. I don't care about your beliefs and don't mind. You don't have to hide anything from me. I support your idea of arming the Chinese in Southeast Asia and building a Chinese country. However, if you want me to provide you with arms, then we must at least trust each other. The basis of trust is that we must understand each other. If you are not willing to tell me your identity, where will our trust come from?" Situ, who was standing aside, heard this and looked at Ji Wanchang and said slowly, "Wanchang, Mr. Fang is right. If you want to gain the trust of others, you should really be honest with them. The Malayan Communist Party is not a scourge. There is no need to hide it. I have had a lot of contact with many people in my hometown who share the same beliefs as you, and I think they are all honest men. Since we are for the common interests of our Chinese compatriots, there is nothing we cannot tell others." Fang Xinshu also looked at Ji Wanchang with dissatisfaction, as if he was saying, "You kid, be honest." At this time, Ji Wanchang looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears, and waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Everyone really misunderstood. I'm really not the Malayan Communist Party. The reason why I'm nervous is that the current Malayan government's attitude towards the Malayan Communist Party is not good. Although it has not reached the point of eliminating it, it is also targeted everywhere. If I'm considered a member of the Malayan Communist Party, the development of our Yi Tang in Penang may be severely restricted." Ji Wanchang was not wrong on this point. In fact, the British, who began to be colonizers in 1948, issued a special emergency regulation with the purpose of suppressing the Malayan Communist Party and former members of the resistance army. The following year, the Malayan Communist Party began to take the path of armed resistance, although it failed in the end. But it must be said that without the armed resistance of the Malayan Communist Party, the British would never easily agree to the independence of Malaya. Unfortunately, the Malayan Communist Party team led by the Chinese did not succeed in the end, but instead made wedding clothes for the Malays. Fang Lang felt a little strange when he saw that Ji Wanchang did not seem to be lying. Could this guy be the one who later established Singapore? These guys are a group of people who value nationalism and have no national sentiment at all. But it doesn't matter. No matter which faction he belongs to, as long as he is a Chinese compatriot, he will help them when they need help. Thinking of this, he said directly, "Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. As long as you are really Chinese armed forces, I can sell arms to you." Ji Wanchang was overjoyed when he heard this and said excitedly, "Really? That's great." But Fang Lang waved his hand and turned to Mr. Situ on the side and said, "Mr. Situ, I have a question. I don't know if I should say it or not." Mr. Situ obviously didn't expect that when the two were chatting well, Fang Lang suddenly turned the topic to himself. Without giving it much thought, he spoke directly, "It's okay, Mr. Fang, if you have anything to say, just ask. I will tell you everything I know." Nodding, Fang Lang looked at Mr. Situ seriously and said, "I believe that with Mr. Situ's ability, he will be able to find a suitable arms channel for Mr. G in the United States. I wonder why Mr. Situ chose to go to our Fang family instead of going far away." Upon hearing Fang Lang's words, Mr. Situ immediately understood what Fang Lang meant. He was worried that there was some trap inside. Mr. Situ said without hesitation, "Mr. Fang is right. I can indeed purchase suitable arms for him from the United States. In fact, our meeting with the Fang family this morning was also a coincidence. Please rest assured, Mr. Fang, we have no ill intentions. I just met Master G in Sao Paulo the day before yesterday. At that time, when Master G asked me to buy arms, I first thought of going to the United States to help them purchase. However, yesterday we saw the influence of the Fang family in Sao Paulo and thought of your identity and the influence of the global group in the United States. Therefore, I temporarily propose to tell Master G that we can ask the Fang family for arms so that we can avoid another trip to the United States." Fang Lang obviously did not believe this statement. After taking a serious look at the two of them, Fang Lang slowly said, "Malaya is the territory of the British. My identity is not suitable for blatantly selling arms to Master G. In addition, we do not have any weapons and equipment in stock in Brazil now. If we want to buy American weapons, we will have to get them from the Americans in the end. If Mr. Situ is willing, I can give you a phone call. After arriving in the United States, you can call this person directly to purchase the equipment you need. Of course, this is just a simple business. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I think it is best for you to purchase from him in the name of another party. Avoid unnecessary trouble." After hearing this, Ji Wanchang pondered for a while, then looked up at Fang Lang again and said, "I don't know, Mr. Fang, who do you think is the best person to purchase in the name of?" Fang Lang did not say much and continued to speak slowly. "It depends on your own intentions. The person I introduced to you does not care too much about your true identity. As long as you can give them an explanation and pay him in real money, no matter what equipment you want, he will provide it to you. In fact, the current US government does not care too much about the whereabouts of weapons, because the equipment they support is everywhere in the world, and there are too many people using American equipment. It is basically impossible to trace the source. Therefore, Fang Lang is going to introduce them directly to the business personnel of Shatter Company. The reason for doing this is that Fang Lang feels that the two people are not telling the truth and are hiding something from him. As for whether the other party really concealed something, Fang Lang only needed to trade arms once, and he could investigate it by tracking the transaction process and whereabouts of the arms. Ji Wanchang hesitated after hearing Fang Lang's words, and after hesitating for a while, He slowly said, "Mr. Fang, I wonder if you can tell us who the person you introduced is. Will it be?" Seeing the other party's hesitant expression, Fang Lang understood that the other party was afraid that the news of the purchase of arms would be exposed. "That's why I asked you to purchase in the name of someone else. Whether you will be exposed depends on whether you are cautious enough. In addition, it also depends on how much arms you purchase. If the number is too large, it will definitely attract other people's attention." This is obviously different from Ji Wanchang's original plan. Although Fang Lang now verbally supports the Chinese independence movement, his actual actions are indeed obviously defensive. Ji Wanchang even felt that the other party did not want to help them sincerely, but simply regarded this as a business. Looking at Mr. Sitter beside him, Ji Wanchang sighed in his heart and said slowly, "Okay, I understand." Seeing this, Mr. Situ looked at Fang Lang, then looked at Ji Wanchang and said, "Wanchang, are you hiding something from us? You want to buy arms, and Mr. Fang has introduced you to the right person. Why do I feel that you don't seem satisfied?" Ji Wanchang heard this, and a trace of panic flashed across his face, but he quickly covered it up. But Mr. Situ is also an old and shrewd person, and he still captured the macro expression of just a moment. Therefore, without waiting for Ji Wanchang to speak, Mr. Situ's tone began to become stern. "Wanchang, I took the initiative to introduce you to the Fang family to buy arms, because we all belong to the Hanman. But it seems that what you want is not just arms. Now you'd better tell me honestly why you want to purchase arms and what you are hiding from us." Fang Zinshu felt that this matter was not simple from the beginning, so he sat aside like an outsider and observed the expressions of Mr. Situ and Ji Wanchang. Now seeing Mr. Situ's look, he couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. It seems that he should have misunderstood Mr. Situ. Fang Lang's attitude was also very calm. He would not make any decision easily. Since the other party was unwilling to tell the truth, he would not force it. Now he just introduced an arms channel for the other party, which had no effect on Fang language. As for whether the other party would use his name to contact the person he introduced to him, he believed that the other party should not be so stupid. It is not wise to spread some information that may cause trouble to oneself when you don't know what the relationship between you and the other party is. If the other party was originally Fang Lang's own man, wouldn't his behavior of dragging Fang Lang into the water be heard by Fang Lang very quickly? The attitudes of several people obviously put a lot of pressure on Ji Wanchang. For a while, he couldn't raise his head. After listening to Mr. Situ's words, he lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Chapter 374 Guidance. Looking at the other party with some amusement, Fang Lang smiled and said, "Actually, this is also very simple. Have you established your own political party now? No? Then establish your own political party to distinguish yourself from the Malayan Communist Party, and then let the resistance army that joins you withdraw from the Malayan Communist Party and join your party. In this way, you can directly declare to the outside world that you are the armed forces of this party, and you are two different things from the Malayan Communist Party. You can even show some opposition to the Malayan Communist Party, which will make you more pleasing in the eyes of Britain and the United States. Of course, I want to tell you that, if you oppose the Malayan Communist Party, you must never be ruthless to the Chinese brothers. You must understand that the Chinese are our foundation. If you want to establish an independent Chinese regime in Malaya, you must convince all the Chinese of you. Once you take action against your Chinese compatriots, you will lose your foundation." Fang Lang was very worried that he would accidentally support an organization or country that had no national concept at all. This would really be a waste of his energy. Ji Wanchang also agreed with this very much and nodded in approval. "Mr. Fang, please rest assured. I understand what you mean. If we want to truly establish a regime ruled by the Chinese, we must gain the support of all Chinese people, and we will never attack our own compatriots. As for the issue of political parties, we will discuss it carefully after we go back, and we will definitely come up with a plan as soon as possible to officially announce our existence." Then Ji Wanchang looked at Fang Lang sincerely and asked with a flattering face, "I don't know, Mr. Fang, is there anything else you can teach me?" Looking at the other party's appearance, Fang Lang was a little worried. could this guy be a traitor? Didn't he say that he would speak with his fists? Why does he look a little servile? Of course, Fang Lang only thought about these in his heart, and his face was definitely calm. Since the other party seemed to be humbly seeking advice, Fang Lang did not mind teaching him a little more. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke before saying, in fact, if you want to let everyone know that you have the support of the Americans, you don't have to wait until you become famous. Upon hearing this, Ji Wancheng was shocked and became more energetic. He looked at Fang Lang with burning eyes and a face full of curiosity, just like Liu Bei meeting Zhu Jiang. He was simply shocked. Please teach me, sir. Fang Lang was somewhat uncomfortable with this admiring look for a while. He twisted his buttocks calmly and straightened his back. He turned his neck unconsciously and then coughed twice and said, ahem. The method is very simple. You can ask Mr. Situ to recruit some retired American soldiers for you in the United States. Bring them back to Malaya to train your team. You can directly tell your people that this is the instructor group sent by the US government to you. As for whether it will be exposed, it depends on whether you can subdue these American soldiers. If they are willing to cooperate with you in acting, everything will be fine. After saying that, he also made a gesture of counting money to him. This method obviously refreshed Ji Wancheng's three views. For a while, he looked at Fang Lang with some astonishment, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He just didn't point at Fang Lang's nose and ask, how can you be so shameless? Of course, although this method looks very dirty and not what a gentleman does, but when he thought about it in his mind for a while, he couldn't help but sigh. It smells so good. He wanted to raise his middle finger to Fang Lang, but he quickly changed it to a thumbs up. I understand what you mean. Even if I have to use money to knock them out, I will make them believe that they are the instructors sent by the US government. In fact, it is not safe to use money to make American soldiers say that they are sent by the US government. After all, if you can bribe them with money, it means that others can also bribe them with money. As long as someone offers a higher price, these people may tell the truth. Fang Lang has several ways to make these people believe that they are really recruited by the US government and sent to Malaya to train local Chinese armed forces. However, since Ji Wancheng himself has found what he thinks is the most suitable method from his gestures, he will not say much. Okay. Since you have found a way to convince others, I believe you will soon become the leader of the Chinese in Malaya. I'm waiting for your good news in Brazil. Unexpectedly, when Ji Wancheng heard that Fang Lang wanted to end the conversation between the two, he waved his hands and said to Fang Lang, don't. Mr. Fang, you can't just ignore me like this. Today I have realized what a genius is. You must teach me more. Don't worry, I will never let you help me in vain. Fang Lang frowned at this. What does it mean that he would help me in vain? He took the initiative to give you advice because we are all Chinese compatriots. What do you mean by telling me that you don't want me to help you in vain? Fortunately, Fang Lang is not a pedantic person. Since the other party has expressed his gratitude to him, he is of course a little curious about how this guy's going to thank him. Oh, I don't know how to help in vain. Ji Wancheng obviously didn't notice Fang Lang's frowning expression and continued to speak. Mr. Fang, you have solved my big problem, and I can't thank you enough. With your advice, we can avoid many detours. For a moment, I can't think of any good way to express my gratitude. However, I brought a sum of money to purchase arms this time. I want to give this money to you, and you will purchase arms for us. Please rest assured. This time it is really just a simple purchase of arms. It doesn't matter what kind of goods. After hearing this, Fang Lang understood what the other party meant. This is to let him make a profit from the price difference. It seems that the Hangman Yiatang in Penang has strong financial strength. Master Ji, you are too polite. We are all Chinese brothers. You can create a new world for us Chinese in Southeast Asia. Of course, someone from our side will offer some advice. You can directly go to the contact person I provided to you to purchase the arms. You don't have to go through our hands. It's not that Fang Lang doesn't care about this little money, because he is rich. In fact, it is impossible for the other party to get rid of him with the profit from arms. He is now giving advice to the anti-government armed forces, and the risk is very huge. Although we are all Chinese brothers, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Now I may just give you some advice. In the later stage, if you can really develop, I may even invest in you. Haven't you used some money to get rid of me every time? Hearing Fang Lang's words, Ji Wancheng was obviously stunned. He didn't expect that he clearly gave money to the other party, but the other party actually refused. Although he was a little silly, he was not really stupid. If the other party gave him advice and he really didn't show any expression, he should not think about bothering others in the future. Thinking about the funds he brought this time, Ji Wancheng's eyes moved slightly, looked around, and lowered his voice to Fang Lang. Mr. Fang, this time I brought 100 kilograms of gold to purchase arms. He winked at Fang language. Hearing this, Fang Lang's eyes lit up. The value of 100 kilograms of gold is not low, which made him have to look at the thin middle-aged man in front of him again. A Penang Hangman Hall can actually take out 100 kilograms of gold to buy arms. That means they must have more inventory. Otherwise, how can the other party have the confidence to take out 100 kilograms of gold casually? The Hangman Hall alone certainly doesn't have so much money. Involuntarily, I thought of a group of anti-Japanese resistance forces in the other team. These people had a life and death duel with the Japanese in the old forest. Will they accidentally discover some treasures left by the Japanese? The more Fang Lang thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Of course, he didn't want to snatch the other party's gold. However, it is still very good to use this gold to increase the gold storage of your bank. Thinking of this, Fang Lang's eyes turned, and he smiled and said, Mr. G, it is not convenient to use gold to purchase arms directly in the United States. More importantly, it is very dangerous for you to go to the United States with so many precious metals. If you are not careful, you may be robbed directly. Then you will have no place to cry. How about this? Wait, I will ask my uncle to arrange someone to take you to deposit the gold in the bank, and let the bank directly change it into US dollars and deposit it into your account. When you go to the United States to purchase arms, you don't need to pay in cash. The bank will directly transfer it to the other party's account. This is safe and convenient. Ji Wancheng, who saw Fang Lang's eyes shining, thought Fang Lang was moved. As a result, the other party actually suggested that he deposit the gold in the bank to ensure safety. For a while, he was so moved that he wanted to cry. Isn't this a living bodhisattva? Of course, if he knew that this bank was actually the property of the Fang family, it would be unknown whether he would be so moved. Mr. Fang, I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. When Fang Lang saw that the other party was so moved that he was about to cry, he knew that he had to accept it. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the other party really thought that he was helping out of selflessness. So, he stopped hiding and continued to speak. Haha. We are all compatriots. This is what we should do. Besides, the bank is originally our Fang family's property. Let you exchange gold into US dollars in our bank is also to increase our bank's gold reserves. I can't thank you enough. When Ji Wancheng heard this, his heart was obviously moved, and his eyes rolled in his eye sockets. Although he didn't say anything, he had already remembered this in his heart. Hey, the gold we brought with us can be exchanged anywhere. Since this is your bank, we will come to you when we need it in the future. Fang Lang saw the other party's expression and was more certain of his guess. It seems that Ji Wancheng has a lot of gold on hand. Maybe they really found the Japanese treasure hiding place. But now he would not covet the little gold in the other party's hand. As long as the other party can keep in touch with him frequently, after a few more transactions, this batch of gold will definitely be exchanged for more convenient US dollars in their bank. Seeing that the other party was obviously relaxed, Fang Lang continued to ask, I wonder what equipment Master G is going to purchase. There are a lot of jungles over there. If you want the equipment to play the greatest role in the jungle, you must purchase some equipment suitable for your use. Ji Wancheng was stunned when he heard this. Didn't you ask me to find someone else to purchase arms? Why are you asking me what equipment I want to purchase now? But when he heard that the other party wanted to purchase equipment suitable for jungle warfare, Ji Wancheng was really moved. Originally, I was the only one infected, but now my whole family is infected, especially the children. I have a high fever and I have to take care of the children. If the update is not timely, please forgive me. Chapter 375. As the leader of a hangman sect, there was certainly no problem for him to play with guns, but the question of what kind of gun to use in what place obviously touched upon his blind spot in knowledge. Oh, I wonder if Mr. Fang can teach me anything? Fang Lang waved his hand and said with a smile, "What is there to teach? We are just discussing with each other. After all, we in Brazil have dense jungles just like you in Southeast Asia. If you want to purchase arms to fight in the jungle, I suggest that you purchase firearms that are not too long, otherwise it will be inconvenient to turn around in the jungle. In addition, I suggest that you purchase more submachine guns. After all, if you encounter the enemy in the jungle, the distance between you and the enemy is often very close. Submachine guns are short and have a fast firing rate, and they can pour out bullets in the shortest time." Jiwan Chang thought it made sense and laughed. Haha. That's right, we use submachine guns very often, but we mainly look at their convenience and hiding. Now that you say that, I do think submachine guns are very suitable for us. In addition, you can purchase small mines or grenades in the jungle to set traps. As long as the enemy dares to pursue you, the booby traps set with mines or grenades alone will be enough to make them suffer. After hearing Fang Lang's analysis and selection of these weapons, Ji Wanchang was a little surprised. He looked at the soldiers outside who were responsible for protecting Fang Lang, and then he suddenly realized, "Mr. Fang, you are a soldier who leads troops to fight. No wonder you are so familiar with the equipment. In this case, I wonder if you can trouble Mr. Fang to give us a list of equipment, and then I will purchase it directly according to your list. However, can you add some of the grenade launchers of the little devils?" When I came out, several veterans of the resistance army in the team said that this thing works well. Fang Lang was stunned when he heard this. This stumped him. The Americans didn't have this guy in their equipment. The mortar was almost the same, but the power of the mortar is obviously much greater than that of the grenade launcher. Of course, the corresponding weight will increase, and the moving speed will slow down. What made him even more confused was that in the jungle, could this thing be useful? If you want a projectile in the dense jungle, wouldn't it be directly shot at your head? Maybe you will blow yourself up. But since the other party made a request, Fang Lang certainly couldn't refuse. He could only tell the truth. The grenade launcher you mentioned is a special equipment of the Japanese. They are the only ones in the world that have it. But if you want projectile weapons, you can purchase a batch of them too. 60mm mortars from the US military. I wonder how many people you need equipment for in total. Ji Wanchang didn't think much about Fang Lang's question and answered directly, "No problem. You are a professional. I believe you. There are about 2,200 people in our team, all of whom are men who can directly take up guns and go to the battlefield." Originally, Fang Lang was worried that, if he asked about their specific number, the other party would hesitate a little, unlike an outsider like himself to reveal it. Unexpectedly, the other party told Fang Lang their number directly without any concealment. This kind of character made Fang Lang a little worried. There was no sense of confidentiality at all. How could the resistance army last? If he is not careful, he might be sold out. After thinking for a while, he reminded him, "Mr. G, thank you for your trust, and tell me the number of people in your team. But there is a saying that goes, a person with a shallow relationship can be said to have a deep understanding of you. If you take the path of armed resistance, you will face life and death at any time. A lot of information must be kept confidential, otherwise it will be easy for the enemy to catch it and make trouble. This time, the weapons and equipment can be purchased according to the scale of 3,000 people, so as to keep some inventory. In addition, it can also confuse your enemies." Upon hearing this, Ji Wanchang looked at Fang Lang deeply, nodded at him and said, "Thank you Mr. Fang for the reminder. I will pay attention to it in the future." At this moment, Ji Wanchang felt that, if he could let the guy in front of him go back to lead his own resistance army, he would definitely achieve great things. But he understood that the other party had such a large industry in Brazil, and it was impossible for him to follow him to Malaya to make a living. So he hurriedly continued, "I wonder if there is anything else you can teach me, sir." Seeing the other party's eager look and his direct attitude of not hiding anything, Fang Lang was still a little moved, so he didn't hide it anymore, and said with a smile, "I don't know who suggested that you find Americans as your backers, but I have to say that this is a good move. If you only resist with arms, and have the background of the Malayan Communist Party, you might be encircled and suppressed by the British as a typical example. However, if you are not the armed forces of the Malayan Communist Party and only carry out restrained armed struggle, I think you have a good chance of success." When Ji Wanchang heard Fang Lang's words, he immediately smiled, but soon he was stunned again, and asked in some confusion, "Restrained armed struggle? What does this mean?" Fang Lang smiled and said, "It means that we must fight, but also be restrained, and we cannot expand the war. You have to understand, and let the British understand, that your goal is only to establish a Chinese country in Malaya, not to have a grudge against the British, and there is no need to deliberately target the British. It is best to be able to raise your own flag in a rural area, where the British are relatively weak, and then make your position clear to the British. Slowly infiltrate the surrounding area, and even pay taxes to the British normally in the early stage, so that the British can see your position." Who knew that? After hearing Fang Lang's words, Ji Wanchang said in disbelief, "Since we are fighting armed struggle, and striving for independence, how can we continue to pay taxes to the British? Isn't this the same as before?" Hearing this, Fang Lang was not in a hurry, and continued to smile and said, "So, it is said to be a restrained armed struggle. You have to let the British understand that you don't want to go to war with the British, but in order to build an independent Chinese country, you have to choose armed struggle. But didn't you say that, if you want to have enough influence, you have to defeat the British once? Then won't we be able to go to war with the British?" Who said there won't be a war with the British? Do you think the British will just watch you occupy territory casually? It's impossible to let the British acquiesce to your existence without bloodshed. Therefore, there will definitely be a battle between you and the British, but in this battle you must show your strength and determination, and let the British see your sincerity, understand? Ji Wanchang was now completely confused by Fang language. He looked at him with a puzzled look and said, "How can we show our strength and determination, and let the British see our sincerity? Isn't this a contradiction?" Hearing this, Fang Lang covered his face with one hand and said helplessly, "If you want to show strength and determination, you have to fight hard and ruthlessly. Let the enemy know how strong you are. And it's also very simple to let the British see your sincerity. There will definitely be prisoners and wounded in the war. You can treat the wounded for the British, and after the war, take the initiative to return the British prisoners to the British. However, you must also make it clear to these captives and the British that you have no intention of going to war with the British, but just hope to have a piece of Chinese territory of your own. In this way, the British will begin to weigh the pros and cons, and whether it is worth it to get into an endless battle with a powerful force. When you promise to obey their leadership, they will definitely choose to turn a blind eye." Ji Wanchang said incredulously, "How is this possible?" "That is the powerful British Empire, the empire on which the sun never sets. It seems that the power of the British Empire is indeed engraved in the minds of many people. However, for Fang Lang, who came from the future, he knew very well that the British Empire, which had gone through 2 world wars, had long been on the decline, and no longer glorious. Of course, these words cannot be said to the other party." Fang Lang smiled and said, "Compared to your little tricks in Southeast Asia, the British have more headaches to solve." Seeing the other party's questioning face, Fang Lang could only sigh and continue, "Do you think that only you Malaya are asking for independence? India, the jewel in the crown of the British and the largest colony, is a real headache for the British. This can't be blamed on Ji Wanchang. After all, the information transmission of this era is far less developed than in later generations. It is understandable that Ji Wanchang, who has been hiding in Southeast Asia, doesn't know what is happening in other places." Hearing this, Ji Wanchang fell into deep thought. After a long while, he spoke with a little excitement. "You mean that the British have been involved in India, and have no energy to care about our small forces?" "That's right, as long as you show that you obey the other party's leadership, and don't occupy their cities, and you have enough strength, the other party will definitely not concentrate on fighting you to the death." Fang Lang analyzed to Ji Wanchang with confidence. Although Jiwan Chang's mind is not flexible enough, it does not mean that he will not use his brain. After hearing Fang Lang's words, he continued to wonder, but if we don't occupy the city, we can't grow at all. There is no way to achieve our desire for independence. Although Fang Lang didn't know when Malaya became independent, he knew very well that Malaya finally gained independence, and the British also supported the establishment of a regime, that is, Singapore. Therefore, Fang Lang knew very well that as long as Jiwan Chang could endure the loneliness and quietly work in the countryside for about 20 years, after getting the support of the Americans, they would definitely be able to get the status they wanted. But Jiwan Chang obviously couldn't understand where Fang Lang's confidence came from. After all, at this time, the tactics of surrounding the city with the countryside had not yet spread. There are almost no people who can understand the essence of it, so Fang Lang had to teach them step by step. Let me ask you, in Southeast Asia, is the urban area larger or the rural area larger? Is the urban population larger or the rural population larger? Of course, the rural area. Since there are more rural areas, does that mean that, if you control the rural areas, you control most of Malaya? It seems so, but the economic conditions in the rural areas are not good. After hearing what the other party said, Fang Lang sighed helplessly and said, "Who are the rich people in Malaya? Foreigners and Chinese. Then since the rural areas are the territories of your Chinese forces, can you let the Chinese wealthy businessmen shift their investment focus to your territories? That's not impossible. Then if the Chinese wealthy businessmen move to the rural areas in large numbers, will the rural areas slowly develop? It should." Hearing the other party's extremely unconfident answer, Fang Lang wanted to hit the other party on the head with a slap, and shook his head helplessly and said, "As long as you manage the rural areas well, and the economic policies given are loose enough, I can tell you with certainty that there will be no problem in creating a new city." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.